says if we want a shot at turning this around. And part of the reason why we now are increasingly going to more extreme measures is because the initial reaction was so incompetent from day one. It'll go away on its own. This is no big deal. We have no cases. The United States, even with the little amount of testing that we are doing, are rapidly heading in the direction of being one of the countries with the most cases in the world. Now, of course, we have a really large population, but remember, we had, quote, leaders telling us we would likely see very few cases here. Dr. Anthony Fauci, who's the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, he now is saying straight up, cancel or postpone any event with 50 or more people for 8 weeks. 8 weeks as a starting point. That's a long time. I get it. But understand that the way these infection curves go, every day that it grows is another day on the tail end you need for the decline. Without a vaccine or treatments, if you have 10 days of case growth before you turn it around, you need 10 days of declines to get back to where we are today. If you delay slowing down case growth for 15 days, you then need 15 days on the back end before you get back to where we are today. Meaning for every day we don't deal with this, we are actually losing 2 days minimum, not to mention the exponentially disastrous effect on the medical system as ICUs become overwhelmed, as we lack ventilators. So this will add up quickly. Today is day 14 in the United States of that steady case growth. Imagine where we will be in another 14 days if we don't turn it around. So in that context, states are starting to shut down. The federal government is not doing what they need to do here. They have been far too slow. They have been far too dishonest. They're just making things up whole cloth, which I will talk to you about momentarily. So Ohio is shutting down bars and restaurants, period. Now, remember, some places may be ignoring the decrees at their peril. And it's true that there are places which will say shut down and people won't do it. And local police are not going to be able to necessarily enforce every single bar or restaurant following the rules. It requires people doing it. It requires restaurants doing it. Illinois has ordered bars and restaurants to close starting tonight until March 30th. That's a couple weeks almost. Here in Massachusetts, Governor Charlie Baker says all gatherings of more than 25 people are banned. Restaurants can be takeout only until April 6th at minimum, and possibly all the way until April 17th. Some conflicting reports about the exact dates. Schools are closed. Things are closing down. California Governor Gavin Newsom says California will be closing bars, nightclubs, and wineries, and that everyone aged 65 and over should be self-isolating. Do not go out in public. Washington State is shutting down restaurants, bars, entertainment, and recreational facilities. Restaurants will be allowed to do takeout and delivery. There are people who still say, there aren't that many cases. We have 340 million people and we have 3,500 cases as of right now. Number one, understand that we don't have 3,500 cases. By some estimates, we likely have between 1 and 500,000 cases. We are just not testing. We're not testing. We don't know how many cases we have. There are people who will say this is simply going too far. When you understand the math of viral contagion, you realize you have to do it before it's too late, because otherwise it's too late. It needs to feel like it's too early, because otherwise you're going to be behind the curve. And look at what happened in Italy. It's a tragedy what's happening in Italy. They did too much too slowly, and now they have more active cases than China, despite having a population that's 96% smaller than China's. Think about that. And that's because of delays. Every day matters. You've got to turn the corner on the new case number, meaning you need to change the inflection of the curve from more new cases each day to fewer new cases each day. When you look at new cases in the United States, it's up every day. This is the time to shut it down, because otherwise in 10 days, the U.S. could look like Italy. If this comes to your state, and it likely will at the rate that we're going, be part of the solution. Don't be part of the problem. And by the way, don't hoard, okay? The hoarding situation is getting very bad. There was no toilet paper shortage expected. Rumors swirled that there would be a shortage. Think about it. Why would all of a sudden there be a shortage? Doesn't actually make sense. People buying all the toilet paper they see creates an artificial shortage. And you have tragic stories of elderly couples driving around all over the place, not feeling well in many cases, looking for a roll of toilet paper because you have people, and I'll play you videos momentarily, people fighting. It's like Black Friday looking for the cheap TV over toilet paper. I went to a couple local grocery stores. All yogurt was gone. All eggs were gone. All meat was gone. Frozen vegetables, frozen fruit, all gone. Fresh produce, by the way, plenty of. People, I guess, completely ignoring that at this point. Don't hoard. Build up a strategic supply of a couple of weeks of food, which most of us should have anyway. A couple weeks is reasonable and non-perishables. And understand that you will make the problem worse. It's really, really bad what's going on. This next story has absolutely exploded, and it's as detailed as it is disgusting. As we're discussing today, a whole bunch of companies are working on coronavirus vaccines. That's a good thing. One of the companies is a German medical company named CureVac. There are now widespread reports with corroboration that Donald Trump offered $1 billion to this company to secure the vaccine for the United States only. Now, the reaction from Trumpists was totally predictable. First, they denied it was true. Fake news, fake news, fake news. Oh, it's been confirmed by German officials and authorities. Well, they said, good for Trump. He's watching out for us, America first, which is exactly what you would imagine a Trumpist would say about this. So let's go through the details. Trump was interested in buying this future possible vaccine for the United States for $1 billion. This became known inside of Germany to the point that the German government was almost negotiating against Trump, offering money to the company so that the vaccine would stay in Germany and be available to everyone as it should be if and when it is ready to go. Germans were understandably outraged. The world is understandably outraged. Trump wanted to get the vaccine here and only here somehow to help him politically. That's what this is about. That's what Donald Trump was trying to do. Now, of course, U.S. officials can't deny the story because it's been corroborated so widely. What they're saying is it's been misreported. For example, U.S. officials are saying, we're talking to lots of companies who are working on vaccines, and we can offer money to them to help them. Of course, that's not what this what this is. And any solution that is found, they say, should be shared with the world. What they're not saying is, would it be shared with the whole world at the same time, or would the United States get it first, giving Trump the opportunity to announce, I got us the vaccine. Americans are getting vaccinated before anybody else. Now, adding to the intrigue here, last week, this company, CureVac, weirdly announced they were changing CEOs. This was unusual. CEO Daniel Menechella was replaced by Ingmar Hoare just weeks after Menechella met with Donald Trump. The hypothesis is, and again, this part is more speculative, the hypothesis is that Menechella may actually have been willing to accept the $1 billion from Trump to give the vaccine only or at least first to the United States. The board and stockholders of CureVac caught wind of it, fired the guy, put in a different CEO, and said very clearly, if we are successful in developing a vaccine, it should help and protect the entire world. The German health minister, Spahn, said that a takeover of CureVac by the Trump administration is, quote, off the table, that CureVac will only develop a vaccine for the whole world, not for individual countries. Look at where the world is today. Donald Trump offering cash to give him the vaccine, to let him get the benefit. And of course, after denying that this happened, his supporters predictably started saying, hey, this is good. Trump's president of the United States. Trump is not president of Italy. Trump is not president of Germany. His first priority should be get us the vaccine. But of course, this is as immoral as it is stupid. The disease didn't start in the U.S., yet we are now increasingly ravaged by it. Vaccinating only Americans wouldn't help, since no vaccine is 100% effective. Not everyone would get the vaccine, and the disease would simply keep spreading if only Americans were vaccinated. this is aside from this being utterly disgusting. It's also very, very short-sighted. This is that sort of dumb America first mentality that's not only immoral, but it's also idiotic in this case. And as I read this, I realized, if Trump wasn't born to a rich family, instead of trying to buy a vaccine for $1 billion from Germany, he'd be the guy buying the hand sanitizer in order to start price gouging by then selling it at 30 or 40 bucks a pop. Understand that Germans are shocked and appalled by this. People in Germany can't understand, how is Trump even a person that exists in the world? Never mind, how is he president of the United States? And sadly, these low information Trumpists who see him as unable to do any wrong say, love it. Go Trump. Make America great again. Keep America great again. It's a nightmare hellscape of embarrassment made worse every day. And just to put a final point on this, imagine for a second the reverse situation. Imagine a pandemic was spreading all over the world, and it turned out that a U.S. company had a vaccine ready to go. And imagine that the U.S. company sold rights to the vaccine to, I don't know, Italy or Germany or France or China or Russia or whoever. And maybe later they'd make it available to Americans. The same people who are saying don't regulate businesses and what a good job Trump is doing trying to get us the vaccine would be saying, take over that business, put the executives in prison. It is a disgusting double standard. It's truly a stunning story. And my guess is over the next few days, we'll learn a lot more about the details. Make sure you're following me on Twitter for all the latest COVID-19 updates. A lot is happening on my Twitter account @dpacman. We'll take a quick break and be back right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Robert Little and Stephen Moncrief. Robert and Stephen, thank you for your support. I also want to say thank you to today's longtime sustaining member of the day. That's Paul Foster. Paul's been a member for almost 5 years, and we are now just days away from our first 10-year David Pakman Show members. Incredible. Join them at joinpakman.com. Grab a membership. You get the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show, as well as the bonus show available only to members. You can also get a 40% discount off of your membership with the coupon code THISIS2020. You all know I call things as I see them. And right now, it's time to call the virus situation as I see it. Idiots and bad people are destroying our ability to curb this virus as soon as possible. Their behavior is putting people at risk, and it will cause people to die unnecessarily, people who didn't need to die. Now, I'm not just talking about the people in our government. I'm also talking about just regular old people. You might remember, and by old, I just mean regular people, not elderly. I did a story back in February of last year, about 13 months ago, called "It's Time to Admit That Many Americans Are Stupid." And clearly this struck a nerve. It got more than 600,000 views, a very positive reaction, more than 16,000 likes. But a lot of people didn't like it. A lot of people felt that it was an attack on them to some degree, or on people who just lacked education. And this is not what we are talking about. We have never had a clearer case of bad and dumb people will be the death of us than what is happening now in the era of coronavirus. Coronavirus has exposed the deficits in our systems, the deficits in our healthcare system, in our economy, in our president's capacity to deal with a crisis, a total lack of capacity, that is. But we're also hurting because of bad and dumb people. And I'm going to go through some examples with you today. Of course, the context being to stop the spread of the virus, absent functioning antivirals, a vaccine, antibody treatments, all of which are under development. It's going to be a while. We need to reduce exposure and transmission. Stop gathering in large groups. Work from home. Stay away from other people. All this stuff, many states are realizing it, shutting down bars and restaurants and gatherings even as large as 25 people. Look at just a sampling of what happened over the weekend. This is just a handful of examples. There are hundreds or thousands of these. Oklahoma Republican Governor Kevin Stitt posted a tweet of himself out with his kids in a very crowded restaurant saying, "Eating with my kids and all my fellow Oklahomans at the Collective OKC. It's packed tonight." This is the exact opposite of what medical experts say we should do. And of course, we live in a world where one party has decided medical experts are basically just people with opinions, which we can ignore if we don't like them, because it's just like saying, I think low taxes are good. It's just an opinion. Our Republican governor here in Massachusetts is taking this seriously, activating a system to get nurses from out of state licensed in state within 24 hours to keep up with demand, saying close schools, work from home, starting a restaurant and bar closure other than takeout and delivery starting tomorrow. And meanwhile, the Oklahoma governor is bragging about being at a packed restaurant with his kids. Is this weaponized ignorance or is this a bad person? You tell me. Governor eventually deleted the tweet because of the obvious blowback. People are hoarding. People are hoarding food of all kinds. People are hoarding toilet paper. This is creating an artificial shortage. There was no expectation that the supply chain was actually going to be disrupted for toilet paper, nor that toilet paper usage would actually go up. But people are going crazy and they're doing it with food as well. Here's video of people rolling around on the ground, pushing each other, yelling at each other, and fighting for toilet paper at some big box store. I don't even know where this is. Doesn't matter. It's happening all over for toilet paper.
One per person. One per person, one per person.
Again, this is all started by rumor about a shortage. People go fight for toilet paper and they cause a shortage because people are hoarding it. If people just kept buying toilet paper at their normal rate, using it at their normal rate, there'd be no shortage. There'd be no scuffles for people pushing each other in order to grab toilet paper. Are these stupid people or are they bad people? I don't know the answer. More and more in blue states, people are staying home. St. Patrick's Day parade here in Boston canceled. If you're from the area, you know just how big of a deal that is. Not everywhere, though. Here's a girl at some kind of St. Patrick's Day street party talking about, well, I'm 21, I'm immunocompromised, but I don't care because I take supplements.
I have a compromised immune system, but I'm still only 21. But I'm not even worried because I just take supplements and I self-medicate, so it's fine.
Is this a dumb person or is this a bad person, for lack of a better term? South Korea has tested large numbers of asymptomatic 20 to 29-year-olds and found that a whole bunch of 20 to 29-year-olds who feel fine have the virus, and they are spreading it all over if they do what this girl is doing. It has to stop. Here is Republican Congressman Devin Nunes going on Trump brown-noser Maria Bartiromo's program on Fox and saying, hey, you know what? This is a great time to go out to a restaurant. It's not that busy. You can get right in and get a table.
And there's a lot of concerns with the economy here because people are scared to go out. But I will just say, one of the things you can do if you're healthy, you and your family, it's a great time to just go out, go to a local restaurant.
Yeah.
Likely you can get in easily. Let's not hurt the working people in this country that are relying on wages and tips to keep their small business going.
We're very sympathetic.
Don't run to the.
Understood.
Yeah, just don't run to the grocery store and buy $4,000 of food.
Right, they're cleaning off the
Go to your local pub.
We want to be very sympathetic to what's going on.
No pushback from Maria Bartiromo. Should that be criminal, what Devin Nunes said? I tweeted asking, should this be criminal? A whole bunch of my Twitter followers said, yeah, what Devin Nunes is doing there should be criminal. Now, Devin Nunes isn't wrong to be concerned about the economy. The economy isn't a free fall. But the problem is a systemic structural one. The solution isn't to now say, well, we have to just keep going to bars and restaurants. What we need is a system of paid sick leave so he can be less concerned about the restaurant employees, not having disbanded the pandemic response team, having a functioning healthcare system. These are structural problems that they don't get solved by saying, go at the individual level and continue to engage in the behavior that's spreading the disease. If we are going to have this level of both stupidity and just straight up disregard for others, we are in very, very serious trouble. And as we see the partisan divide, Republicans have to a third as likely to be worried about coronavirus as Democrats, to be taking action around coronavirus as Democrats. We are in a situation that is only going to get worse. That's where the data is pointing right now. Okay, there's a ton of disinformation and straight up propaganda floating around about coronavirus. So I want to go over the actual science around cures, treatments, and vaccines that are being investigated, what's most promising, timelines, etc. Before we jump in, remember, drinking silver won't cure coronavirus. Prayer won't cure or prevent coronavirus. Buying a 2-year supply of toilet paper certainly won't help. Black people aren't immune, as was floating around. This is not a Chinese bioweapon created in partnership with Kim Jong-un. We'll get to that. This is a virus, and as such, we can look at vaccines, antivirals, and antibodies. And then in the meantime, the treatment of symptoms and, of course, social isolation in order to prevent transmission. The treatment of symptoms, of course, includes things like breathing assistance through ventilators and other things that can be done while the body is attempting to fight the virus off naturally. Let's first talk about vaccines. Vaccines take a while to develop. There is a large range being cited for how long it might take until a vaccine is ready for public use. You have to get through development, clinical trials, approval, production, distribution. There are some vaccines that are ready for trials. The timeline that is most realistic for a vaccine being ready, optimistically, we're looking at 8 months. Less optimistically, looking at 18 to 24 months, sort of at the most conservative. There is already a vaccine from the Israeli Migal Galilee Institute because they've had a poultry coronavirus vaccine for a while. They've modified it to be a human version. It should be ready to test any day. But again, the testing is the beginning of a very long process. There's a bunch of other vaccines in development subject to the same timeline. The vaccine is, of course, for people not yet sick in order to make them immune. No vaccine is 100%. The idea is if lots of people get it, you can build herd immunity, reduce what's called R0 or R naught to below 1, meaning one person is infecting no more than one other person on average. Right now, the R naught of COVID-19 is between 1.4 and 3.9. And obviously, until we get that below 1, we will continue to have more cases. Second, antivirals. COVID-19 is a virus, not a bacteria. So antibiotics would not work against it. Antivirals are used to treat viral infections. Antibiotics go in and destroy the bacteria. Antivirals instead tend to prevent the virus from developing, replicating, or spreading. There's a few promising ones being tested. They all have their side effects. One is called remdesivir. It's made by Gilead Sciences. It was developed for Ebola. Didn't really work well for Ebola. It's being tested in clinical trials right now, including, I believe, in South Korea. Now, there are conflicting reports about how well it's working. There was a report last week saying it's working well. other reports saying it's not really clear it's working better than placebo, and it has significant side effects in a large portion of patients. We just need more data. Maybe it's an antiviral that could be modified to better work on COVID-19 with fewer side effects. There's another antiviral being tested in Japan called Avigan. Now, this was actually developed by Fujifilm, and it was developed as a broad spectrum flu antiviral that Japan stockpiled, and it can have serious side effects up to and including birth defects. So women 18 to 40 straight up shouldn't even be using it at all. Experts think this is probably Avigan not going to work well enough to justify the risks. And then we have the possibility of giving people antibodies. Antibodies actually neutralize the virus pathogen, the specific one. When you fight the virus off naturally, you develop antibodies. The idea is take the antibodies from patients who have recovered and transfuse them into a serum, which you can give to another patient. The issue is the logistics are tough because right now, the antibodies you can get from one patient in the tests that have been done are enough to give to one patient. 1-to-1 is not a great ratio in terms of the logistical task that's required. It's being looked at. There are also side effects, fever, allergic reactions. You can also transmit infections. That's being tested in China. At the earliest, it looks like fall. Then Dutch researchers have found another antibody, which they say seems to be working against the virus in lab settings and could be used to develop an antiviral. It's also early, could be a while until that is developed. So as all of this comes together, what we're quickly learning is the social distancing, work from home, avoid crowds, shut down restaurants, going out only for necessities like groceries and medications, otherwise remaining isolated. That's all we have right now. And until some of these things can be developed, we have to do that. Unfortunately, too many Americans aren't taking it seriously. I don't want martial law. I don't want police lockdowns. That will get very, very ugly. So people have to start cooperating. Otherwise, it's going to get even worse. We'll be continuing to cover this on our Instagram account. Follow The David Pakman Show on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
So we've gotten to the point where any attempt to do actual journalism and hold people in positions of power accountable is going to be written off as an attack by a huge portion of Americans, because that is exactly what their fearless orange leader, Donald Trump, is doing. Donald Trump was asked by reporter Yamiche Alcindor during his coronavirus emergency declaration on Friday about how he shut down the pandemic response team. Trump called the question nasty, claimed to have no idea what she was talking about, but also sort of blamed Anthony Fauci, who was standing behind him, who just said, I don't know anything about it. This is just disgusting and stunning. And watch Trump say, well, I don't know That's a nasty question. Maybe ask Anthony Fauci. I have no idea.
My first question is, you said that you don't take responsibility, but you did disband the White House pandemic office, and the officials that were working in that office left this administration abruptly. So what responsibility do you take to that? And the officials that worked in that office said that the White House lost valuable time because that office wasn't disbanded. What do you make of that?
Well, I just think it's a nasty question, because what we've done is, and Tony had said numerous times that we've saved thousands of lives because of the quick closing. And when you say me, I didn't do it. We have a group of people. I could ask perhaps my administration, but I could perhaps ask Tony about that, because I don't know anything about it. I mean, you say we did that. I don't know anything about it.
You don't know about the reorganization
that
happened at the National Security
It's the administration.
Council.
Perhaps they do that. You know, people let people go. You used to be with a different newspaper than you are now. You know, things like that happen.
But this was
Please go ahead. We're doing a great job.
Notice Trump slipping in there. Well, you changed jobs, so like maybe the pandemic response people also just changed jobs. Nothing to see here. Denying it happened, but saying if it did happen, maybe Anthony Fauci knows something about it. Now, there's something special that I have for you today on this. Back in 2018, Trump was asked, why did you cut the pandemic response team? And at the time, Trump knew exactly what he was being asked about, and he didn't deny doing it. And in fact, he defended what he did. He said, hey, we haven't used those people, and I don't want to pay people that we aren't using. Remember, Trump 3 days ago saying, pandemic response, that's nasty. Maybe ask Fauci. Here is Trump right after he did it saying, oh, yeah, I did it, and here's why.
Some of the people we cut, they haven't been used for many, many years. And if we ever need them, we can get them very quickly. And rather than spending the money, and I'm a business person, I don't like having thousands of people around when you don't need them.
So Friday, it's I didn't cut anyone. That's a nasty question. If anybody did get cut, maybe Fauci did it. I don't know. When he did talk about it back in 2018, he knew exactly what he had done. He defended doing it. But the real thing here is, listen, Trump being a liar and Trump being incompetent, that's not new. The treatment of journalism is what is actually nasty here. Calling journalism nasty is very, very nasty. Donald Trump has framed up a situation where, as far as he's concerned, he's done everything right and Obama everything wrong. Questioning him about it is nasty. Asking questions like, you did this and it didn't work out well. Are you responsible? That's a gotcha question in this era. And of course, there's always the question, is he more likely to refer to women as nasty? Is he more likely to be referring to black women as nasty, as is the case in this particular instance? I don't know. We'd have to run the numbers on that. One never knows, but what's nasty is Trump's behavior, his competence, which is incompetence, his treatment of others, and absolutely and totally weaponizing delusional narcissism. Weaponized delusional narcissism maybe should be the tagline of this administration. Let's talk about lying. I'm against lying. And I know that that's a quaint statement to make at this point, but I want to hear the truth from our politicians, even if it's not good. But not all lying is created equal. Lying about, I reduced the deficit, when in reality, you reduce the rate at which the deficit was growing. Okay, I mean, listen, these are lies. They're provable lies, but it's very different than the pandemic is under control. It'll go away soon. No one will die. We will have few cases. Donald Trump cannot and will not stop lying about coronavirus. And this included, and it continued when he announced the national emergency for coronavirus on Friday. A national emergency for something he said 2 weeks ago was nothing and would be going away. No, he announced it at a White House press conference on Friday. And one of the things Donald Trump announced was that Google is making a national coronavirus testing website where you can type in your symptoms, follow a flowchart process to be told, do you need a test, and then be directed to the closest testing location to go and get tested for COVID-19. Let's take a look at what Donald Trump said, and then we'll look at what the truth is.
I want to thank Google. Google is helping to develop a website. It's going to be very quickly done, unlike websites of the past, to determine whether a test is warranted and to facilitate testing at a nearby convenient location.
Notice that Trump even interrupted his lie there to say that other websites weren't developed quickly. He was referring to healthcare.gov, the Obamacare website. Again, just obsessed with Barack Obama, even as we're in a national emergency. Now, the real problem is Google had no idea what Trump was talking about. They had no idea Trump was going to announce this. Trump even said Google has 1,700 engineers devoted to this project. It was all a lie. First of all, Google's doing nothing. Alphabet, which owns Google, has a unit called Verily. Verily is working on a triage tool for coronavirus testing meant to be for healthcare workers in the Bay Area who may be exposed in the process of working to treat coronavirus. Google immediately started getting a flood of inquiries and questions when Trump announced this. They had to put out a statement that included clarifying, quote, statement from Verily, we are developing a tool to help triage individuals for COVID testing. Verily is in the early stages of development, planning to roll testing out in the Bay Area with the hope of expanding more broadly over time. Trump can't stop lying. Remember that in the Oval Office address last week, he said we're shutting down all travel from Europe. Turns out U.S. citizens and U.S. residents can go back and forth. Wasn't true. Trump said the Europe shutdown includes cargo and trade. It didn't, but it still rocked the markets. Trump said insurance companies were waiving copays on coronavirus treatment. Turns out it was only copays on coronavirus testing. The man cannot stop lying. It is life or death for many people. It appears that Donald Trump has put not only Mike Pence in a position of power in this entire fiasco, but also Jared Kushner, who knows absolutely nothing about infectious disease or pandemics or public health or outbreaks. He just knows nothing about it. We're dealing with bad people who are also incompetent and are in way over their heads. How would you expect garbage in, garbage out? How would we expect to get anything but garbage coming out when everything that is being put in is garbage by people who don't know what they're doing, are in over their heads, and seem to care more about optics and elections than actually preventing death? That's the bottom line.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships and Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Hatriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpakman.com and patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I have a really interesting video to look at with you today. We are truly seeing the worst of what a dishonest and incompetent administration is capable of. Dr. Seema Verma was interviewed by Fox News' Martha MacCallum. Now, Dr. Verma is the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services in the Trump administration and part of the coronavirus task force. She went on Fox News and was asked 6 times by Martha MacCallum very specific questions about the number of tests, ICUs, and ventilators available for coronavirus, okay? Trump has been insisting for weeks anyone who wants a test can get a test. They can't. That's not true. Trump has been saying people who are flying into the country are being tested. No, they're not. They're sometimes just having their temperature taken. Trump says there are more than enough tests. There are not. Trump pretends like our cases numbers are accurate because we're testing so many people. We're not. The numbers aren't accurate. We might have 500,000 people currently infected. And I have to say, this is not praise of anything other than Martha McCallum in these 5 minutes. Okay, it's not praise of Martha in general. It's not praise of Fox News. It's merely Martha McCallum realized she was being snowed. She does a good job of exposing this Trump robot who can't stop lying and can't answer a single question. So I'm going to play for you a bunch of questions, which essentially ask the same thing. What is the number of actual tests available? What about the ICUs? What about the ventilators? And you will notice how every single time Dr. Seema Verma just talks about something different. And Martha McCallum tries to bring her back, and Dr. Verma just again answers about something else. When even Fox News hosts have to expose a Trump bot for obvious lies and deception, you know they're being more deceptive and dishonest than usual. Let's get right into it.
My pleasure.
How are we doing on these tests? So I remember last week, I believe, Alex Azar, the HHS secretary, said that there would be millions of them out there by the end of the week. Has that happened?
You know, our focus is on making sure that people that need tests can get tests. And so one of the things that's already available is that at every public health laboratory across the nation, these tests are available. What we're working on now is to increase the capacity in the private healthcare system, because most of us, when we go get tests, we don't go to a public health lab. You're used to going to your doctor's office, they order the tests, and that usually is handled through our private healthcare system. And so we've been working with the private system to essentially ramp up so we can make sure that those tests are available.
Our focus is on making sure people who need the test get it. So we're working on capacity at private versus public. It's not an answer. So Martha McCallum tries again. You promised millions of tests by now, and we don't have them, right, Doc?
So is it true that there are millions of those? It's now almost the end of the week. So has that mark been met that we heard about from Secretary Azar? Because I was at a doctor for something else the other morning and asked, and they said, you know, we can't get them. We've been calling. We called the state. We called here. We can't get our hands on them. And then I heard it from another doctor earlier today with the same story with a patient that she wanted to test, and she tried to get a test for that patient and was unable to do so.
Well, today, one of the things that we did, Dr. Hahn and I hosted a call with over 1,600 representatives from hospitals to work with them around how they can do the testing inside their hospital laboratories. The other thing that we're focused on is preparing the entire healthcare system. Some of the conversations that we've been having with hospitals is making sure that they have.
Again, no answer. Question is, you promise millions of tests. My doctor says they have none. She answers, well, listen, we've been having phone calls with hospital reps about testing in hospitals. We've issued guidance, no tests, no answer. And Martha McCallum is starting to get irritated. She filibustered there for more than a minute. Eventually, again, Martha McCallum manages to get a word in and asks another time. And this time she says, well, we have ICU shortages. We have ventilator shortages. We have shortages of equipment to do tests.
Okay, but in terms of actual equipment, we heard Bernie Sanders today, for one, coming out and saying that there's a major shortage of ICU units. We've heard that there's a shortage of ventilators, even swabs and equipment for the actual tests. What's being done about that? And how concerned are you that when these numbers do start to rise, which Dr. Fauci has told us to expect, that there'll be enough ICU units, enough ventilators to help the people who do get sick in this country?
Well, that's why we have an emergency prepared system. You know, we're used to dealing with disasters. If we look at some of the disasters that have happened around hurricanes in Puerto Rico and Florida, there is a system in place to make sure that folks that are on the front lines have the equipment and the supplies that they need.
So are you saying that we do have enough?
One of the things that we're doing at CMS is to have rapid dialogue with healthcare providers. So we're meeting with providers.
Well, we have a system. But the question was about equipment. Oh, but there's no answer to that. We have a system. We have meetings. We have guidance. They have plenty of dialogue and guidance, clearly. But what about the equipment? More filibustering about tests and equipment. Martha comes back in again. And this time, Dr. Seema won't even let her ask again, just talking over Martha McCallum.
The needs that they have.
Yeah, I understand
the other
that.
thing that we've really
But can I
focused
just
on
ask you one more
is
time?
telehealth
Will there
and
be
making
enough
sure that people understand, hey, before you go into your doctor's office, you can call your doctor on the phone and have a discussion with them. And they can tell you whether you need to come in or not. And that's really important because we don't want to have people have to travel unnecessarily if they're not feeling well.
No, absolutely.
And if they come into a healthcare facility, they could also be putting others at risk.
Martha tried to ask again, and the doctor just said, you know, call your doctor, have a discussion. Eventually, Martha McCallum gets to ask one more time. And this one is just nuts. Dr. Verma goes directly into saying Trump has been bold and decisive, and check out the look on Martha McCallum's face. She can't believe it. It's a smirk of disgust as the last big lie is told. And Dr. Verma knew it was a 5-minute interview and this was the last 30 seconds. Praise Trump and avoid answering the question.
Making sure that providers can use telehealth and telemedicine to serve their patients.
We've made that point here quite a bit, and I think it's a very important point to make. But before I let you go, I want to ask you one more time. Are there going to be people in this country who don't get a ventilator if they need one? Are you concerned that the actual physical equipment that is needed to serve the people who will get sick is out there? Can you reassure everyone tonight that there is not a shortage of ventilators or ICU units?
And that's why the president has taken such bold and decisive action, right? We're not waiting for this to get worse. We're not waiting for this to be a crisis in our healthcare systems. And that's why the mitigation strategies that he announced last night, limiting travel from Europe, not allowing that. We've given travel advisories on cruise ships. That's why we're taking all of this action, because we don't want to put stress on the healthcare system.
Okay, that's not a direct answer to the question, but it sounds like a hope that there won't be enough sick people and we won't run out of ventilators because we have mitigated, and we certainly hope that's the case.
Guys, this was 5 minutes. Martha McCallum asked 5 times, tried to ask 6 times, was only able to ask 5 times about tests and ventilators and ICUs, and there was not a single factual answer from this Trump bot who just, it's almost like her software malfunctioned and she just kept repeating the answers to a different, she was working off of a script for a different interview. It didn't matter. She loaded up that script and read it for this interview, and it's dishonest, it's disgusting, and, this is nothing other than saying, at least here, Martha McCallum kept asking and said, those aren't really answers to my questions. What else can we do? They're just not going to be straight with us. Fox News, now going to a very negative Fox News story. Fox News allowed lunatic Christian Jerry Falwell Jr. to suggest that North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un may have created coronavirus as a weapon to attack the United States. We need to listen to doctors. We need to listen to pandemic specialists. We need to listen to scientists on coronavirus. We don't need lunatic Christian preachers who come from a line of lunatic Christian preachers in their family, like Jerry Falwell Jr., to go on television and say these things. And if they say them, we need them to be held accountable, which Fox News did not. So this is a clip of Christian pastor Jerry Falwell Jr., associated with Liberty University, son of the late Jerry Falwell Sr., who once said 9/11 happened because of gay people and abortions. His son, Jerry Falwell Jr., goes on Fox and Friends, which Trump regularly watches, remember that, and check out not just what he says, but how the Fox News clowns don't even push back at all about it.
It's just strange to me how so many are overreacting. The H1N1 virus in 2009 killed 17,000 people. It was the flu also, I think. And there was not the same hype. It was, you just didn't see it on the news 24/7. And it makes you wonder if there's a political reason for that. It's impeachment didn't work, and the Mueller report didn't work, and Article 25 didn't work, and so maybe now this is their next attempt to get Trump. But I had the owner of a restaurant asked me last night. He said, "You remember the North Korean leader promised a Christmas present for America back in December. Could it be they got together with China and this is that present? I don't know, but it really is something strange going on."
Well, Jerry, so regarding the fact that you're going to continue to have classes,
people are overreacting. There's too much news coverage. This is politicized. Coronavirus is just like impeachment. And isn't it possible this was a weaponized virus created by Kim Jong-un and China to attack the United States? Fascinating, Jerry. And you guys are continuing to hold classes. That's the reaction from the Fox News people. Now, let's go through it at two layers. At its face, this is absurd, first and foremost. But think about it a little more deeply. Other countries so far, there's still time, but so far, other countries have been hit way harder than the United States. Italy, Iran, China, Spain. So why would Kim Jong-un punish the United States by creating a virus that disproportionately kills people in Europe and Asia, at least for now? Every aspect of this appearance is weaponized ignorance, and it's irresponsible. It's InfoWars level stuff that is being allowed on Fox News. I told you last week, attorneys general have been sending out notices to people selling fake coronaviruses like drinking silver. They should be sending out the same notices of cease and desist to Fox News for allowing known disinformation to spread, which will cause panic and misunderstanding and potentially cause even more cases of coronavirus and deaths. Now, one other thought to consider. Jerry Falwell is simultaneously saying this is all an overreaction and it might be a North Korean bioweapon. Think about that for a second. If this really was a North Korean bioweapon, aren't we underreacting? That would be insane and effectively an act of war. If it is the case that this is a North Korean bioweapon, we're not overreacting. We're drastically underreacting. But Fox News just says, oh, yeah, right. And you're continuing to hold classes, Jerry, at Liberty University. Fascinating, fascinating. They've all failed us. The people that elected Donald Trump have failed us, as he now is completely in over his head, lying uncontrollably, diarrhea of the mouth, can't tell the truth. It's like Pinocchio with Donald Trump, except the more he lies, instead of his nose getting bigger, his face becomes more orange. And meanwhile, Fox News is allowing this stuff and continuing to have people on saying this is a great time to fly. The planes will be empty. This is a great time to go to nice restaurants. The restaurants will be empty. These people will be our undoing. And we are working against not only the virus, but we are working against the disinformation viral spread that is happening simultaneously. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. I got a bunch of these questions about the connection, the possible connection between coronavirus and the election in November. Take a listen.
Hello, David. The name is Gerard, longtime follower. Question for you. If the coronavirus should keep going on until November election time, could Trump declare the election postponed, canceled, and essentially go on as president without an actual election?
Not really. So here's the thing. First of all, Trump couldn't postpone the election by himself. You would need congressional support to do it. Even with congressional support, it would be difficult to do. Trump could say it, but that would not make it so because Congress sets the time, place, and manner of federal elections. But the thing is the following. Congress would need to rewrite 3 U.S. Code subsection 7, which has the timeline for electors, which are chosen by states, to vote in the Electoral College. Remember, when we vote in November, each state is saying we want our electors to vote in this way at the nominating at the electors convention. That is set for December 14th. So if lawmakers manage to delay the election, they really couldn't delay it beyond, a few days before December 14th without having to rewrite the Constitution itself, which says the president can hold office a term of 4 years. The election is happening at this place, so on and so forth. Now, here's the other thing that a lot of people are worried about, which is imagine that Trump succeeds in doing it. Does he just remain president? And the answer is no, because this has been researched. The 20th Amendment terminates each presidential term at noon on January 20. So even if at the federal level, at the states level, things were delayed, Trump as president would be terminated on January 20th regardless. Now, of course, it would all be a legal fight. It would be unprecedented territory. But the idea that Trump could do this to just stay in power for some period of time seems extraordinarily unlikely and not something that I would put too much time into worrying about. The real question now is what's going to happen with the primary. Louisiana and Georgia already deciding to delay primaries. There's now a fight about whether the primaries happening in March should even be delayed. That is a much more present thing. We've got a great bonus show for you today. We will actually talk about Georgia and Louisiana postponing their primaries. We will talk about Trump saying that he's going to waive federal student loan interest due to coronavirus. And we will also talk about Trump considering a full pardon for ex-advisor Michael Flynn. We knew it would happen. All of those stories and more on the bonus show. Get access instantly by becoming a member at joinpacman.com.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Call to order at 6:29. First is approval of minutes. We have the reorganization meeting, which happened March 3rd after town meeting. Then there's the minutes from the March 10th special emergency management meeting. And then the minutes from our March 10th regular meeting. So entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
You have to do them individually?
Do we have to do it individually? Do we have to do it individually for the minutes, or can we approve all of them at once?
Yeah, I probably should.
Okay. All right. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd.
So moved.
Second. The one question I got is I read the minutes. I was the only one who got sworn in, and two others that had to.
I got sworn in.
Yeah, I know it, but it's not in, I didn't see it in there.
Well, that happened outside the meeting.
Yeah,
That happened before the meeting
Yeah, I
started.
realize that, but
I put Irv swear in because I knew that I had missed the first part of the meeting. So I
Oh,
didn't realize
okay.
the two others were sworn in. So that was.
Everybody got sworn in. But yeah, that actually happened before we convened the
I
meeting.
realize that, but they still have to be shown somewhere that they were sworn in.
Yeah, Anita has it, I'm sure.
Well, I got swore out, so.
Okay, any further discussion on that? All those in favor of approving the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the meeting, special meeting minutes from March 10th, which was the emergency management meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the special meeting minutes from March 10th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I opposed. Didn't know nothing about it.
All right, I'll vote in the affirmative. It was, we formed a quorum because Crystal was there representing the hospital.
No, that's okay. I wasn't there, so.
So I'll vote in the affirmative. Motion passes. And then I will entertain a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from March 10th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the meeting minutes from March 10th, the regular meeting, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Additions and deletions. I have one addition. We have a liquor license renewal request from Riverbend, so we'll take care of that in new business. And then I guess we can move on to the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll in the amount of $9,772.44.
Have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $9,772.44 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax, in the amount of $4,320.92.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $4,320.92 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $17,807.66. What?
I have $6.66.
I have $17,807.66.
Sorry.
Okay. Typo.
It's supposed to be the 7, Harlan?
I had 6 because I was looking at these. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
But if that's what.
I was going to say, I don't have that, anything here. Would you like to take a look at it? Yeah, I looked at it, probably assigned it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a transfer typo. Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
This number 3 on this paper is $666,000.
Or you're looking at the minutes from March 10th, I think.
Oh, it's not the right one then.
No.
Oh, okay. I'll throw it away
That's the
then.
meeting minutes.
I thought that was funny.
Those are from the meeting on March 10th. So there should be a small piece of paper that has just some numbers on it that will say warrants.
There's 5 warrants on it.
Yeah.
That would have come in
That's
with
all right, go for it.
Okay, did we vote on that?
I don't think so. I seconded it.
All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the highway fund in the amount of $9,014.42.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying highway warrant number 4 in the amount of $9,014.42 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Alrighty. Excuse me. Moving on to reports. Steve, you want to start?
Yes, last week VTrans sent out the small structure grant applications for 2021, along with the certification of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory, as well as the annual financial plan for town highways. Both of these have to be signed by the select board and submitted to VTrans.
Okay. We agree with all of the
We do have
numbers
the
and we
current
have
updated network inventory, yes,
Okay.
and road and bridge standards. And the financial page is based on the budget that was approved at town meeting.
Right.
You can see the breakdown in revenue and the breakdown in expenses.
Excellent. Okay, I would entertain a motion to sign the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So I will pass this around. Today's the 24th.
Yes.
Okay. And then I will entertain a motion to approve, sign, and forward the annual financial plan for town highways.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the annual financial plan for town highways signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So I will pass this around as well.
So after copies are made, either Carla can scan them and email them to Megan Brunk, or I could do that, however you would like.
It's up to you. You're going to have to make copies anyway, so you might as well take care of that.
You have her email?
Yes.
Megan.brunk@vermont.gov.
Did you get any bridge reports back?
Not yet.
With the newest?
Not the newest ones, no.
Soon as it gets warm weather, I'll try to get the gravel and grit off of them. That'll be one of the things they'll give you on the first thing.
Yep. Back to the grant application. So I have filled out 2 grant applications for structures. One, of course, is Bridge 34, the Stone Arch Bridge. This one's pretty straightforward. I have Michael Weisner's report will accompany the grant application as well as photographs. So that's filled out along with some background from the Historical Society. And the second one is for Bridge 43, which we had the engineering study done last year. So my question for the board is, when Bridge 42 was completed, the way the invitation to bid was worded was that the contractor bidding on the bridge was responsible for demolition, was responsible for contracting with the company who was going to build the bridge, for all site work, for all traffic control, and for installation of the new bridge, which we all remember was A.S. Clark handled that.
Right.
Renaud Brothers built the bridge, and Clark took care of it. Do we want to handle Bridge 43 in that same format?
Yeah, but there was nothing in that at the time of it, what happened to the I-beams, and they just disappeared. The old I-beams that came out of that bridge.
I would like to see it handled in the similar fashion with regards to what Irvin's saying, that the salvage out of it belongs to the town of Townsend.
So we'll put that wording in the invitation to bid.
You know, they demolition it and they take care of that, but the salvage is the town's.
Does that have a state plate on it too?
That keyword is one word.
Yeah, that's
32 had one that we had to go back to the state, right?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know that.
No, I don't think it said anything about it in it, and that was
right. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna say before, I don't know, it just didn't get worded so that the salvage was the town's.
Well, I think what happened is as the board, we did not read it in ourselves
close enough.
and
I think you're
come
right.
to that conclusion.
So now
But
that I'm clear.
that bridge, I hope they're gonna widen it more than one car wide.
Well, what would be nice is to see them not only widen it, but straighten it, so you don't come down and have to turn into it. You can kind of.
I can bring a prince
That bridge
next
is
meeting.
fairly straight.
That one's fairly straight. Yeah.
That's that first iron bridge.
I've gone down it a few times, as you have.
But they could.
I'm puckered before when it's icy.
No, but I'm gonna say that it could be to the, well, as you're going up, take a couple trees and stuff out of the right hand, it would straighten it some. But then the next one you're gonna be, but that's gonna be on you because it's less than 20 foot long, is that next little one down below. That'll be on the town.
Yeah.
Because anything less it's a 20 foot along the bridge, state don't get involved.
I didn't know that.
I thought that was 21.
Well, I'll tell you, you've got one right up here by Stan Bills's, where you go up East Hill Road.
Yeah.
Now, there's a 20-foot opening in it, and they turned it down, but I'd still say if there's a 20-foot opening,
It doesn't sit in.
that's a 20-foot bridge, because you've got to be longer than that in order to hold it deck.
Okay, so thank you for the direction on that, and we will move forward putting that grant together.
Yeah.
Excellent.
But I say, I did notice, like, well, across the road from where that road goes up to that house there, they had a place where they'd park cars or something, and that could be a little work done, a few trees put out there, and in fact, the power company's got a stake there that they want to set a pole right on the end of that bridge. I wouldn't after we get the bridge done.
We have been keeping up with mud season, which hasn't been all that bad so far this year. And then we've had a few snow events. We had 2 last week, and of course we had last night and this morning. So winter's still holding on a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's all I have.
You're lucky. We're down Brattleboro there on Gibson Road, which goes from up by the country club and comes out over on Meadowbrook Road. That's still closed. Due to mine. Been in the paper
Oh, yeah.
for 2-3 weeks.
Yeah. Okay, is not a counter money week. So I have the report from the treasurer. In the sweep account is $750,602.73, and in the checking account is $30,000 even. Okay. So next up was, this is the correspondence that I gave everybody last week, the Economic and Infrastructures Development Grant Opportunity. I don't know if you guys got a chance to look through it. I went through the website. It's pretty short on details as to what the matches may be. And they also think they amended it so that the letter of interest is not required, but it couldn't hurt if we think this is something we might want to go after, to draft a letter of interest and send it off to them.
Okay.
So if we want to do that, I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor of sending a letter of interest to the Economic and Infrastructure Development Grant Opportunity, which is being done by the Northern Border Regional Commission, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Steve, do you have a template for that kind of thing? For letter of interest? Or anything that we've used in the past that you have?
No, I do not.
Okay. I'll find one on BLCT.
There might be a template too on their website. I will double check, but I also might have something.
Okay, great. Yeah, if you could, I'm just going to put this in this makeshift folder for Carla's stuff. We have no members of the public. Old business. So we have many appointments to make. I'm going to just read through the whole list, and then in discussion, we can decide if there's anything that you guys want to talk about, just so we don't have to read it more than once. So for Social Services Screening Committee, we would appoint Kathy Grieve, Meredith Kenyon, and Chris Groats-Cook. Rescue Inc. would be Kathleen Heggie. 911 Coordinator is Helen Holt. Fence Viewer, Christina Wright. I assume that got cleared. Inspector of Wood and Timber, Rob Wright. Inspector of Shingles, Rob Wright. Animal Control will remain with the constables. The Pound Keeper will be the Select Board. Recreation Committee is Christina Wright. Valley Cares Board is Crystal Mansfield. And Wyndham County Sheriff's Liaison will be the constables. So I would entertain a motion to make those aforementioned appointments.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of appointing said representatives signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if we could update the appointments list to reflect those, that'd be great. There was one other part of that. So we had gotten a letter before town meeting from the Social Services Committee, which will remain the same as it was. And they wanted to put together a little more cohesive procedure for people applying, setting deadlines, asking for mission statements, and some explanation of what they do. So they would like to, I guess what we need to do is guess we have to change the procedures for Townsend Social Services Committee requests. And they would like the following stipulations: that all requests be submitted by the last business day of October to allow time to vet them. All requests are to include information regarding agency's mission. All requests are to include information regarding how Townsend residents benefit from the agency's services, and requests that are submitted after the proposed deadline or without the proposed requirements would be reviewed at the discretion of the Social Services Committee. So I would entertain a motion to create that plan going forward.
Second.
All those in favor of adopting the Social Services Committee procedures for requests signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Sorry. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. They had also said that they would like to send out a letter to recipients from the past 2 years, just notifying them of the
New requirements.
New requirements.
Yep.
Okay. Good. I will pass that along to them. Okay. Don't cover the agenda. I like having all this room. Okay. Moving on, we have the form from the listers from the last meeting. That is the form 4155. Steve, you had a question on the Kirkpatrick property.
Yes.
I spoke to Mike Bills. He assured me that the statute of limitations has closed and they are not aware of any pending actions for that. So in his mind, it's done and this is good to go. So I would entertain a motion to sign form 4155, the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grant list.
So,
Second.
Well, I just want to, I mean, is it definitely a positive?
Well, I talked to Mike. He assured me that it was. Carla did some research and reached out to the LCT. I don't know if you ever heard back from them.
I did not hear back from the LCT yet.
Okay,
I would
so,
hold off until.
all right. Okay, so we will table that until we hear from VLCT. I always want to call them VLCTV. Okay. We have a request from Community Hope and Action to use the Commons for Family Fun Day for Townsend, July 18th, 2020, which is I think it's a Saturday.
Saturday.
Yep. And they are, we have the contract, which is no, we'll have to get it signed, but we have their application. They are requesting that we waive the fee. So I would entertain a motion to.
What did we do last year? Do we remember?
I think we waived the fee last year. Actually, I'm positive we waived the fee last year.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right. All those in favor of allowing the Community Hope and Action to use the Commons on July 18th, 2020 for Family Fun Day for Townsend with the fee waived, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if you can let them know. And then we will need a copy of their insurance rider. Okay. So next up, we have application for a second-class license for Riverbend Farm Market. It's a renewal. So I would entertain a motion to approve the liquor license renewal application for Riverbend Market.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, hearing none.
That's just beer and wine, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna say they had, why I said that, because the liquor license, they lost it once.
Oh, they need to get it back, because nobody can sell liquor here now.
Well, yeah, no, they can sell beer and stuff now, they got it back, but they don't have liquor.
No. Well, liquor's a state store anyway.
But I still had to have a license to say to do it.
Yep. So all those in favor of approving the 2020 liquor license renewal for Riverbend Farm Market signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So we all need to sign this.
On the left.
On the left.
Sorry, was it Class A license? A Class A? Or,
Second class.
Second class, sorry.
Alright. Okay. Last two items on the agenda are related. The first one is vtalert.gov is a website where you can put in to receive text or email alerts regarding, well, you can choose however you want to do it, whether it's weather, but particularly useful for the COVID-19 outbreak. And then for COVID-19, I have a statement from Sherwood Lake, who's our emergency management coordinator. It's fairly long, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but we will attach it to the minutes. He and I are in pretty constant contact. I know he's in touch with the hospital and the fire department, as well as all the state agencies. So we are getting regular updates and the latest best practices. And then I also had a similar letter from Glenn Beatty from the fire department, talking about what they are doing to prepare and cope for whatever eventuality might come by. So we can put that also in minutes. And for government agencies and private nonprofits, FEMA money is now able to be applied for. So if you are a private nonprofit, or Steve, this would apply to you if you guys get asked to run supplies, also apply to the fire department. Just anything that you do that's related to this outbreak, document time and materials. So that we can submit that later on. And they're reimbursing, I think it's 75%, they said. And the last thing is there is a change to the open meeting law that came out this morning, I think. So we can do now our meetings completely remotely without a designated place to have them. What we do have to offer, we would do it, I think, is either a video conference or a conference call or some combination of both. We do have to allow access to the public to join in the meeting, and then minutes as normal. There was some discussion about making them have to be recorded, but I didn't see anything in the final draft that mentioned that. So something to think about. If we do decide to go that way, we will ask Rick to post something on the website, and we'll post a warning to that effect before the next meeting, if it
I
comes to
know
that.
in the past that, well, like when Kit was on the board, he'd be Florida in December, and we'd have the meeting here, but he would be by phone.
Yeah, and you could always do that. What's different now is that in that case, you always had to do it at a place where the public could attend.
Yeah.
Now it allows the public to attend electronically, but there is no requirement to have a physical place for them.
And we do the same thing with solid waste. We have a call-in number that somebody can can't make it to the meeting, but they can be heard. And they hear the meeting.
Yeah. So I mean, I just recently set up a Zoom account for my own self, so we can use that. Hopefully, it won't go on for too long. Right now, as it stands, I think we have enough separation. I feel fairly comfortable with this setup, but if things change, I'll get in touch with everybody. Okay. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Okay. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Is any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has? For me. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. With everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
For me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, everybody. Session? Anybody? Okay, I would. Thank you, everybody. Session? Anybody? Session?
Okay. Members of the public, did you have anything from public?
I already addressed with you guys prior.
Well, it wasn't official, so
Oh,
just real quick, if you'd like to, so you can get your time on the TV.
oh, well, appreciate it. Mark
That's what
Fornell.
you came here for, right?
Dover resident. I came here to learn. This is honestly.
That was
But
a joke.
no, I know. I just came up with one discrepancy, which was a line item under principal's office for other professional services. It had account listing 5343, and I believe it should have been 5341 for other professional services, which I spoke to Mr. Martin earlier today about when we went over the budget together, and thanked him for his time and helping me understand what the certain line numbers represent and how they apply to our budget.
Okay, and then Matt, you're gonna get an answer for us.
Yeah.
If it's a typo or if it's.
Yeah.
Because Mark just looked it up online, there aren't any, or I think Tammy, I'm sorry.
Tammy.
That Lori just
Might be a
developed
new
for the
account.
upcoming budget.
Yeah, so we'll find out, and Matt will send a note home with your kids or something.
Okay.
Okay, Matt, so you just let him know, and, okay, thank you. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, Andy.
Review and approve the minutes of the February 17th and March 4th meetings. So for some reason, we also got a copy of the February 11th meeting, which is actually the school district annual meeting. And I noticed, Andy, and I forgot, nobody ever really approves them, right? They just kind of, the annual meeting minutes, you just kind of file them away, right?
Well, no, I have Bob Backus sign them.
Okay, has that been done?
Yeah, for last year, not for this year.
Okay, so you just deal with that. We don't have to do anything with the.
No.
Okay. So if anybody wants a copy, I have a copy of it if you want to look at it. I mean, I glanced through it and it made everything as clear as mud. What was that one article that we had?
Changing the date?
Yeah, change the date.
That one. I think it captured it pretty well. Nice.
Yeah, there's like 3 votes there, so that
Yeah.
definitely, that was fun, huh?
Yeah.
So I have the February 17th meeting and then the March 4th meeting. So is there any, I think, Mark, you had some names that were,
Yeah, the February 17th, there was no administration at that particular meeting. So Bill, Tammy, and Matt to be taken off. Other than that, it seemed accurate.
okay, so let's do that one separately then. So can somebody make a motion to approve the February 17th meeting minutes without?
Sure, so
Okay, so Rick moved.
with the changes?
With the changes.
Okay, I second.
Mark seconds it. Is there any more discussion?
No.
Yes, Matt.
I just noticed under next meeting, it says March 4th at 6:30. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Oh, that was the one that was on a Wednesday night.
yeah,
Got
that
it.
was the one,
Yeah.
the reorganizational meeting.
Okay.
That's when we met.
Got it, thanks.
It does, never mind, I'll bring that up in a second.
Okay, so if there's no other discussion, all those in favor of the February 17th minutes, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Appears to pass unanimously. I have the Wednesday, March 4th minutes. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve them?
I make a motion that we approve the March 4th minutes.
Okay, do we have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Mark seconds it, so there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those are
One question.
approved.
Speaking of minutes, is there anyone taking tonight's minutes?
Yes,
The cameras. The camera.
and then Peter's gonna write it off the camera.
Gotcha, okay.
And Matt, you're just gonna take some notes, or, no? Okay,
I'm not taking notes.
Okay.
okay, cool.
You want me to take some notes?
Nope, that's fine.
One,
Okay.
one thing of note, our the agenda is saying our next meeting is at 6:30 in Wardsboro.
Yeah, we'll fix that.
So.
We always warn the meetings, and our meetings say 6, so that was just a typo. So under correspondence, I have one letter from Matt. Dear members of the River Valley Unified School District Board, I would like to take the opportunity to respond to Mrs. Kraft's letter to the school board dated January 30th, 2020. I met with Mr. and Mrs. Crafts during the week of February 24th, where we discussed some of their more specific concerns, including the role of actions and how we can improve communication in that area. As you may know, the IB program places a strong emphasis on taking action as compared to just researching or creating materials on a particular topic. Students are asked to take action, to do something rather than just talk about it. We certainly do not want students to shy away from the complex topics, but rather to dig into them and work through them. Regarding students being graded on who they are, the Crafts were referring to our analysis of student progress towards demonstrating the characteristics associated with the IB attributes. As part of the IB program, we use a group of behavior attributes that guide our daily work, help clarify behavioral expectations in public spaces, habits of mind, and habits of work. These attributes are rated on a slightly different scale than other academic standards in an effort to distinguish them from those skills. A 3-point scale for this indication how often a student demonstrates the behaviors associated with the attribute. Never, sometimes, most of the time, for example. This system is meant to help identify the behaviors that represent the attributes or values we hold highly and encourage students to strive for most of the time. In her letter, Ms. Crafts questioned the strength and priority of the team of teachers here at the Dover School as compared to past staff members. In terms of the strength of the Dover staff team, certainly the team remains strong and dedicated, placing children at the top of our priority list every day. They prove this through their dedication to children, long hours, and high-quality lesson preparation and delivery. Ms. Crafts and her family, along with all other Dover School families, enjoy that benefit every day. Ms. Crafts mentioned that some traditions had ended when Mr. Davis retired. Of course, we all miss Mr. Davis, but when veteran teachers leave, often the richness they take with them was a result of their personal investment in individual skills. Unfortunately, there are times when beloved traditions must be replaced by other activities. New staff members bring new ideas and new traditions. This is a natural part of the growth and change of any organization. It is true that the Dover School has a long tradition of strong core values and broad general knowledge of the global village, as Ms. Crafts noted. While I was not present during the decision-making period, my understanding of at least one reason the community chose to pursue the IB program was to further develop those traditions and to define the academic program within the structure of the international accreditation offered by the IB program. The expenses associated with the authorization were justified on the basis of the community's ability to offer world-class education and to play a role in marketing the wonderful work being done at the Dover School on behalf of the local economic development. This in addition to the ability to attract families in support of developing the local workforce and overall economic development. Finally, to provide the next level of challenge to a school community doing well as measured by the basic usual measures schools are typically measured by. Much of the staff turnover during the past 4 years has been on account of added staff, as in the case of the added 5th grade teacher, expected retirements, and unexpected moves. Most of the changes were anticipated when I was hired, as noted by the hiring committee. Every new hire during my tenure has been enthusiastic about assimilating the IB instructional style because they understand the value of and the opportunity presented by teaching within a program that is considered the gold standard globally. In terms of enrollment, with the exception of last year to this year, enrollment has been relatively steady over the past several years. In terms of test scores, there have been many factors that may have influenced this change. Due to the small class sizes, changes in assessment and staff turnover would be very difficult to attribute declining test scores to any one thing, including the addition of a formal structure to the academic program. As a school, we responded to the trend in SBAC scores in the following ways. There's 5 bullet points. We implemented a math achievement plan which yielded a 15% increase in math proficiency on SBAC scores in the first year of implementation, 2018-2019. We added a benchmark assessment system that gives us a significant amount of skill level data for each student. In 2018-2019, our fall to winter benchmark performance was excellent. This year's results are even better, indicating that in January, 87% of our students are in the low risk category for achieving grade level expectation in math skills by the end of the year. And math has never been one of our strong subjects, has it? Our staff participated in significant professional development in math instructional practices over the past 2 years. We are seeing the results of that investment now. We have made significant changes to the unified art schedule as well as daily classroom schedules, ensuring there is dedicated time daily for core math and ELA instruction as well as WIN time, which stands for What I Need, in every classroom K through 6. This time allows teachers to work with small groups of students on specific gaps in basic skills. We're in the process of implementing the supervisor union's academic support team model of targeted intervention. Regarding Ms. Kraft's comments about teacher burnout, I must disagree. I believe our teachers are stronger and more reflective now than at any point during my tenure. Admittedly, during the final years of IB candidacy phase, the staff was working extremely hard to meet authorization requirements and the workload was formidable. Since the formal authorization in the spring of 2018, most of that attention has been released. The following steps have been taken to manage the institutional stress we face at school. 1, the WCSU has provided trauma-informed schools training for all employees over the past 2 years, which has allowed us to gain a better understanding of the challenges faced by staff members and systems to address those challenges. Second point, we have 2 delegates representing Dover in the WCSU Trauma Catalyst Group to address specific institutional stress facing our employees. Third point is the Catalyst members and I meet regularly to ensure this work reaches our staff effectively. Our delegation has regular staff meeting time on a monthly basis. And lastly, the staff members participate in regular wellness activities as directed by our health PE teacher and spend a significant amount of time collaborating, working together on various school and community projects, leveling out the tremendous load teachers face. Frankly, I don't know that we've ever dedicated more resources to stress management than we do now. This Dover School faculty is fiercely committed to the well-being and education of all students. Teachers regularly work 9 to 10-hour days, often spending weekends, holidays, and vacations preparing their lessons, not because they feel pressure to do so, but because they are driven to provide the best education possible, and they have a very high expectation of themselves and their work. In terms of the school website, there are some areas of the website that are out of date. Most, if not all, of the pieces that are out of date have been remedied. This is more due to a lack of administrative systems than teacher overload. Teachers and tech support staff have been engaged to help remedy this problem. While I was not present when the program was initially described to parents, I can assure the board that I observe classroom instruction almost every day, and the IB program is being implemented with fidelity as required by the International Baccalaureate Organization. The IB program remains generally the same. However, the concept of student agency, fostering more independent choice and input into their inquiries, has been added recently. The change in Think Like Planners is purely teachers' changes in the name, approaches to learning. The skills have not changed. However, it may be that what Mrs. Kraft sees as different than originally explained. Reflection and change are a required part of the action cycle and certainly are required for improvement. The designated core instruction times I mentioned earlier are dedicated to teaching basic skills. There's also time dedicated to IB projects within the school day. Teachers do an excellent job of balancing student needs with time. It is best practice to provide students with some sort of schedule so they can anticipate and be prepared for what is coming during the day. The fact that we may label inquiry time certainly means all the reading, writing, math, science, history that may go into a given unit. We also use win time, what I need, because it allows us to dedicate even more time to gaps in basic skills as needed. This year, spring of 2020, marks the end of our second full year of implementing the program as a fully authorized school. Parental and community understanding of the IB program is a regular topic of discussion among the IB coordinators and principals. The IB program is complex and requires a significant and ongoing informational campaign to help community members fully understand the language and concepts. This is something we've tried to establish, but certainly could use more time and resources to implement. We feel the students are doing an excellent job of assimilating the language and concepts of the IP program. They may not always be able to communicate their knowledge with their families, but we continue to try new ways to improve home-school communications. Mrs. Kraft noted it is commendable to try new things, a position I fully support. The school community should feel proud that they decided to take on implementing a world-class academic program in a small school with small resources. We believe in the power of reflection. The program will undergo a 2-year review this spring, at which time we'll have more data about how parents, students, and staff feel the implementation is progressing. As always, please let me know if you have any further questions, and thank you for your time and continued support. Matt Martin. So we do have it on the schedule to discuss this, and you were waiting for, you were going to do a survey. So,
yeah.
And that goes out soon?
We expect that to go out next week.
I think we're on the schedule of the first meeting in May.
It's originally the second meeting in May, but there was a response.
Right, because we wanted to do it in Dover.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would it be possible for you to email that letter to the whole board? There was a lot there.
Yeah.
I'd just like to be able to read it.
I didn't read it very well.
You read it extremely well, but you read it a lot faster than my mind can process every word.
I only stumbled over every other word. Okay, thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Everybody good? Anybody? Okay, old business, equity, calendar for discussion. So you should have a thing that looks like this, and it shows goals for the year. And one of the things was Laura had asked us to look at local equity definition, and we also talked about unity. So that's supposed to be in April. So Matt, just make sure that between you, Tammy, and Bill, we have that for one of our next meetings so that we can discuss that.
Got it.
The other thing we wanted to talk about was working on our web and communications presence. So I think, so we have website design, we have web and communication presence as a goal for April. And we just asked that this stay on the calendar. We have all that stuff from last year. When Mark wasn't on the board, he was helping us. So can we just get that back, and maybe for our next meeting, we can do those two things, just at least start on those. Now, isn't Wyndham Central working on some new web stuff too? Because I'd asked about email addresses, I think, and you guys.
Tammy, have you heard any? I haven't heard any news on that project, but I can ask Bill. We can ask Bill about it.
If you let me know what he says also, because I'm trying to put a mock-up together. I planned on having ready for today, but my dog ate my homework.
Okay. The other, okay, B22A complaint policy, discussion of possible action. So we had at the meeting on we did public complaints about personnel policy D10. So that's been moved to warn.
You know what?
On the 17th.
I have to apologize. That was a typo in the minutes that I forgot to bring up. That policy is actually B22.
Okay. So it wasn't policy B.
It wasn't D10. D10, I don't think, I have my book at home, but the small folder right in front of you is all the policies. I don't think there is a D10.
Okay, so it was B22.
Yeah. And that was warned.
So that was warned, so that hasn't been voted, approved yet.
Can I make a motion
Yes.
to approve that?
Yeah.
Then I do.
So does everybody remember policy B22, which was complaint?
Public complaints.
So we have a motion to approve policy B22. It's been warned, since February 17th, so it's been over a month. Matt or Tammy, did you guys get any comments from anybody? No? Okay, so we have a motion. Do I have a second to his motion?
Sure.
Okay, so Rick seconds a motion, and it's to approve policy B22. So if there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so it's unanimous. B22 is now a policy. It's been approved by the board. Matt, will you just get one that, I don't seem to have one. So can we just have one so we can you can just write that it was approved on this date?
Is this public complaints?
Yes.
And I have it as B22A.
No, that's the other one. There was one specific to staff.
I just have 22 copies of 22A in my
Okay,
packet.
we just need to, right, it's not in the packet, so it got missed.
You just need a blank copy of it?
I need a blank copy of it.
It was personnel complaints.
Personnel. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's see if I can find it.
Okay. Auditor appointments. Andrew.
Yeah.
Well, we can address B22A.
Oh, I'm sorry. B22A, complaint
Sorry,
policy.
Andy.
So, complaint policy, so we asked that there wasn't a general complaint policy because it used to be a little bit less specific, but now it's specific to staff members. So we wanted a complaint policy if somebody had a complaint other than a staff complaint, like they thought the color of the school building was not proper, or that the school bus shouldn't be yellow, whatever. So we have, so they took B22 and just added a little A after it, so now that's our complaint policy for public complaints. So everybody should have a copy of that.
Yeah.
And should have had a copy for a while. We are we're practicing social distancing, so you're on it? Cool. So B22A, is there, so we have to warn this to be posted, and then we get to vote out after it's been posted for a couple weeks.
I'd like to move that we post it with one change.
Okay, well, why don't we discuss your change first?
Under resolving complaints,
Yeah.
the last word of that sentence should be complaint, not complainant.
Yeah, and I thought that was why we.
I thought it was supposed to be fixed.
Okay, I'm gonna do it on this one and give this one to Matt. Okay, Matt?
Wait, so what, the word should be what?
The complaint should be in writing, stating the issue and supporting facts, not the complainant should be in writing. It's the.
Okay.
It's the last word of the first sentence under resolving complaints.
Oh, well, there's two.
The complaint should be in writing.
The complaint should be.
Yes.
The complaint should be encouraged first to bring a complaint to the principal.
Which is correct.
That's
the
correct.
complaint should be in writing, stating the issues and supporting facts.
So that should be, the complaint should be in writing.
The last word of the sentence only should be changed to complaint from complainant.
Well, it's not the last word, it's the
Not the last
second.
word of the sentence.
It's the second word.
Last word of the line. I
Yes.
apologize.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the last word.
All right,
Okay.
that's what confused me. Yep, gotcha.
Okay, is everybody good with that?
Somebody have a dictionary for me?
Okay, so Mark, with that change, are you willing to make a motion to approve, to warn this?
To warn it, I am, yes.
Okay,
I
so
made that one.
Mark moves to warn it. Will somebody second that?
Second.
Laura seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so unanimously that carries. Matt, I'm gonna leave that here for you.
Thanks.
Okay, auditor appointments. So we asked at our annual meeting, we talked about auditors and whether we needed them or not. So we asked Bill to look into it. And it's
Andy.
interesting.
You asked Bill or Andy?
Well, we asked both of them, I think, right?
I think you did.
So Bill came up with it, because we're a union school district, we need auditors But if we were a town school district, we didn't. Is that what you got, or
I
what did
don't
you
know
get?
what Bill got.
Okay. What did you get?
Here's what I got. I got that, and this is me playing lawyer here. Now, you folks have an auditing firm come in once a year, do you? Right?
Yes.
Takes care of all the SU's books, including yours, including everything you do?
Yes.
All right. So basically, you know, the statute says you gotta elect 3 auditors. There's also a statute, so school law is newer than town law. A lot more town laws, right? So when they decided to make all these laws pertaining to schools, they adopted this little law here that says, when in doubt, look at the town laws. If we didn't cover it under school laws, the same laws that apply to towns apply to schools. And the town law says that at an annual meeting, you can vote to eliminate the office of auditor. So basically, you know, if you ask 2 different lawyers, they'll give you 2 different opinions. If you want to be sure that you can eliminate the office of auditor, or you want to be on firmer ground, I would ask an attorney whom you pay for an opinion on that. It's still going to be an opinion. The bottom line is that the people's interests are taken care of by the auditing firm whom you hire. And if you were to decide to vote to eliminate auditors, worst case scenario, somebody challenges you on it, and either you go to court or you say, okay, we'll appoint auditors and move forward.
Which it seems like it's going to happen anyways, because nobody seems to come forward.
Right. So it's kind of, unfortunately, there's no case law. Nobody's ever taken a school district to court for eliminating the office of auditor, but, you know, there's something to hang your hat on if you wanted to try it.
Okay, so do you know a person by the name of do you know a person by the name of J.P. Isabel at Vermont.gov?
Yeah, JP. Yep.
Okay, so Bill sent this to JP also.
Yeah, right.
And JP, so you did really good, because he mentions via 16 VSA 706J.
Yeah.
And says it says a town school district does not elect auditors. However, for a union school district, it seems that 3 auditors are required to be elected.
Right.
Because I think he says for that shall.
Right.
So if nobody runs, it's just like anything else, I think. So we should just probably appoint 3 auditors and maybe put this on for next year to discuss about voting it down, referencing.
Yeah, I would say you have a lot of latitude here, okay? I would say JP's going to give you a very conservative opinion, as he should, right? I'm sort of telling you, you can do this, and under your circumstances, I feel comfortable telling you that you're looking out for everybody's interests by hiring that auditing firm to come in once a year and take care of the books, right? JP's not going to tell you that. If you decide not to appoint anybody and leave those positions vacant, still no harm that I can see to the people's interests or to the fiscal responsibility. But that's up to you. You want to appoint auditors, go ahead. You know, I don't, the downside of either not appointing auditors or eliminating them is that somebody challenges you on that. And what are the consequences of that? Well, you then appoint auditors, or, you know, or not, whatever. But the books are taken care of is the bottom line.
Right.
And it's your decision.
And we can comfortably go before the voters of both towns, I think, and say that we're comfortable that our money's being looked after. Nobody went to Bermuda for a 2-week winter vacation.
How about Bahamas?
They may have gone to the Bahamas.
They were pretty comfortable with that this year, right, when we voted.
Right.
So, and they also voted not to elect.
Well, it's not that they didn't vote, but
They didn't vote
nobody,
not to. Yeah.
nobody came forward, and Bob went through.
Well, they voted
to bypass the article.
They voted to bypass the article, not just to not elect someone.
Actually, you know what?
Is that correct?
Got it right here, guys.
You got the minutes right here.
Dr. Backus explained the allowable methods of appointing. Dr. Backus knows voters could choose to not to nominate anyone. It was suggested to pass over the nominations. Mr. Capitani noted there had been nothing due this year. So Ms. Rand moved to pass over Article 4. So they just passed over.
They passed it over, so it wasn't that anyone came forward. So you're saying we can not appoint someone this year, and then next year we could put on to no longer have auditors? We put that on the warning next year?
Yeah, so basically it's your decision. I don't think it's a big deal if you leave the positions open and don't appoint anybody. Technically, you should probably, within a reasonable time frame, appoint auditors because they weren't elected. But in this particular situation, I don't think it's that big of a deal. You have an auditing firm who's going to come in and do the books better than any elected auditors you could elect at town meeting. So if you leave them open, in my opinion, though you might not be following the letter of the law.
Yeah, well, I think because the voters determined to pass it over, but it wasn't just someone stepping forward, they basically gave us the okay that it's okay not to, for us to appoint. That's the way I see it. But
For us to appoint.
Well,
to appoint.
I'm sorry. He's
Yes.
been raising. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So since the auditor position is a paid position, I believe it's on the board, right? Would that then become a surplus for the school system, or would that then, those funds just be allocated for the professional who are hiring to come in to do the books?
No, it would just be, we wouldn't spend the money in that line item.
Okay, so then
Not
would that
every-
be a
not every
surplus?
line- Just because there's money in a line item doesn't mean it's always got to get spent. So
Okay.
if I could predict what's going to happen a year and a half out, I would not be here.
Well, no, I understand.
We would
No
miss
one
you.
has a crystal ball.
Right, so.
And
so-
last year, the auditors didn't do anything.
Right,
Even though we
as
had them.
Randy Capitani said at the meeting.
Right.
I think it's, yeah.
Yeah, so the questions to the board, is the board comfortable without appointing auditors, or do we want to ask the three auditors we had before if they'd like to be appointed again and do nothing again for the year?
I'm pretty comfortable. I
With
was
not
gonna say,
having
I'd like to at least attempt to appoint if people have an interest and put on the warning next year, asking the people whether they want to eliminate that position.
Okay, Dwight?
I feel comfortable not having them because the people kind of told us this year that they were willing to pass over it because they didn't do anything.
Okay, and you agreed with Dwight. Where'd you come down? Did you agree with
Yes.
them? Okay, so we're not gonna appoint anybody this year, and if somebody makes like Andy said, if somebody holds our feet to the fire, then we'll do what we have to do.
Worst case scenario is we have to appoint someone.
If someone
That's the worst
challenges
case
us
scenario.
in the court.
Right.
Why would they do that if it wasn't any purpose? Is there any-
Okay.
Some people just like to bring things up.
I think you made a good point at the meeting, what was it, fence watcher?
Yeah.
Ware of
Yeah.
coal. I mean, these are all
Ware of coal.
on town meeting day as positions that are still
Well,
having
we
to
can-
fill, but yet nobody weighs coal anymore.
And those are all money, you know what I'm saying? You cut, if they let you guys get away from those things, right? You get
Well,
money.
we had three auditors last year, but they didn't do anything, so they didn't collect any
They
money.
don't meet, they don't get paid, so.
Right, it's only when they meet. It's like the moderator doesn't get money every month. He just, if he wants to put in to get paid when he has a meeting.
But we do budget for it, that's the question.
Yeah, but that just carries over in the surplus, or if it makes us less of a deficit. Andrew, thank you. It's really good when we
Thank you,
can get
Andy.
together and discuss. So to get Andy out of here, I'm gonna skip around a little bit. One of just because I asked him to stop in and we're running a little late. One of the things that Andy had brought up at a couple meetings, or I think the meeting in Wardsboro, was about the advisory committee. So Randy referenced, which he brought us a copy of, our articles of agreement in Article 17. Will take appropriate steps to include residents from all member towns in policy and budget development. So it says the board may establish for each school a building-based school advisory committee. So I think Andrew felt that could have addressed some issues that had gotten brought up, or I don't want to put words in your mouth. Why don't I let you?
That's page 2 of the thing I just handed you. And basically, it occurred to me during the informational meetings, given some of the questions, that this might be a way to involve parents and members of the community in the budget process so during the year, so that the questions didn't come up right at the end of the budget process when you're not prepared to deal with them. But other than just having read the articles of agreement and it popping into my mind, that's all I really know about this. So I figured I'd copy the article for you and let you folks and the principals do what you will with it.
So one of the things is, this was originally put in when there was 3 schools and we were spread out a little further, when Marlboro was still considering. And some of the things is, we have allowed a lot of public opportunities for participation in policy and budget development because we don't do anything behind closed doors. So every time we discuss the budget, starting in September, we were on TV, and it is in open board meetings. We do really work hard to make sure we hold meetings in different towns, and that was one of the things we kind of faced when we were a 3-town community, because then it would be even longer before we get back into towns. We do we try to share information on the website, even though I know the website's been a little tough, and videos. So I'm not against a school-based advisory group. I just wonder if we would get any more participation or if everybody would wait till the end. So I'm not sure what other people's thoughts are, but it's definitely something we can either ask about, we can see if there is interest from people to do that, and or not. Well, no, my thought was, how do we get people to understand when we're, it's, I think it may be more of a reaching out to get more people interested before the budget's finalized, while we're actually talking about budgets. And maybe we need to hold some specific meetings in September when we give instruction to the superintendent's office and the administration about what the budget wants to look like, and make a point of making sure that we advertise that. I don't know if that may not be better, a better solution, but then, everybody can always say, I couldn't make that. You never get a chance for everybody to make meetings. So we in Dover, and I don't know if you guys ever did in Wardsboro, we did actually have a budget committee at one time, and it was basically the same people. It didn't bring any new people in, but again, that was a long time ago, and I think we should retry things, and it is something that we are allowed to do. So Andy, I appreciate you bringing it up. I think it's a really good point. I'd like to hear, if you have nothing else to add, I'd like to just hear from our administrators and see. I know, like, we used to do coffee with the board after, morning sing on Fridays, and then that kind of, people stopped coming. Is there other times that we
tried that too, coffee conversation. We tried to offer it after our all-school meeting, and they were well attended, maybe 2 or 3 parents in the beginning, and then as time went on, it was me waiting for parents.
Right. Having a conversation with yourself.
Right.
Sure.
I think maybe because a lot of parents work, I know my wife wanted to go to the other board meetings after school sing, or the coffee meetings, to discuss and understand more of not the politics, but more what's going on in our community here at school. If we did have a different time, and maybe if it was announced, one thing that's really great about this school, and I believe Wardsboro too, is that not only do we get an email, but we get a text that says, hey, look at your email. This is what's going on. I wish that more boards in our community, especially the Water Abatement Board, also did that.
Yeah, just be specific to us, because we have no say or control over any other board.
If maybe those meetings were advertised, or if we were getting the text for maybe later in the evening on different dates, we might have a better turnout because of different parents' work schedules and some parents being single parents, having to work, I think maybe it's just the time that doesn't work for a lot of parents, where we might have a better turnout. And if we could try that, and then we were texted and given the emails like we are most of the meetings here, that it might be more advantageous.
Matt, do you send out a text that there's gonna be a school board meeting?
We don't announce the board meetings by text. It is on the calendar on the school website.
How hard would that be for us to do? Would that add an
Pretty
additional
easy.
burden to you folks, or would that be pretty?
It's pretty fast and pretty easy.
Can we send that out and then just let people know where the agenda is?
Sure.
And maybe, and then maybe that kind of answers a little bit of what you're saying. The other thing is, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just a follow-up question. So you're thinking, I mean, as you're talking, I'm thinking during budget development, say in the fall when we're, starting to think about the programs. Is that what you're thinking in terms of time?
No, I'm thinking all board meetings.
Just all of them across the board?
Right, because again, there may be something that somebody's thinking about and may not have to do with budget. And, they may say, God, I want to go, and it just gives them a little extra reminder.
Yeah.
I think he makes a good point about not everybody, I don't think we're going to be able to have 6 different meetings so we can have, 6 different time periods for everybody. But I think we can definitely get it out there more to the staff or more to the public. And if that's a way that, some parents get it, I'm all for reaching out to parents.
Question for Matt. That texting service system that you use, can non-parents be included on that if they wanted to?
They can be.
Okay. Just come to you or Tammy?
Yeah, we can make custom lists that we include in that or not include.
I like the idea of that, obviously getting the agendas out, but I think if we can have, if there's a certain theme that we're hitting on at that meeting.
Well, yeah.
That was just, you were getting at before, whether it be transportation or the, development of the budget. So just kind of hit that one theme home, like this is your chance to talk about this topic. I know that happened to me in the past. I'm just go to a meeting hoping, and the agenda's there, I get it, but sometimes it's hard to know. If a parent's told, we're going to be talking about transportation today, we're going to be talking about the budget today, we're going to be talking about development of school programs, you might get people to show up for that.
Then we have to pick which
Well,
items on an agenda.
it's the agenda in addition to this part.
I think we can ask our administration to just kind of they're going to have a feel for what people think are important in their schools. So we'll just, they can just say, hey, look, one of the things that's going to be discussed is something,
Right.
but please check the agenda for a full list.
Yeah.
Is
That's a
that
good
too
idea.
hard? That's not putting too much pressure on you guys, is
We
it?
just need to coordinate because we don't work off of the same exact system. We just need
Right.
to coordinate times so that we're all sending it out at the same time, so everyone's getting the same information at the same time.
And that kind of fits what you were saying, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
The other thing I would like to, just because Andy has brought it up a couple times, I think he got brought up at our annual meeting, is let's just see if we can weigh out, is there any interest in the building, in residents and parents? I don't know if it include residents. Yeah, it says residents and members. Is there any interest in meeting with the administration and or a group to talk about what's going on in the schools, and just we'll gauge the interest? I know sometimes we send something out and ask for volunteers for something, we get no response, but this would be a good chance just to gauge how many people would be interested and would maybe participate.
So can you say that again from the top, just so I have a good...
Just that, the board is thinking about a school advisory committee, that could meet maybe with the administrators in each building to, Andy's got a copy of it. Is that what you just gave him?
I'm giving them a copy of that article from the Articles of Agreement that it talks about school advisory committees, so just for their information.
Matt, it specifically says a building-based school advisory committee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would just suggest that with surveys going out, that might be a nice place to put that, if we could put that information in
Well,
a
you guys
survey.
do
And then
surveys, so,
we could put that
yeah,
information
I just
in that.
think, just let's gauge what interest there is,
We were wondering a little bit about that work being redundant to the board. Were there any concerns about that?
Well, let's see how it goes.
See what the interest is first.
I mean, I guess if you get no interest, then it's a moot point. And then I just think it's the charge of what the committee does, the advisory group is. And I know there's some, West River has those, so we can maybe, instead of reinventing the wheel, maybe we'll, if there is any interest, then we can look into what West River does and see how that fits for us. Is everybody okay with that?
The what's in the articles is pretty specific. I mean, it's opening, open meeting laws. It even includes making videos, making them available online. So that would be an expense that we would incur. So I just think
Well, we do, all those four things, that's what we do. We've been doing that from day one.
Right, but we're talking about separate meetings now.
No, the advisory committee would meet separately for that building, but they don't, we wouldn't meet separately with each advisory committee. The advisory committees would talk to the principal, and the principal can bring whatever that advisory group is to us.
Right, but this is what the advisory committee has to follow, based on the articles. That's what I'm saying.
No, we can
We'd have
adjust
to
that.
amend it.
Right.
Yeah.
So we can do whatever, because I'm sure the West River group did the same exact thing, had the same exact article, but they just put some guidelines to help guide the group more than this, or more specific. So let's just see what the West River group did, because they had the same exact article. And I know they are doing advisory groups, but they're also 5 buildings, and they're in a little different situation than us.
Different towns.
Yeah. Andy, did you good?
I didn't read it that those meetings necessarily had to be televised.
No, I don't
thought they
either.
were talking about.
It has a colon at the end of that paragraph.
Yeah, but if you read that sentence, it's not referring to those meetings.
Right, it's the Unified District Board will provide public opportunities for participation in policy and budget development by practices including holding meetings in different member towns, we do that, holding several budget information sessions, we do that, sharing information on the board and school website, we hope we're doing that as best we can, and making videos of board meetings available online.
It's a poorly written paragraph.
It's poorly written. If those are separate, I think it's written to be I think the way it's written, that those are meant to be included in the paragraph above it.
No, I
don't agree. But it's poorly written, I agree with that. I think it's just kind of listing a list of items that the board needs to.
So that whole last sentence could be a new paragraph.
Right.
And, I don't know why it wasn't, and if, the whole thing was kind of a blur. I mean, I think that's what I'm saying, is I think we're doing everything that we said, it's just there's not a committee that is meeting with the principal to advise on the building, specific building.
Yeah.
And we've never told anybody they couldn't come to us and give us advice or their thoughts or.
I was only referring to if we have this committee.
Yeah.
Unless we change this article, they need to follow those.
No, I disagree totally. But let's have it may be a moot point, there may be nobody that comes along. Hard to tell, hard telling, not knowing. The other thing Andy did for us is, Andy at the end of the last meeting, I think it was somewhat talking with also, can't think of her name, in Wards, Jackie, the town clerk, was that there was some concern about the election of a person from Wardsboro for the school board, and then, could we vote both school board members at the school district annual meeting instead of in Dover at the town meeting, by ballot in Wardsboro, by floor vote at the town meeting. Because even though they used to vote from the floor, it was at the school district meeting the night before.
So basically, when we were warning the town meetings and your annual meeting, the process was real clunky, and didn't work awesome. You know, everybody had to sign everybody else's warning. You know, questions about whether, you know, if the moderator for the school district was not also the moderator for Wardsboro, how would they open a separate school meeting to then elect their director at their town meeting? You know, like, and in there's a lot of clunkiness to the way we elect our school district directors. In Dover, you know, if I wasn't your clerk and you needed to run an election separate from town elections, you know, as long as I'm your clerk, that's not going to be a problem. As long as I'm the clerk in Dover, even if you elect somebody else for your clerk, it's not going to be a problem. I'll take care of that. But there's a lot of clunkiness to the system, the way it works, and I was thinking, gosh, it would be so easy and simple if you just elected your directors all at your annual meeting from the floor. Simple, no problems. And I wanted to talk to you about that, and that's why I'm here. And I've kind of decided it should be clunky in the way it is, because I don't think that's a great idea. Wardsboro didn't come up with a director this year and from the floor.
Usual too, they had to stop the meeting and then enter into a new meeting.
Yeah.
What was the term they used? To suspend the meeting and enter into our meeting and then go back into.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but clunky is a good word.
It's clunky. I don't, and how do you improve that? I don't know. I in Dover, I love to have people petition to be on an Australian ballot because they need to be invested at least enough to get signatures on a page. You know, whereas if you just show up to a floor vote and nobody, you don't feel like standing up in front of everybody and putting yourself forward in that way. Nobody knows you're there. Nobody knows to vote for. I like doing it the way we do it in Dover. I don't know what would improve Wardsboro, and I don't personally think it should be changed, as clunky as it is. But I put that on here for you guys to talk about because you can change these things. And what I gave you on page 3 and 4 is what you need to know in order to change these things.
And this is the stuff you gave us when we were discussing the original change.
I gave you this stuff already. I just cut it all down to specifically voting for your directors. If you want to change something there, you can change something, and you don't need a vote at a town meeting. You guys can change it as the board, and I wanted you to be aware of that, know how to do it, and discuss amongst yourselves what you want to do.
So historically, you know, remember when we formed this district, the state required us to make the first election had to be by ballot. And there was 3 of us because we were electing a whole new board. And then because Wardsboro had always voted from the floor, there was some discussion. We talked about it for almost 2 years, I think. You know, because the first year wasn't because we didn't have to elect the first year. It was 2, 3, and 4 year positions. Okay. So but we felt that, you know, Dover and Wardsboro could be separate. We would respect each other's town's uniqueness. And that's why we went back to the floor vote in Wardsboro. But according to what Andy's saying, we can change it back to a ballot vote that may make town meeting in Wardsboro less funky, I guess, or less clunky.
So going to a ballot vote in Wardsboro at their town meeting might be problematic, and you want to talk to their town clerk about that because they don't currently do that.
They
For
don't
me,
vote anybody.
they vote from the floor for everything in Wardsboro. So for me, it's simple to put another race on the town meeting ballot. It's nothing to me. But in Wardsboro, it would be then they'd have to be open from 7 a.m. or 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and get their BCA together to hand count votes, and it would be a big production for them, whereas for me, it's no big deal.
And if they had if we had a special school district meeting just for Wardsboro voters the night before, like they used to, because there's nothing other than just voting that position, there may be nobody shows up.
Sure.
If we try to go, I mean, so yeah, it's what's the,
So can we vote from the floor at our annual meeting for Wardsboro?
I believe you could do that, yeah.
I would think that would be the best approach if it's for us.
well, so I had one question about that though, because one of the things Andy had mentioned was, we can give, if you're from Wardsboro, we have to identify who the voters are.
Right.
And one of the things that, remember in the first vote, when we voted the ballot for the budget, they had to be commingled, so you couldn't tell who was voting for the budget and who wasn't. So I just want to, if we were to do something like that, I would want to make sure that we can protect, because it isn't, we don't want to know who voted up and down a budget, and so we don't want to say, okay, all the Wardsboro people sit here and all the Dover people sit here, so we can vote that one article. But then when we vote on the budget, we can say, oh, everybody that went aye is over there, and everybody that went nay is there.
When people come into the room and you're checking them off the checklist, you can have slips of paper, red for Dover, blue for Wardsboro. Jackie hands out blue slips of paper to voters. I hand out red slips. When it's time to vote for your director in Wardsboro, blue slips are in the air.
And you're still identifying what town people are from.
Yeah, it's just,
But just for that one article, because that's the only time.
Why wouldn't you want to identify what town people are from?
Well, I just thought, because of when we voted the budget, remember one of the things is when we commingled the ballots on the budget vote, we didn't want to be able to say, hey, Wardsboro or Dover voted the budget down. We didn't want to pit.
So you only do pieces of paper when you elect your officer. You do voice vote for the budget,
right? So it
or
can be very
call for a
simple
paper ballot.
that Jackie gives a piece of paper to the people from Wardsboro, and we have that article be elect from the floor the Wardsboro school director, and just the people with the orange or whatever colored paper are the only ones that get to vote, and we keep the Dover vote as a ballot like we have, because like you said, it's not a big deal.
Right.
And
I think an easier approach is we only really need to vote if more than one person is nominated.
That's right.
So if two people are nominated, then we could do it by paper ballot, and when you go up to vote, they can check your name off the registry list, knowing you're a Wardsboro resident.
so, well, let me ask this before we go any further. We've got 3 people here from Wardsboro. So are you folks interested in changing the way we vote again in Wardsboro?
I think we've been having a tough time to get anybody. I mean, I don't know as if going back to a ballot to be voted on.
Back to a ballot.
But would you think at the annual school district meeting?
I don't know if you're going to get anybody to come forward there either.
Well, I think you would. Because historically we've met the night before, and there was hardly anyone from let's say parent age at this meeting, at the town meeting. So we certainly would have more people who are invested in school at the annual meeting.
It seemed like historically we voted it from the floor, and historically we appointed somebody almost every single time.
Huh. You didn't?
We appointed somebody.
Well, I went to
that was the night before.
The night before meeting.
Right.
Because I went to the last couple, and I remember going, you were in there, and you refused one time, and Rick refused.
Yeah, but we've had better luck.
Yeah, because you guys agreed. Thank you.
But I mean, it's definitely a concern, not having someone and seeing the clunkiness in the process. It's almost like it's got to be a setup. Like someone's got to show up that meeting knowing they want to be on the board. Whereas you'll have more people at the annual meeting. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I think it would be better.
Saying that's why if you go around and you have to collect the signatures.
Oh, it's usually
you're
just
making a commitment to run for that seat.
Yeah, but like Andy said, then that creates a whole new, because then the town clerk has to have the board.
You need your town clerk on board. If she's on board, that's cool. You can go that way.
Yeah, I agree with you too on that point. If you go by ballot, then you know for sure going in.
We got 3 people for this
right.
board.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
3 people had to go around and collect signatures.
Yeah.
Tammy, do you want to, as a Wardsboro resident?
I kind of agree with Dwight. I think the audience for the possibility of a school board member would more likely attend the annual school board meeting versus the town meeting, and just the history that I've gone to the town meetings and the school meetings,
Yeah.
it seems like we have more parents that go to an annual meeting or someone that might be interested in becoming a school board member.
Andrew, I hate to do this to you, buddy. Would you be willing to talk to the Wardsboro town clerk?
I would.
And see if they would have any, if she would have any interest, if we could maybe make like the last article just for Wardsboro, however we need to do it, but see if that is an option to vote from the floor at the school district meeting for just the Wardsboro person.
So what do you want me to ask her?
Would she be willing, is that something she'd be willing to work with, that?
The Wardsboro director is voted from the floor at your
District
meeting.
annual meeting.
Ask her her opinion.
Yeah.
She's not gonna,
You won't mind that.
yeah, I'll ask her that. for
Well,
sure.
just to make sure,
Yep,
we're
absolutely.
assuming that.
Good idea.
No, what about
Yes.
the ballot? Can you
And
ask
no,
her?
well, hang on.
Oh,
So that's
sorry.
question number one. And then the second question is, you know, would she be willing to, if they were to be elected by ballot on some day, because it doesn't have to be town meeting day. She could do a ballot any day, couldn't they?
Well, at that point, right, it might not be your town clerk that does it. If it's on town meeting day, it makes sense for your town clerk to do it, right? If it's not on town meeting day though, wouldn't it be me as your clerk running an election for you?
Oh, you don't have access to the voters list, do you? Can you look into that too? How would that work? Could we do a different day?
Could you do an Australian ballot on a different day?
Could you do it?
Could I do an Australian ballot on a different day?
Right, and how would you do that? You'd have to find a place in Wardsboro.
Why do you
set
want
up.
to do this now? Just out of curiosity?
Well, because one of the comments Rick just made was that, you know, if somebody has to go get 10 or 12 signatures, you're more invested, and you may get some people that are interested in running.
Why wouldn't you want to do it on town meeting day? Dover does it on town meeting day.
Because I thought we just said that Jackie didn't want to do that in Wardsboro because she would have to be
I
there.
didn't
at
say she
7.
didn't want to do it. I would say I
Okay.
said she had to be on board.
Can you ask her if she would be on board for
I
that?
will.
Yeah. So there's two options we're looking at.
Thank you, Randy.
And we've got a long time. I mean, it's nothing.
You can ask for a raise.
Maybe.
Well, that's why I feel bad, because we told him we wouldn't overburden.
Yeah.
Probably
If he
told me
agreed
to be
to-
here 5 minutes tonight too, right?
No, I told him an hour.
No, I'm more than happy to do this stuff for you. All right, so in the event that Jackie, or I think Jackie's retiring, it would be Michelle, was adverse to running an Australian ballot at their town meeting, you want to know what would be involved for me to run an Australian ballot on a different day?
Right.
Maybe for both towns on a different day, or Dover, at Dover's town meeting in Wardsboro at a different day?
Well, so my only thought, though, again, too, is I'm not going to drive to Wardsboro to vote.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
but I'll drive to Dover to
Yeah.
vote. And I don't, you know, maybe Tammy doesn't work in Dover. She lives in Wardsboro and works there. So for her to drive to Dover to vote doesn't make a lot of sense.
Right.
So I guess it's kind of up in the air. So we're interested in, A, how does a floor vote work the night of the annual meeting, because it's in a
Alright.
different town?
Alright.
And then number two, how can we do an Australian ballot for Wardsboro?
Wardsboro.
Because
Alright.
Dover, like you said, is pretty easy.
All right. All right, I will figure that out and get back to you.
Now, the only other thing too, Andy, and I don't know, and maybe it's something that we can, and I'm just throwing it out there, is maybe we have, maybe we vote from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the school director the day of the annual meeting.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
My only
10
question-
10 a.m. maybe to 7 p.m.?
Okay, I didn't know if he had to be at 7, or that's just.
It's gonna be like 9 hours, has to start at least by 10 and end by 7.
My only other question though is, would we then have to also though, because does that mean before we start the annual meeting, we have to count the votes so you can swear the new members in to sit at the board? Or would it be that they take office?
No, yeah, it would be dependent upon the term of your,
Right. So
typically you serve through that annual meeting.
Right, but that's usually because your annual meeting's before the vote's done. So what I was always told is that I was on the school board through till 7 o'clock until the voting stopped. And then I no longer had a position until I got enough votes to win my spot back.
Jeez, I wasn't aware of that.
So,
Because you have
but-
to fulfill your duties as a member of the Board of Civil Authority counting votes.
Yeah, so I don't know, that was a Mary Lou thing.
All right.
But that's old too, maybe that
I'll ask
changed.
Mary Lou, see what she says.
You won't.
All right, I'll figure that out too.
Yeah, just,
All right.
but again, if we set the term, to be the day after, whatever.
All right.
So just, I mean, it's a lot of odds and ends there, but I think, you know what, we thought we had it nailed down, and I guess we didn't, so we'll keep going until we get it right, or the state changes their mind and makes us combine with Massachusetts and New Hampshire.
Okay.
Not New York?
No.
No, shucks.
Are you good with that, Andy? Are you
I am.
as clear as
Yeah.
mud?
Yeah.
Does anybody else have anything to try to screw Andy up with? Okay, we really appreciate this, so Andy, this is really helpful.
Thank you, Andy.
You're welcome. Good.
So we'll talk, when you get the information, just let me know, and we'll schedule you again at a time that's convenient.
You got it.
Okay, thank you, buddy.
Yep, thank you.
So we got principals' reports. I think we had some written reports from you folks, didn't we?
Yep.
So other than what's on the written report, does anybody have any questions about what's in the written report?
Several of the items have changed since this was written.
Okay,
It's
well, go ahead.
amazing what happens in a week, I guess.
I'm sorry, what?
Several of the items on the principal's report have changed since it was written.
Okay. So you guys wrote it together, the report?
Yes.
Okay. So who wants to tell us about the changes?
Parent conferences will not be held Thursday, March 19th. They will be done via video conferencing or such remote services with teachers.
Just under that, the third grade students from Woodsboro will not be attending Saturdays classes.
So is that program put off, or?
It is supposed to run through March and into part of April, and as of now, school is dismissed, so that will not take place.
So if they have school in May and June, though, that probably won't?
Probably not.
What about like the training?
The NSTA
Yeah.
The conference was canceled.
canceled.
Not a surprise. Not a surprise.
Okay. So other than that, does anybody have any questions on the principal's written report before we move forward? Do you want a copy of it?
No, I have.
Okay. Okay, if there's nothing on that, do you have anything to add?
I would just love to draw your attention to the incredible progress that Wardsboro and Dover students have made this year so far.
Yeah.
We're super psyched about it, and I hope you are too. If anybody has any questions about that page that didn't print very well but came through in your email in color.
Oh, I have it, it's really pretty.
Oh, you got the color version,
Very
yeah.
colorful. Yeah, no, I actually thought, I was impressed with the numbers.
We would love to talk, answer any questions you might have.
I didn't have any questions, but.
I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I said, is there anything in your written report? So everybody was good with your written report. So is there anything besides your written report we need to know from the administration?
I think maybe later on the agenda, some things might come up.
Yeah, so I was thinking, we got this COVID-19 update. So I think we'll deal with the response you gave to the press and stuff then. Okay. Principal Superintendent's report, Bill gave us his cabinet report. Which is, again, was before all these changes.
Yeah.
And Bill's not here, but he talked about the current bill in the Senate. So the Senate did pass out a 4-page bill. Do you want to speak to that, or?
Go right ahead.
So I read it, and unless I read it wrong, it does nothing for this year. It just says that it needs to be a report done. I thought we had the report, and that it needs to, and that for next year that they need to act on this. And there's nothing even about the cap, having something done with the cap. But what it does do is it gets a bill to go between the two chambers, the House and the Senate, so that somebody
It gets it to go to the full Senate.
full Senate.
First.
Oh, so this hasn't been voted by the Senate.
It came out of the Senate Education Committee.
So Senate Ed, so what's gonna happen is if this gets passed in some form though, it at least then gets a bill to the House that the House gets to look at and can also be amended by the full House. So it's important for, even though it doesn't have everything we would like to have seen, it does have a possibility that we can add stuff to it, correct?
Yeah.
Not we, those, them.
Representatives of ours.
Right.
I have two things. One, is that bill changed from a week ago? What they actually passed out of committee, it's the same?
It's the same thing we passed out. I believe it is the same thing that they passed out of committee. It was handed to me.
No, I mean, what they passed out of committee, I haven't seen it since, for a week now.
I don't know if it's posted on the site. I think I sent it to you, Rich, as a copy, right? And
Yeah.
Senator Booth actually handed me a copy of it.
Yeah, it's changed a little bit. The other thing is, last Wednesday, I was appointed to the ESBA as Wyndham rep. And this was a big topic of our meeting. We did, what was passed, what got off the floor is a recommendation to the legislature to work fast but thoughtfully, and not too fast. The two Wyndham reps, Dan MacArthur and myself, were the only ones to vote for something that said get it done for the next budget year. Everyone else said no.
Are you good with
That I'm good, yeah. So that's where we are with them. They will be testifying.
Everybody good?
It's a constitutional issue.
I said that,
Yeah,
and
that's fine. I mean,
it was kind of dismissed.
well, it's easier. It lets a whole lot of people off the hook and buys a lot of time if kids who are being hurt have to sue for this to be fixed.
And it takes us a lot longer to get something done.
That's right.
Could probably hold a whole meeting on it.
Okay, everybody good? Any more discussion on that? Laura, thank you for keeping us up to speed on that, too. I really appreciate it.
Rich came up and
Had some Kool-Aid.
had some Kool-Aid.
It's good Kool-Aid.
We are on.
I haven't heard anything today either. I'll let y'all know. Okay, pardon?
I'm sure everybody's very busy.
We have two, I meant to these other principals, but they fit under superintendents too. The IB coordinators gave a February and March update. Did everybody get those? Is there any questions on that? Cool. Budget development presentation debrief. So we have, we talked about it a little bit, but I asked Lori to send us along with this, also a financial review. So we know that we got to work on the budget, and Mark said he would work with Anita a little bit when we do the new budget for next year. And I think we're all in agreement to add the 4 pages to the book to expand on this a little bit and make it a little bit more user friendly. So I think we're all good with that.
One recommendation I will have is we take the account numbers out and put line numbers in.
Yeah, because the account numbers really don't mean anything to anybody but us.
Right.
And then that moves everything over to, I think.
Yeah, good point.
Matt, could you send an email to Lori just stating that, to kind of keep in the back of her mind for us?
What would you like that email to say?
Just that we want to take the account numbers right out of the budget.
Got it.
That we use, that we print. I mean,
Add
not,
line.
for her, I know it's important, but for us,
And add line numbers, you said?
the account numbers.
But add line numbers?
No, but that allows you to shift it over
Oh, okay.
so that things can spread out a little bit, so it's not feeling so jammed up.
In what we printed in the brochure, the report did not have line numbers in it. Because Anita had to take account for space, so she left the account numbers in.
So that level can actually have a number, just so we can, like, people can say,
Yes.
hey, on page 3,
line X.
35, what is that? And it's easier for us, because I struggled a lot, a couple times, trying to find numbers, and especially because our books were different, but again, it's, really, it's a new experience for all of us. It's different.
Rich.
Yeah. Hang on one sec.
Yeah, thank you.
What was? Lost my train of thought. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it wasn't you.
If I just backtrack a minute, we said something about children being hurt in a report. Was that the superintendent's report? I'm sorry?
I missed your question.
No, we were talking about, So we were talking about the state's education financing system. And that has been in place for 2 decades. And a new report came out and highlighted that there is a piece that is really unjust. And so we are working with other districts to try and get that changed, because it's not allowing enough resources to go to poor kids and rural kids. So that was me that was saying that, and that's what's happening, and we are working on it.
Can I get a copy of that, or can I look up that?
A copy of what?
So there is legislation,
So I have to go to
it would be on the Senate.
the Senate.
Yep, that just came out of the Senate Education Committee.
The report itself is available on
Yep.
multiple locations, including Laura's website.
Yep, you can find, it's called the Pupil Waiting Report. And that is available on my website.
And it's only 150 pages.
That's all right. Article or, what is it, 4,600? That's a few hundred pages.
Act 46.
I had to study that,
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah.
I have time. Thank you.
Are you all set?
Yeah, no, I just, it caught me and I just kind of missed
Yeah.
it.
Can I make just one more comment?
Sure.
If you're looking up that, there are, in the back of it are the actual numbers that they ran. They are for the 2018 budget year. There are new numbers that are going to be coming out very soon for the 2020 numbers. So comparing apples to apples, you want the 2020 numbers. The 2018 was before some of the Act 46 mergers, so it's hard to compare apples to apples.
I know the AOE did a lot of revising also, the website.
They're
4,600 as well.
Yeah, they're both available on the AOE's website.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, update work plan. So we kind of glanced at that earlier in the meeting, but this plan of action for 2020. So this is what I think we want to look for. So in April, we want to measure progress. District advisory councils, we're going to have some discussions on that. Matt, you're going to send that email out. Matt and Tammy. Web communication presence, we have that to work on. That's a board and administrative things, so we'll work together on that. Matt, you said you took care of a lot of that in your letter. or some of the stuff was taken care of, and I know Mark has put some links together.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And then local equity definition unity, so make sure that Bill has something. You got, yeah, in April. That's Laura, what you had requested. Transportation is a real, we got to start talking about transportation now, and we have that in April too, but we need Chris to work on that with us, Matt, too.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get, he's not going, Chris isn't going to be trying to work on the RFP with West River until May.
But we need to have a discussion before that, because if he's gonna put an RFP together for West River, we may wanna do something together, so we need to. So before he does that RFP, I mean, I guess I can call.
He was going to put in, he was gonna give me a call before he puts that together.
Okay.
And we can either convene the whole transportation committee, or I can bring it to the board.
But make sure before that goes out, because that's what's been a problem every year, is that they put it out and then it's too late.
Yeah, I've talked to him a couple times about it already.
Okay. Matt, make sure he understands that we need to.
So my question is, you said before he puts that out, ... Before he puts it out, what would you like him to do? Run it by you?
We'd like
bring it
to
the
know,
board?
we'd like to know what the whole transportation for the entire district's gonna look like.
So the RVUSD board would like to know the big picture before the
Right,
RFP
so
goes
that,
out.
are there any chances for us to get involved? So between you and Mark, we make sure that happens, Tammy? Because you're part of the West River thing too, so. Okay. And then budget development, you know, just I think we need to just get Lori here to talk about how you put the budget together and let people know ahead of time to look at the budget. May, we're talking about equity definition to begin the discussion. And the goal is to create local equity definition. In June, we'll do equity definition and work for June, July. Goals and measures in August for the principals report. And then identifying budget priorities and formats in November. State of the school from the principals in December. And then in March, we have 2 budget informational sessions. So you got this as a worksheet, so if there's any other things we want to see in there, you know, make sure we get that in there. Lead water update, I think from both of you in your principals' reports, you had that we're all set. We're just waiting to retest, but everything that tested high has been replaced, so you don't have to worry about lead, but now you gotta worry about this other stuff. Yes, sir.
I just had a suggestion.
About lead?
Well, no, it's about water. And for my family at home, we put aerators in our faucets, 0.38 gallons per minute, to save costs for our water use. And I don't know what the schools are doing, but I'm hoping to like we're doing solar panels for renewable energy, to save on water and maybe to help teach our children about saving our natural resource, possibly installing, and it's a nominal fee. It's only like $3 to $5 a piece.
Hang on a second. I'm going to shut you right down.
Okay.
So it's a good point. We're a public water system, so we can't just do whatever we want to do. The state of Vermont tells us what we can and can't do. And it's through regulations from the federal government comes down, and that's why we tested for lead and copper. And we're required, when we went on the fire district, when we went to sewer too, that we had to do everything we could to use as little water as possible.
So measures have already been put in place.
Yeah, so a lot of that's already been done, and we can't just do something that we think is good without getting approval from the state, because we are both schools are public water systems. So we have to have a public water system operator. They have to file certain reports, and the state mandates what we do and don't do. So.
Right, so that would be Bart.
No, that's
He's
Bart.
the chief operator. No,
Sewer is different than water. Bart has nothing to do with the water systems in town. There is no community, there is no town of Dover water system like there's the North Branch Fire District.
So this school system's not on North Branch Fire District?
The sewage is, but not the water. The
Right,
water.
so this is I'm talking about water leaving not the water coming in.
Right. So the
water
way
leaving.
the fire district judges water is by what comes in, because they don't measure it as it goes out. They measure the water as it comes in. But the state has required us to be on low flow or whatever we've had to do in the past. It's because the state regulates our water coming in. Okay? The state also regulates the water going out through the fire district. Not Bart. Bart has rules he has to follow.
Right, I didn't know if there were any measures like I'm taking at home that we could
We-
use here in
we've
their
done all-
school.
We had to do those when we hooked up to the sewer, when we
2 years ago, or
we hooked up to
whatever
the
it
sewer
was.
many years ago. It was like 25 years ago. It was before I was on the board.
Okay.
They ran a separate sewer line up just for us. The town voted to put money away for reserves. And then the water system was updated, but that has nothing to do with the fire district. That is a separate organization that oversees the fresh water. And it's through the state.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
Cool. You got contracts for us?
Then I have that other policy.
Yeah, I've got that down here somewhere.
This is from earlier in the meeting, 22 regular.
Oh,
You asked for it so we
oh.
could put the,
So we adopted it on 3/16/2020, right? Okay, perfect, thank you. Well, are these in executive session or are these in?
Contractual? I think those would be executive session.
Executive. Okay, I don't know why they had staff contracts actually. So we'll move that into executive session because it's contractual and personnel. COVID-19 update, so we got from Bill before things closed up. Oh, I'm sorry, one other quick thing. So the PFSAs that we were supposed to test for, PFASs.
You don't want the lead testing?
No, lead is different. This was the other stuff that we tested for. Didn't all the schools have to test for PFSAs, which is like the stuff that they had in Pownell in the water system?
Yes.
And we were all okay, right? Both buildings?
As far as now, yes.
I haven't heard otherwise, I'll have to dig in.
Okay. There's just, so I get this magazine, Vermont Rural Water Operators. And the Mount Holly School, the small rural public elementary school, less than 100 students, has cumulative levels for 5 of the PFASs at 323 parts PPT. I forget what that stands for. Its assumed source is FFF. It is financially strapped due to consolidation issues and is looking at cutting bus services because of lack of funding available for the PFAS response. The school also has no funding available to hire an engineer to go through the 8 response action alternatives mandated by the state drinking water program. And the school has asked Vermont Rural Water Association to step in and be their advocate. See news coverage of the school. So it's interesting that this, a school can just say, oh, well, we can't do anything because we don't have the funding, but yet, when we try to do that with our water system, they didn't really care. So if we ever have an issue with that, we should probably follow what Mount Holly's doing.
Yeah, I think more schools should do what they're doing.
Yeah, no, they should.
Yeah.
Because they keep throwing us rules, like with the lead, they did put money aside to fix the lead issues.
Yeah.
But this PSFA stuff, they haven't done anything, and it's getting to be a pain in the for other people. COVID-19, so Bill sent out a few things for this COVID-19. Did everybody see the school closure information about during a novel coronavirus outbreak, which was revised on March 10th? So I guess this is what you guys used, Matt, when you met today?
Well, we didn't use that today because the agency and the Department of Health have released new updates since then.
Okay, so this is no good now.
I wouldn't throw it away, but
Well, I don't need it because I'm not closing school.
yeah, there have been updates.
So on Saturday, Bill wrote that at 3:15 on Saturday, Governor Scott said, basically, to close all the schools. So as part of that, you guys met with Bill today. So all the administrators met with the superintendent. And tell us what you guys are doing. Either one.
Sure. So we met today to discuss the current state of affairs, given the governor's announcement about school closures. We clarified the fact that we're taking the route of school dismissal, which means that we can still provide some services while children are not in the building. In particular, we're looking at consistency of learning, dealing with meals and specialized services for students receiving specialized instruction. I think it's a wonderfully coordinated supervisory union effort. The team is strong and is working together, sharing ideas, working on consistent notices and notifications of our families, trying to have a consistent program of supports for all of our students, district-wide, supervisory union-wide. They're essentially using tomorrow and the rest of the days this week to prepare for longer-term materials.
Who is that?
Teachers, sorry, thank you. Teachers will be using, well, actually, they've been working since we got that notice on Thursday. So they were informed on Thursday that there would be closures and that we would have to prepare kind of a short-term reaction, what to do this week, and then a longer-term reaction for what to do in the coming weeks. Again, I'm very impressed with all the principals report that staff has been, for lack of a better word, enthusiastically embracing new ideas about how to deliver materials, using new technology platforms, utilizing the high-speed internet at school, utilizing the many free resources that have emerged in the last week that companies are giving away to teachers and families to help make that transition more seamless. I think we found we have pretty good resources between our two schools to supply families with what they need in terms of technology, printouts. We're making plans now for dealing with food and getting the meals out there and figuring out who needs food and how they're going to get it. And then the last step that actually is kind of coming together, I don't know your experience, but we had a meeting via video conference today with a family for an IEP, and we had people coming from all over the place in that meeting, so we're trying to observe the recommendations of the Department of Health in terms of not bringing people together in groups. Did I miss anything?
No, I think Matt really covered everything. I would echo what you said about teachers really sort of embracing the moment and really doing their best in a last-minute effort to get materials ready for students so that their learning continues during the dismissal. Teachers, again, are, like Matt said, they're going to be trying some new things, maybe some online learning, maybe some Google Hangouts and chats. Google Classroom will be utilized, so they're really being creative and open to new ideas.
So, questions. And I know this is emerging, so I'll just tell you. Yep. One of the things that I am most concerned about is I think there's a great opportunity with online learning. I'm most concerned about our kids being able to access that. I think I heard you talk about maybe equipment, making sure that's available, but it's the infrastructure piece that I'm most concerned about, and particularly in Pittsburgh. And so, is there anything more about that you're able to share right now, or is that something that you're trying to get your arms around?
At this time, we're gathering information. Matt and I developed a survey that asked questions regarding families' internet as well as their access to devices. And we are, again, still collecting that information, but we would be able to report out on that once all of that information is collected by us.
Please keep me posted on that.
You'll use that, you follow up on that?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Follow up on that. We have roughly half of the responses have been received to that from our Dover group. And the connectivity was a little surprising to me, and I know you'll be interested in this number. At this point, I'm reporting about around 55% of our families reporting adequate internet connectivity, which is lower than I thought. And by adequate, we're saying 50 megabits or more.
50?
50.
50?
Yeah.
What was the
That's
choice
more than
below
was
that?
available in Dover.
What was your question?
What was the choice below that?
Just inadequate, less than 50.
50 is not available in
So
Dover.
I know you all are dealing with a lot of things. It seems like one of the things that might be helpful is if we can figure out some, so it's DSL, that probably a lot of, anybody that's got it in Wardsboro, in Eastover, that's what we have. I know when the 50, I was like, what are you talking about?
50 sound high to you?
Yes.
50 is really high.
50
I
is
can't do
really
it.
high.
If you have
That
fiber,
does not
you
sound
can
weird to me.
get up to a gigabit.
So if you were to ask 10
100.
or 5,
Yes.
5,
Five.
then I would be surprised. Okay, so a lot of people have DSL. And that's fiber, what you just said. 50 is fiber.
It's also could be cable.
Oh, the telephone line.
Could be cable, but it's not DSL.
So maybe it's important for us to kind of retool that question.
I know you're doing a
And
lot
try to
around
gather
this. If there's something that we can do to be helpful or that can be done at the supervisory union to push that out.
Yeah, more so than speed, you want to know if they are comfortable and if it works, what you're trying to do is working.
Right. The overall group our group feels confident that things with text or internet sites, web pages will be fine. They're worried about video, streaming video.
And I think that would be
conferencing.
appropriate
Exactly.
with DSL in some of the rural areas to be worried about streaming.
Right.
But kids will be able to access.
Yeah, and I'm happy to report that 100% of our families did check that they do have internet access. So all of our families do have access to it at least. Whether or not it's adequate is a whole nother ballgame.
What about, Matt, was that a separate question then?
Well, we decided to send the surveys out independently so that we could get a sense for each community what the needs were.
So it'd just be interesting. So you don't know how many of our families actually have access to internet?
So we have results that say, I think I have one report of the 46 responses that said, I do not have internet.
Okay, that's good.
But we don't know if that's availability or they just have chosen not to have
It could be that they've just chosen not to do it. And we don't know that. We'll have
Or
to follow
financial
up on
reasons.
this.
Just for your information, the two primary internet service providers in Dover are Duncan Cable, which is 12.
25. Isn't it? Cable's 25.3.
No, coax. Coax. DSL maxes out at 25.2 around us, and Duncan maxes out at 12 down, 3 up.
Really?
Yes.
I think consolidated, which we get is 7 down.
Yeah.
And 1 up.
Right.
That's what I get.
It depends on where you are,
Right.
but it maxes out at 25.2 for consolidated. And then obviously it has to do with distance from their central offices, but what you can get. But you're not going to get 50. Rich thinks he's on fiber, but
I am on fiber.
oh,
I know
you're
I'm on
off your office.
No, I'm in your office.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's different. Fiber runs down 100, but it's not available residential.
Well, it's home.
Which is fine. It's just, you're going to
Are
want
you
stuff to be
inviting all the kids over to your office?
No,
Yeah.
because
If you need
we have a
help,
sign that says do not
I
come
know you've
in.
got a bunch of other stuff.
I
that
had a
you're
dog
dealing
there
with, but if you need help,
yesterday,
thank you.
this morning, not letting dogs.
No, not today. He didn't come to work. Hang on a second, folks, because we're gonna start losing it.
Do the teachers, are they still coming to the schools so you guys can collaborate on how this is working, or are they going to be working from home?
Teachers, yes, teachers will be coming into the schools.
They're still
and
coming
They
into
are making themselves available to families as well.
I think that's great, because they can kind of work together and working on plans for each other.
Go ahead.
Really,
finish up.
I'm really happy to hear about the meals and some of the socialization you were talking about, with the interaction, because I think that's going to be a big issue. The kids aren't socializing and working together, so it's really great to hear.
While you're on that though, so one of my understandings is, and correct me if I'm wrong, because we're still serving the meals, and because we've given homework or given work out to them, or we're working with them, although school isn't in session in the building, we can count these days as school days, correct?
That's why it's considered a dismissal versus a closure.
Okay, so everybody understands that? Okay, because that doesn't mean we're going to school till August.
No.
Yeah, okay,
No,
go ahead,
good.
Dwight.
That's only, hey, what about, is there like a plan for physical education, like to the kids?
There is actually,
Yeah.
our PE teacher at Wardsboro was able to send something out last week that our teachers got a hold of. So some of our teachers have put that on their Google Classrooms, and then we've also put that hard copy within packets for students to do as well.
That's great.
With a log and
This is fantastic. You guys have done all this work so quickly. Really good.
it's really come together quickly.
Yes.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
On a positive note, homework is already being handed in. So this is great.
Why'd you bring homework
working out well?
Your story about your daughter is a good one. How she's got her room set up.
Oh, yeah.
A classroom now.
She has her
She's got a
bedroom
desk.
set up into a classroom.
Well, those are things you can probably share on social, like what kids are doing in their own rooms and things like this.
Oh, but we also have to be careful what we share too.
Yeah, that's right. That's true too.
So just so everybody knows, Lauren, who's usually here with us from the Valley News, couldn't make it, but she did send a letter to Matt that Matt responded to, and I think it's a really good. I just want to read some of the responses. So although attendance was generally low, we did have school today at WCSU, except for Marlboro. The leadership team met today and decided not to have school tomorrow and begin preparations for the dismissal period as described in Bill's letter. And my understanding was like 38% of the kids were here, so a lot of students chose not to.
Yeah, less than that.
So that's why they chose not to extend it tomorrow too. Since there were so few students in attendance today, we couldn't send much work home. Beginning Wednesday, we'll be implementing a pickup and drop-off system for schoolwork over the coming weeks. Most families will receive clarity on this by tomorrow if they haven't already, so I think that's really a good move. At this point, we will hold our River Valley Union School District meeting as planned at 6 p.m. tonight in Dover. While the public can still access recorded versions of the meeting through BCTV, I expect we'll begin experimenting with live streaming, other stuff. So one of the things they said, so I was on Friday, I did check in to see if we should have the meeting. Everything, and even if you review the governor's press conference on Friday, it was a lot different, yeah. So I did again today. Mark actually emailed me and somebody else, and I said, well, hang on, or Lauren did. And I said, I'm not sure I'm waiting to get hold of Bill, but you guys were meeting. I never got hold of him till lunchtime. He felt that we were okay because we're a small group. We could spread out enough, except for you guys. And then, and we should be in pretty good shape. We may want to reconsider other meetings. Matt had a possibility of doing some stuff, and Laura said she can call in, but because we didn't warn it, and because if we allow one person, we have to allow everybody, I said no to it this time. I think what we should do is, before we have our next meeting for April, is, maybe like next week, let's just see what's going on and what the recommendations are and what we're doing, and figure out if we do need to meet in April, the beginning of April, and how we do that. But I know we can do it. We're allowed to, but we have to give a number. We have to allow a number for anybody to call in, not just the board members.
So I would hope that the superintendent is working on that at a supervisory union level for all of the boards. And if not, I hope you guys could convey that, although I'm sure he's watching.
No, he won't be watching.
It's not live.
No, I mean, he'll watch it at some point.
And then Wardsboro students will be able to access meals through, this was the meal question, through the West River School District.
So I can explain how that's going to work a little bit. There'll be 3 locations where students or families can pick up meals. That will be Jamaica Village School, Newbrook Elementary School, as well as Leland and Gray, and that is from 11 until 1, Monday through Friday. And it will contain either a bag lunch or some sort of a meal for lunch, as well as the next day's breakfast. Then they would come back the next day and get those other 2 meals.
How far is Jamaica?
Jamaica from Wardsboro, or from
Like
here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not for our for the
okay.
students in Dover, okay, hang on a second. Matt says, you want me to just read it?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's happening with the Dover students is they need to call the school by 9 a.m. on the day they would like a meal, and between 11:30 and 12:30, there'll be a bag lunch available at the school for them to pick up. If they can't pick it up, if there's an issue with picking stuff up, they need to just at 9 a.m. Let Matt know or let somebody here know, and they'll make alternate arrangements. So just so everybody knows, for Dover, I'm having an emergency management meeting tomorrow to discuss what we're going to do in Dover, because it's not only just students, but there's people that may be self-quarantining that we need to take care of, or seniors that don't want to go out to keep from getting exposed. So we're working on a couple different things. So Matt, I've been asked to come to the meeting tomorrow. So if he can come too, so we can work that out, and then if we can help you out a little bit too, if it's not too far out of the Dover area. I'm not sure who I'm going to get for volunteers and whatnot, but
I will.
Okay, well, so we may have some possibilities, if students can't get, or families can't get somewhere, so.
I know one of the concerns that Chef Chris Parker, who was the chef at West River, had was that immediately he doesn't think the need is going to be great, but as time goes on, the need might be greater.
More.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Got a couple of questions. One, looking backwards. Is Dover going to be offering breakfasts okay, so it won't just be lunches that they'll be picking up?
So I think it's the same as West River. The plan is to put breakfast food in the lunch bag,
okay,
so that they can have breakfast for the next day when they pick up their lunch on that day.
Great.
And it'll be cereal, it'll be, things that we can transport and store.
But something.
It'll be sometime, yeah.
Another question. If students don't have internet or adequate internet at home, can arrangements be made in the school facilities, especially with teachers being there, for them to come either use computers there or interact?
At this point, the answer is yes, unless they declare something different.
Okay.
That's the plan for families that might need internet access. Families can also drive up if they want to be quarantined and access the internet from the parking lot.
That's fantastic.
Which is an option, yeah. And if we need to make that more available, we can as well.
Thank you.
My bag.
You all set, Mark?
I'm good, yep.
Have we beat this virus into the ground, guys?
Not yet.
Not enough.
Okay. So part of this too, this Blizzard bags thing was, there's a link to it if you got it electronically. So Ken McFadden requested for Wyndham Central that we discuss this. So I guess what this is some schools have done it where they have it set up so that students have a pile of material, or the staff has material preset, so that if there was to be a blizzard and school would be closed for a couple weeks, the children can take it home and they don't count all the snow days.
For a blizzard?
Well, in the old days, we used to get that. I mean, it seems like I remember power being out for 2 or 3 weeks in Townsend, and so we had no school just because there's no power. So anyways, that's something that they were talking about that Ken wants to bring up a policy about. So I think that's going to come through central office, through Wyndham Central, and I don't know, I guess that's kind of what you're trying to do now, right, Matt?
Yeah, that is essentially what we're doing, is planning for instruction without attendance.
He's a member. He's a member of the West River Board. He used to be chair of the Newbrook Board, and he's been on for quite a while too. So, in part of this is we have a new policy to consider, and Bill sent this to everybody. F31, emergency closings. The school board, through its superintendent, may order the closing of any and all schools whose operation on a short-term basis would pose a serious threat to students or staff. Implementation. Such emergencies may be caused by weather conditions, equipment breakdown, bomb threats, or health problems. The superintendent will also have the authority to delay school opening, dismiss early due to inclement weather or other emergencies. In all cases, notification will be given to staff and the public according to a predetermined plan developed by the superintendent. The board chair will be notified as soon as practical by the superintendent when school is closed for emergencies. Days lost due to emergency closings will be rescheduled so that the school will be in session as required by state law. So, did anybody actually read this or look at this beforehand?
I didn't get it till, no.
You didn't get it?
I don't think
It's
so.
part of the packet.
Was it?
Yeah.
The last
We're
packet.
sitting here.
Okay.
So my one comment is during Irene, a lot of schools were closed, but because we felt in Dover it was important for some normalcy, we opened school just when it was supposed to be. I think it made a lot of difference because parents could bring their children to school and then go do whatever they need to do to take care of stuff at home. So I'm okay with this, but I think we need to, some schools are different. I mean, we don't get affected by flooding as much, up here on the hill. I don't know, Tammy, what the Wardsboro building, during Irene, I don't know how
It was
close.
just access.
You couldn't get there.
Access
Yeah.
to school.
But you could get here from Dover, you just couldn't get here from out of town.
Yeah, some of the back roads.
We had every road within a day open that you could at least transverse, and believe me, they were all out there because that was one comment that was brought up during those meetings was, can't we keep people off the road for a couple days? So anyways, my only concern would be that we need the ability, because we may decide it's more important to be open than it is closed, just to be able to feed kids and do some stuff. So I don't think it's a bad policy, but I would like to maybe modify it a little for the river valleys. So since people didn't really get to see it, why don't we just look at it and we'll discuss it at the next meeting? So we can all be on the same page. Is that okay with
Well,
everybody?
This is not anything he's gonna need at this point, right?
No.
So
No.
I think the governor trumped him, so.
Yeah.
Well, and the last sentence it doesn't apply now because we're not closing, we're dismissing. So this policy wouldn't apply anyway.
Right. So is everybody good with that, or anybody?
Yeah, good with it.
Rick, you also?
Yeah.
Okay. So I had this thing called Come Together Now. It was, I don't know if anybody remembers the John Lennon song, so, Matt does, yeah. And
Now
if
it's
you
in
know,
my head.
if you know the history of it, there was a politician running for office in California, and he asked Lennon to write him a song for his campaign, so,
He has the right person.
he didn't use it, so, then he actually tried to sue the Beatles for it. But one of the things I just wanted to ask about, and it's nothing that we're going to put together right now, but just to get on kind of our radar, is, I asked about like graduation. So in Dover, historically, we've always had the school board attend the Dover graduation. I think Rick told me that Wardsboro was similar. So if we do graduation on the same night, does the board from Dover attend the Dover side? How do we do that? Do we have a graduation, maybe up at the Grand Summit that we do both schools? And then there was things like, we heard during budget time about the ski program, that there was nothing to do if you didn't ski, but yet Tammy does something in Wardsboro with snowshoeing. So could we bring Dover students over to go snowshoeing and then take the Wardsboro students to Mount Snow in our transportation, and then in the bus that the River Valley owns, and then, bring them back and drop them off and pick up our Dover students to give them something to do. I was just, are there other things where we can start doing some more stuff together as one unit versus two totally separate schools in totally separate parts of the state? So it's nothing that I want to make any decisions, but I do think for graduation is definitely something we should start thinking about. And I'd like to get, recommendations from our administrators and also, from parents, 6th grade parents, what they think. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Along those lines, in your principal's report, Tammy, you talked about 2 programs that your kids were going to be going to. I'm guessing that's not going to happen. Is that something that could be expanded to both schools?
Well, Starbase is really far. It's in Rutland, and it's 5 individual. It's an amazing program. It's five-day trips to Rutland. From here, it's nearly 2 hours. It's on the north side of Rutland.
Okay.
So it's really not feasible. Wardsboro's an extra half an hour closer, so it's much more feasible. So I would love to go to Starbase, but it's just, I think it's too far for us to do. The other program that was canceled was a teacher training program in STEM. Right? That was the other. I don't think there was another
programs
student
that the students were going to be going to.
program.
I read this stuff last week and
Yeah.
I don't remember.
No, I think it was only the one, wasn't it?
It might have just been the one. Okay.
Anyway, Starbase is awesome if you ever get a chance. It's an amazing program.
Take the board.
It's super cool.
Are they doing key weighting this year? Is that gonna happen?
Well, scheduled still. It's still on the
It
schedule.
may be closed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's great. I think those two are good examples. The ski program, I'd be very much in favor of combining those two, having ski all ski together would be great. And
And
graduation
again, it's not an end-all be-all, it was just to start us
Yeah.
thinking. You know, again, I was told, I'm still a little upset that it says Dover School District on the buses and not River Valley's Unified School District, but I was told that's gonna get fixed this year.
I mentioned to someone, they were talking about going to Brattleboro, and I said, for secondary school, I said, you just pick up the bus in Dover, and they didn't realize they could do that.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, it's your bus. Yeah. So maybe
So,
some-
yeah, I think, you know, again, we're still in some growing, you know, we're learning, we're growing, and we're figuring things out.
Yeah.
So, okay, so just we'll work on that, and we'll get that on. Matt, can you just to make a note, make sure that gets on the calendar so it doesn't get forgotten?
The graduation. And
Well, no,
chairman.
just the combine, you know, more commingling of the schools, I guess.
Joint activities.
Come together now, and then you can sing it for us
Be
next
all
time.
together now. All together.
That's a whole
That's another
difference.
Beatles song.
Yeah. And then the financial review, I just thought that we're close enough in the year. Lori did the financial review. Since we're running late, I don't want to go through line item by line item. But if you look at the last page, we're on target for a flat or possible small deficit revenue expense if we use the full $200,000. So
I like that Boston accent.
yeah, wasn't that good?
Pretty good.
It's because I couldn't get to go to the St. Patrick's Day parade yesterday in South. But anyways, you know, I like, she does really good with the available balance and, you know, kind of encumbered, because a lot of times we would look at things, especially when we used to have the teachers' contracts that they would get paid at the end of the year for like the last 2 months. So you're like, wow, we're doing really, really good. And then all of a sudden, you know, $200,000 goes out like that.
Or tuition bills came out late.
Yeah, so then that happens a lot. I think the tuition bills look pretty good, if I remember, when I looked at them.
Where are we, that's in,
Total secondary expenses.
Yeah, somebody hasn't, we haven't been billed by a couple, it looks like. So, but anyways, she's projected out that we should be pretty close, and, you know, I think in one of the emails I saw that there's gonna be pretty shortly a no more purchasing anything by staff. You know, if it's not essential, we're gonna hold off buying it, just because the budget's, you know, gonna get close. But that's a lot better than being told we're $500,000 over budget right now, so.
That's, so in light of that, Matt, that seems like that could be somewhat problematic, given, don't buy anything, given that we're asking our,
Anything non-essential.
not, so, right. So are we are we likely to see any savings with the shutdown? So I know we're paying people to work, which we should. We're feeding kids, which we should. Can you think of anything that we might be saving?
No fuel in the transportation.
Oh, the bus, okay.
And instead of the janitor, the custodial staff having, at least in this building, work on the drive the buses, we'll have more time to do some other projects that have been sitting, so we should get some
Well, I'm
stuff
just,
caught
I
up.
mean, because we're gonna need to probably expend some unanticipated dollars, if this
We
goes
should
on.
see some savings in our custodial.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it's again,
Are
it's.
you worried about that at all? Or do you feel like you have enough? Well, it's so new.
Yeah, I'm not worried about resources.
No.
Okay.
I think we have what we need.
I mean, I'd be
To
more
innovate.
concerned about things like, do you have enough cleaning stuff? Because can you not get,
Those aren't here.
you know, did every month, did you order disinfectants, now we can't get them?
We do have enough cleaning stuff.
I think
We have
probably
enough.
leave that right there.
We could help if you're low.
No, don't.
That's a call.
Okay. So,
And Lori did say if there's any questions, please email her your questions and she'll answer them.
we're gonna have her at a meeting in the future, or we'll have her on, however we do, we'll have her on my flip phone or something. And, you know, we can ask questions then too, but I think I wanted to just get a feel for where we were with the budget to make sure we weren't like really looking at some bad stuff going on. Now, the other question that's gonna come up too, though, is a lot of people I know are coming up that have second homes because they don't wanna be in the cities that have been quarantined. Are they gonna want services for their students?
I haven't had any inquiries about that so far.
And again, you know, big change. Tomorrow we may all wake up and everything may be right as rain.
It's all a dream.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Again, we wake up and it's Stephen King there behind the camera.
That's right.
Okay, so I got a couple executive session items. We have a contractual, we have a personnel, we have contracts.
So moved.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We're in executive session. You don't want to stick around. Okay, so by unanimous consent, we're out of executive session at I've got 8:55?
8:53.
8:53. Okay,
That's what I
so,
already wrote down,
Rick and Rich will keep the board informed about the contractual issue. And then I got two other items that we can deal with.
We need a motion for the
Yep.
handbook. Move to adopt the support personnel handbook in its current form.
As submitted.
As submitted.
There we go. Okay, so we have a motion to adopt the second handbook and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, it's unanimous. And then the second item is,
Since I've already been told that I made the motion, move to approve the contracts coming out of central office as submitted with one change from, on one contract from .35 to .2 time.
okay,
Second.
we have a motion and we have a second to approve all the contracts as submitted for the professional staff in both buildings for next year with one change, which is the one person is at a .35 on the contract and is only supposed to be a .2. So the administration will check into that. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. So we are in good shape. So I'll give you these back, Matt, for Tammy, who's taking these.
Either one.
Okay.
We'll see. I may not drive down on Wednesday. Are you driving over to Townsend?
Yeah.
Do you want to take them? Maybe we should separate them out by building.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm gonna turn the one that needs to be fixed right like that, and then the list is in the front.
Yeah, we'll split.
Okay, and then the last thing, we want to just do two resignations. So Lauren Quimby is asking, she's going to resign effective the end of the 2021 school year. From the Dover School for the 2021 school year. She will complete her current contract as she's relocating. And then this is to the River Valley Board. Please accept this letter as my formal notice of retirement as a Dover sixth grade classroom teacher. It's the end of the 1920 school year. And Dover School's been an important part of her life, and grateful for having had the opportunity to teach here for all these years. So with regret, we accept both resignations at this time. And Matt, we've talked about a hiring process, Matt and Tammy, so we've got 3 or 4 positions, so we should be good to move forward.
Ready to go.
Okay, so the last thing I need is a motion to adjourn. Dwight.
So moved.
Dwight moves to adjourn. Rick seconds it.
Yes, absolutely.
And all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, we're out of here.
Good meeting.
Excellent meeting, guys.
These are difficult and uncertain times. It's important for everyone to understand our mission, which is to slow down the spread of this virus in order to protect those at risk of getting very sick, which includes the elderly and the very ill. It's also important to understand that even though most of us will have mild to moderate symptoms if we get it, we can all transmit it. So we all have a role to play in making sure we don't pass it on to those who are at the highest risk. To further the point, the best information we currently have from the experts, learning from other countries, says that slowing it down is the best way to make sure the care is available to those who need it, especially the most vulnerable, who may need hospitalization. This is literally in our hands. We need everyone to accept this reality and be part of this effort. Slowing this down or flattening the curve is the most important thing we can do. Mitigation, along with simple steps like washing your hands a lot, staying home when you can, and social distancing can help protect loved ones, friends, and neighbors who are at higher risk. On Friday, to act on this strategy, I declared a state of emergency, and we put in place a wide range of measures to slow this pandemic. From limiting public gatherings and restricting visitors at long-term care facilities and hospitals, to banning state employee work travel, encouraging and facilitating telework, extending unemployment benefits for those who have to be self-isolated, and much, much more. Sunday, I ordered the dismissal of pre-K through 12 schools, which began today. With it came the challenge of coming up with an education plan so kids can continue to learn. Monday, I ordered the closure of bars and restaurants statewide, though they can still offer takeout. And yesterday, I directed the closure of licensed child care centers across the state. However, I've asked centers and schools to provide child care services for those deemed essential personnel. This includes healthcare and public health workers, first responders and those involved in our state emergency operations centers, and many others, knowing we may need to add to this list. I realize, even as we ask many to step back to help slow the spread of this virus, we're asking others, including educators and child care providers, to step up and provide a critical service so those who are on the front lines can continue to care for the sick, protect the public, and manage this ever-evolving challenge. Now, I know some won't be able to, and that's okay. But for those who can, we appreciate your help. because filling the need by teachers, childcare providers, and school support staff is critical to our response. Understanding how challenging but important these directives are, I've also asked Neil Lunderville and Liz Miller to lead this effort to support the Agency of Education with this critical work. Liz, who served under Governor Shumlin, and Neil, who served under Governor Douglas, have a wealth of experience in state government and the private sector and have already hit the ground running. And they're working on other projects as well. I want to, again, remind Vermonters that more measures are inevitable. We're already working on a directive for hospitals to postpone elective procedures. More details will come on this and others, but I will continue to make decisions based on science, data, and the guidance of an incredible team of leaders and experts I have working with me. This is a moment of service for all of us, from those working on the front lines in healthcare to those who are simply following our social distancing guidance to protect others. We're all in this together, and we will get through it. Just like during Irene, we're facing new challenges every single day. And I know some are feeling scared, worried, and overwhelmed, just like after Irene. But we made it through, and we'll do it again because we're Vermont strong. In times like this, Vermonters rise to the occasion. We help our neighbors, we answer the call of duty, and we get creative to solve big problems. I'm seeing it every day, from healthcare workers, state employees, school administrators, and business owners, from those adjusting hours at grocery stores and adding curbside service, to organizing online card drives to send love to their grandparents who can't have visitors right now, and so many more initiatives. These people, with their compassion and commitment to service, show me that we will get through this, and we'll do it together. So I'm now going to turn this over to Education Secretary Dan French to share more details on our latest education guidance.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. This is an unprecedented situation that's calling on everyone to make difficult decisions and to take quick actions. I wanted to highlight a few aspects of this work. Firstly, childcare. We issued new guidance to schools last night to support the provision of childcare for the children of essential personnel. These essential persons include currently educators, healthcare providers and emergency workers, first responders, servicemen and women in our National Guard who have been activated for COVID-19, and state employees working on the COVID-19 emergency response. Schools have been directed to provide care to enrolled students up to at least grade 8, and where necessary to students from other towns or districts. And we are currently working with districts this morning to support them in organizing this work. Our guidance also directs the continued payment of pre-K tuition to private providers as established under Act 166. These funds are already in school budgets and paid for out of the Education Fund. We mentioned our work under feeding students. We've received the necessary waiver from the USDA to offer reimbursed student meals on a distributed basis. 39 of our approximately 60 supervisory unions have applications approved and are ready to start serving meals. Many are doing so today. 7 other SUs are in the process of having their applications finalized, and we are working directly with the remaining SUs to expedite their application process. Labor issues have emerged as a concern. We're asking a lot of our education labor force during the state of emergency. We need their expertise and dedication as we navigate these uncharted and unprecedented times. We have directed education staff to report to work during this 2-week period of school closure to accomplish 3 main objectives. 1, to maintain the education programs of students. 2, to support our most vulnerable students. And 3, to plan for the continuity of education programs in the event of a prolonged school closure. We are not expecting school staff to report to work if they have concerns about their personal health. Specifically, the following educators are not required to be in public school buildings: educators with compromised immune conditions, educators who reside with someone with a compromised immune condition, educators suffering from anxiety, expectant educators, educators with infants, and educators over 60. In other words, anyone with a serious physical or mental health issue is not being required to be in a public building. Also, I've directed schools to ensure all staff get paid for their regular scheduled hours during this 2-week period. Lastly, I just want to mention work we're doing around this issue of continuity of education. As I mentioned, we are using this 2-week closure period to prepare for an extended period of school closure if that becomes necessary. We are actively engaged in planning work at the agency and at the local level to ensure all students will be able to continue to make academic progress in the event of a longer period of school closure. Many of our high schools can deliver instruction online, even though student access to the internet and computers at home is uneven around the state. We will need to be more creative with the provision of educational services at the elementary and primary grades, but we will work closely with districts to start and plan this work together. And I'm very optimistic about our ability to creatively solve that issue. Now I'll turn it over to Dr. Levine.
Thank you. First, I'd like to give somewhat of a situational update. At the moment, we have 19 total positive tests in Vermont. To put that in perspective, that's out of a total testing run of about 600 tests. So clearly, far more negatives than positives, but obviously we're going to focus on these positives very intently. We always discuss how many people we're still monitoring in the state as a health department, and I'm not going to give you a precise number because that changes so rapidly. Each time you have a positive test result, there's abundance of surveillance and phone calls and interactions with people who may or may not have had contact with the actual case. And if that case happens to be in a healthcare setting, the numbers can get quite large. So just accept the fact that there are hundreds of Vermonters that are being monitored and interacted with regarding these 19 positive tests. I wanted to just spend a few moments and feed off of a bit what the governor was saying about the overall strategy, just so people can sort of see with some clarity why all this is happening so fast and where we're going, both as a state and in some respects as a nation. So there are some fancy words, but everything began with the word containment. And containment is kind of just what it says. You identify cases. To identify cases means you have to be testing, so you need to have some capacity to test, and you have to have some ability to prioritize those tests. Having done that, you begin to identify cases, and you rapidly isolate those cases, assuming they're in the community still and not requiring hospitalization. And we've had plenty who are still in the community that did not require hospitalization, to be clear about that. And then we do something called contact tracing, so that we make sure that those who may have had some contact with a case know exactly what it is they should do to prevent further transmission of COVID-19 across our communities. We are still doing that, and that's what I would term a parallel strategy to the now more significant strategy of mitigation, trying to slow but not necessarily stop the viral spread, because we know we can't stop it at this point, but we can slow it down. And we've shown you curves before in the past that really focus on our ability to not have a rapid spike and overwhelm our healthcare system, but to have a more gradual, flattened curve, which frankly may take longer to dissipate, but will have a much lower burden on the population at large and on the healthcare system's ability to cope. The prime mitigation strategy goes under the other fancy term social distancing, which I hope everyone sees we're trying to practice up here on the podium today. Maintaining that distance from others that as human beings we don't do every day. That's not what we're accustomed to. We high five, we shake hands, we embrace. Well, we're asking Vermonters to go through a significant amount of behavior change. And that's uncomfortable, and that's something you have to kind of be actually conscious of every time, because your tendency is to do the things you've always done. So we understand that that's hard and may require a lot of support. And all the strategies that have occurred since we really called this an emergency, in a state of emergency, are really falling into place in that social distancing category. So some of them had to do with protecting our most vulnerable and our elderly, regarding visitation policies to hospitals, to long-term care facilities, nursing homes, etc. Some of them had to do with how we tend to gather in groups, and you've heard numbers go from 250 down to 50, and to me, the number is irrelevant, because people are already understanding that it's probably not a good idea to be in a crowd at a time when you're talking about an infectious disease that can be easily transmitted through the air from one person to another. So people are already falling into line with that, and it's just the idea that we don't get into congregate settings that are very crowded. Then we have all of the issues of schools, which you've just heard about, which I won't perseverate on. Changes in work policies, changes in the way that workers can or cannot travel. And then really, as part of the gregarious nature of human beings, where do we usually do that? Well, we do that sometimes in restaurants and bars. And yeah, you've heard new policies regarding those. And the only thing I want to say about those is, again, every step of the way in managing this, I think, very manageable epidemic requires resourcefulness, creativity, innovation. And even restaurants and bars can be innovative, as they're all learning now, with bring something to your car, takeout priority, interacting with people in ways that they have to deliver food, but still being able to actually do that, even though people can't sit down at a table with one another inside their premises. So again, I know this requires significant behavior change and hard work, and nobody's going to deny how hard it may be. Really does require sort of a social compact and an idea that we're all here to cooperate with one another, and I'm confident that we as a state can rally to that cause. The final stage of sort of where we're going and the aspiration of all of us in the United States, never mind just Vermont, is a state where they sometimes call it suppression. So you've slowed the growth of the curve, it's been flattened, but eventually you want it to come down. And that's when you enter that state. We have good experience now just by watching the rest of the world, because as you know, the US was not the first country to be affected. So even though China has received a lot of criticism, they are now in a phase where things are much more controlled, and they're seeing decreasing numbers of cases all the time, especially in that hot zone, but even in the rest of their country. South Korea is another example of that. And soon we hope we'll have some European examples of that. We need to observe critically and learn from those experiences, and I'm confident that we will. We will also learn about the timing of these things. We can set arbitrary dates of 2 weeks of this or 3 weeks of that, maybe a month, maybe 2 months, but we'll actually get a little more certainty about how we actually figure that out, because we'll learn from their experiences and see, as they've eased up on some of these more restrictive policies, how things have gone. And is this something that in the short term can be managed very well, or is it something we're really in for a long-term kind of approach to until vaccines develop sometime in the next 12 to 12 plus months? So again, we know these things have a lot of impact. They have impacts socially, economically, health-wise, etc. But we will learn from other experiences and I think benefit from those and really begin to see where the light is at the end of the tunnel in terms of how the strategies you've heard outlined today can play out in the future. I believe I'm the last speaker.
I'm happy to turn it over to questions right now. We taking one from the floor first?
We're going to take one from the phone first. So
Okay.
Wilson or Lisa from the AP.
Hi, it's Lisa from AP. I noticed that the state is now delineating between Vermonters and non-residents who have gotten positive results of who have COVID-19. And why is that? And does it make a difference to do that?
Yeah, thank you very much. The question was about how we report the numbers of those who have positive tests in Vermont. That was a bit of a miscommunication on our part, to be quite frank, yesterday. I wanted to make sure that we were adjusted. We had just one number of both non-resident and resident positive tests, and to carry that forward, what happened was they eliminated the non-resident and carried the Vermont number. So the point was, and we've clarified this and now it's rectified, we'll be reporting just one number of those affected in Vermont that have the positive tests in Vermont from now going forward.
Okay, so the next question, Molly from 7 Days.
Thank you. I was wondering, Governor and Secretary French, if you could speak to any continued risk at the child care facilities caring for emergency workers and health workers. Obviously, your order of closure was designed to reduce the spread, but are there any steps considered to keep addressing that spread at these more limited centers?
I'll have Secretary French offer a few words and then maybe someone else. Secretary Smith.
Thank you. Yes, in our guidance that was published last night, we talk about the social distancing measures and our continued disinfection measures to ensure that these workplaces are safe. But it is a priority to ensure that those employees and workers that are on the front line of this emergency don't have to worry about their child care needs, and we're working hard to accomplish both of those goals.
Molly, this is Mike Smith at AHS. As you know, we've limited the size of the classroom size for these facilities down to 10. That means no more than 10 people in that room. We've also put the various sanitation requirements in place, and if we need to make those stricter, we will. Both Dan and myself have the ability to make stricter recommendations as we move forward. So right now, we limited the class size. We've put in fairly strict sanitation sort of requirements, and we feel that will ensure, or at least make people feel comfortable about the safety of the decision we've made.
Thank you.
Governor, just your reaction to the president announcing earlier today that joint decision between the United States and Canada to close the northern border except for essential traffic.
I wasn't aware of the directive from the president, so I don't know the details of that. Obviously, we have a few concerns. We have employees who live in Canada that are part of our healthcare system in the Northeast region and maybe even the Northwest region. So that's a concern. I would think they would qualify as being essential. And we have to do everything we can. I know Canada has taken some extreme steps as well in Quebec and across the whole country, and we're going to have to do the same. So I would assume that in conjunction with Canada, this is the right step to take, while understanding that we have a lot of trade, and we still rely on a number of employees from there. Anyone else want to add anything to that?
Lola from BT Digger.
Hi. I was wondering, are you concerned about the ability of schools to be able to carry out this mandate to provide this child care, especially in more thinly staffed districts that might see a lot of staff say, I can't carry out this work, either because I'm
Secretary French.
Hi, Lola. Yes, I mean, it is a concern, and we've been actively engaged with districts this morning as they're trying to navigate both the provision of continuity of education and childcare service. At the same time, I think we've seen some really creative responses and really positive supportive teachers stepping up to help assist in this moment of emergency. So it's going to be challenges, but just one in a series of challenges that we're going to have to navigate. But as Dr. Levine and the governor said, our priority now is to bend that curve as best we can, and I think is a moment of service for all of us, and I know educators and teachers will step up and help in that regard.
Super quick follow-up, I'm so sorry. What about, so child cares have been asked to do this, but not, ordered, schools have. If you have a 3-year-old and you're a nurse, and your child care is shut down, can you bring them to the local public school?
In our guidance, we had to make a delineation between students age 0 for 5 and 6 through 8th grade. So currently, public schools are equipped to handle age 6 up to 8th grade fairly easily, both from a safety and an educational standpoint. We were less comfortable making a provision for younger children under 5, but we'll certainly reevaluate if the need becomes necessary.
Let me just.
So right now it's oh, go ahead.
This is Mike Smith. Let me just sort of bring the pre-K up where we are right now. As you know, we have instituted a pre-K program for essential children, and those child care centers we're starting to contact now. Last night we contacted 41 programs in just one and a half hours so far. 288 children have been identified as essential people. I've got to emphasize this. There has been enormous collaboration among the private child care providers, and we can't thank them enough in terms of what we're doing and how we're moving forward to this. We've actually ID'd many potential additional staff to deploy to other facilities that may be limited to a facility that needs those employees. So we really are seeing the healthcare, I'm in so many different realms here, but the child care community really stepping up to this, and many centers have told us that they're willing to work extra shifts. So we are grateful to all the kids, all the centers. We're working with organizations like Let's Grow Kids to bring all this together. And I've got to say, just in what I'm hearing in the feedback that's coming back, it's incredible how Vermonters are trying to help Vermonters get through this time.
Bob from Brattleboro Reformer.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, so yesterday the state of New Hampshire announced that it was expanding unemployment benefits for people who have to stay home with school-aged children. Has Vermont considered, enacted, discussed this at all?
Yeah, I'm going to have our Commissioner of Labor answer that.
Sure. So I had a chance to review the legislation that came out of New Hampshire, and while I haven't been able to do the background on it, one thing that needs to be considered is it looks like there was some legislation passed that allowed those individuals to become eligible, and that is something we are working with the Vermont legislature right now to expand benefits to those that have to stay home with a family member who becomes ill or is quarantined or isolated. So yes, we are considering it, and it is moving through the legislative process, but it does require a change in state statute.
I would also add that the legislature has been very receptive to any of our needs and is a very willing partner. So we're working through many of those initiatives as well as many others at this point in time.
Pete Hirschfeld from VPR.
Thank you.
Pete, VPR.
Thank you, Brittany. There seems to be some increasing concern about Vermont's inmate population. Are you testing individuals that are entering the correction system right as inmates? Can you talk about any other specific mitigation strategies, Mike, that you're using to address that concern?
Sure. We are testing in terms of screen testing inmates that are coming in to the facilities. If you're talking COVID-19 testing, the answer is no, because they aren't showing symptoms of COVID-19, or they wouldn't be allowed into the facility. So we are screening those. We've also put video visiting apparatus so that visitors are now can't meet personally with inmates, but they can meet via video conferencing. We also are looking at how we segregate our population to be in smaller groups when they're in recreation areas. We have contingency plans that have been put in place in case we do have a illness within our facility. So the social distancing things that you see are a little bit different in our correctional facilities, but we're putting in place those social distancing where we can, and in many cases you'll see the social distancing happen within our correctional facilities. I do want to emphasize that we are being pretty stringent on making sure that those screening processes are happening on entrance are really diligent as we move forward. We cannot allow a case to come into the correctional facility. One last thing, Peter, we are stocking up on supplies a little bit more than we normally would in case we have an outbreak. That includes mat supplies for those who are under medical treatment for addiction. So we're doing all that right now, and there's other contingency plans in place or being worked on.
Calvin, WCX?
So do we have enough tests in place, or does the state have enough tests for widespread testing? And do we know, I guess, how widespread the disease is if we don't test widespread? We're still hearing from people that are sick, but they can't get a referral from their doctor because they don't have a travel history. So are we past that?
Commissioner Levine.
Thank you for asking about testing. So I don't want to give the appearance I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, but I do want to show reality and optimism at the same time. We have testing capacity now to do all of the testing that we've currently been asked to do in terms of physicians coming to the clinical judgment that their patients should have testing. We are grouping those into higher and lower priority. I think you'll understand that those in the higher priority group might be in a hospital bed or in an ICU bed. They may be a healthcare worker who has to know if they can continue to work in the healthcare system, etc. We have done all of our testing in-state at our public health lab because, like most states, that's what we have available to us right now. And in that public health lab, we have supplies of test kits and reagents and everything that's needed to do the tests, but we are limited in how far that supply will take us. We have literally 10 or 12 pathways that we're looking at simultaneously for obtaining more test kits, reagent supplies, machinery to do the testing with, personnel to do the testing, and that's at all levels, local, regional, national, that's public and private. So it's quite expansive. Vermont is no different than any other state in the country with regards to not being able to do what I would call expansive health surveillance, knowing in the entire population how much disease is present, whether there are people who are asymptomatic or only mildly symptomatic compared to those who are acutely ill in a hospital setting. But I think as a country, you're going to find in the next week or two, we are all going to catch up rather rapidly. So we're working very closely with the Health and Human Services apparatus in Washington, with the FDA and with the CDC, all in actually separate strategies. We are working very closely with the UVM College of Medicine and the UVM Medical Center, and we are working very closely with the partnership you've often heard about from the federal level of public-private partnership with companies that are commercial and will have testing capability as we speak. They're just coming online now. So what I envision is that we will have greater local support through our affiliation and partnering with the UVM College of Medicine and Medical Center, and that will help us with this more high-priority group, which we'll continue to maintain in state, and we'll have opportunities to do more of the lower priority but necessary not only public health work, but reassuring our citizens' work about their conditions through these more national lab testing opportunities. But I have to provide a realistic expectation that these national opportunities won't have the turnaround time we've come to expect locally, which is within 24 hours. They may be 72 hours, maybe even as long as 96 hours, but we'll be careful to make sure that they are in the group that is lower priority. I do want all Vermonters to know that we still need to have rational and reasonable expectations of who should be tested, who should not be tested, and our clinical community understands that and will work with their patients to help them understand that. Because at the present time, it could overwhelm the system if everybody felt that their test was the most important and that they needed to have it done immediately. Because we're certainly not in a situation where we can do that today.
Patricia from Bennington Banner. Patricia, Bennington Banner.
Oh, the mute button, sorry. I see in the guidance here that during the closure period, schools are directed to provide care to, at a minimum, students enrolled in their school up to grade 8. Would that be, that does not include pre-kindergarten students, correct? I believe Secretary French mentioned this. It's just kindergarten up through grade 8 that are currently enrolled at that school?
The guidance speaks to age 6 as being the cutoff, not necessarily distinguishing between pre-K. The guidance also speaks to the eventuality of giving those essential employees the opportunity to place their student in a district other than their home district. So for instance, if it was more convenient for them to access care in a school that's located in the community where they work, we want to provide for the maximum flexibility in that regard.
So they have to provide care these schools for age 6 up to grade 8. Currently, as of right now, the students that are enrolled in that school.
And for eventually, and if there's a need for those essential workers that might be working in those communities and find it more convenient to access care in that location.
Liz, Burlington Free Press.
Hi, thank you. I wondered how many child, hello?
Yes, we have you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I wondered how many child care centers in the state are going to be closed down because of this order, if you guys have any idea as to the number at this point?
The governor's order requires all child care centers to be closed down with the exception of meeting the needs of the essential persons. We'll have an accurate picture of that by the end of the day of how many that will be. But one of the things that I just want to emphasize as we're looking at this is we wanted to make sure that the child care system was still in place as we rolled through this crisis. And what we have decided to do is continue the subsidies for the child care system as we move forward. So if a child care system does close down, we will continue the subsidies for that child care system. And if they take essential personnel's children, we'll look at how we can make that more of an incentive for that child care facility to take those children. And that's something we're looking at right now.
Colin, 7 days.
Hi, yeah, so I have a question about vulnerable populations. Should DOC furlough inmates
Yeah, Dr. Levine here. I'll take the nursing home. When it comes to nursing homes, obviously, by definition, everyone there is a vulnerable population. So we have to have consistently across nursing homes adequate guidelines in place, an adequate regulatory structure that would make it important for them to adhere to. And I want people to be reassured that that does exist in Vermont. And indeed, this particular facility that we're focusing on, if I could use the word, passed with flying colors without any deficiencies about 4 or 5 months ago. All nursing homes are, of course, petrified in the wintertime of infectious diseases that can take hold there, not just COVID-19, but other viruses, including the flu. So they have to have effective infection control programs in place. They have to have good advisement about those programs, and they do. So we're certain that they have the programs at this facility. The health department and Dale were instrumental in sending out abundant communications as the COVID epidemic began regarding good prevention strategies, good surveillance strategies, et cetera. And now that we have a case, obviously we have embarked on a significant venture here to work with the nursing home to identify all those in the nursing home, specifically those who work there, but others as well, who may have had contact with this index case. In addition to that, we have part of our public health team with skills in infection prevention actually going to the nursing home to actually work with them and support them in their activities and make sure that all the appropriate containment processes and prevention practices are in place.
Nick, local
Wait,
2244.
we got another part to the question.
Sorry, hold please.
Colin, I believe you said furloughed prisoners, or furloughed inmates. Is that what your question was? What are we doing in terms of, of those? Well, furloughed inmates are usually outside the facility is what you're talking about. They are under the sort of the same guidance that everybody would be under in terms of making sure you self-screen and making sure that, you know, you're going to be...
My question is more, are we considering furloughing inmates who are in the prisons right now who may be vulnerable or nearing the end of their sentences?
At this moment in time, given the fact where we are right now, the answer is no.
Nick, local 2244.
Thank you all. So while the guidance is, directed towards essential personnel, what about workers who are not considered essential personnel, such as the food workers? Are their children still being allowed at child care facilities?
Yeah.
Hi, it's Mike Sherling from the Department of Public Safety. The Emergency Operations Center has a task order, which is basically an avenue of work that is assessing who's essential and adding to that list over the course of the morning and through the day so we can get that out to the child care centers. And grocery store workers, folks who are distributing food, and people in the supply chain that supply that food are essential people. So we expect additional guidance to be available as that list evolves over the course of the day.
And as we've shown over this short period of time, this is evolving, and we are making changes as we see necessary. So we'll be reflecting on that over the next 24 hours.
Ann, BT Digger.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I wonder what models or scenarios you're working with. National epidemiologists are saying that there's a difference between the reported infection rates and the actual rates in the community, and they're estimating that they're 10 to 30 times higher than what we're reporting right now. And I'm wondering what scenarios you're working with right now. What do your models show?
Dr. Levine?
Yeah, we're relying to some extent on those models, and we're developing our own as well as we speak. Suffice it to say that the countries like South Korea that show the lowest case fatality rates have the most testing capability and have tested huge swaths of their population. So their denominator of cases is very large. And since the mortality rate we think around the world is around 1%, they can show numbers that are significantly lower than 1% because they've identified mild, possibly even asymptomatic cases with the abundance of testing. So there's no question that when we identify 19 cases in Vermont, that there are more than 19 cases in Vermont that we haven't fully identified. Likely, though, is that the majority of those other cases are not very ill, or they would have come to the attention of the healthcare system and been taken care of appropriately. So they would tend to be in the pre or mildly symptomatic or moderately symptomatic range, and will do well with their illness, etc.
But having said that, and I know Dr. Levine will emphasize this, but that's why we put into place so many of these steps and measures, because knowing that there are some who might have this and not even know it, they're still transmitting to others. And that's why social distancing, keeping away from others, taking all the precautions that we've been talking about is so important for everyone to adhere to. Just, I would, you know, if you don't know for sure, just assume you have it in some respects. And I'm not trying to create panic. I'm just saying keep your distance. Make sure you're doing the right things so you're not infecting others, because you may be okay, but you may be harming someone else who is vulnerable. So keep that in mind.
If this goes on beyond a
To
couple
follow up, please, can I
Sure.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah,
please?
go ahead, Ann.
Thank you very much. Do we have enough ventilators, ICU beds, and beds in general in Vermont? I understand we only have 210 ventilators, for example, and that we might have, you know, say more than 1,000 cases at some point. What are we going to do about that? Other states are pretty upset about that. Governor, were you on the call with Mr. Trump when he talked about states having to buy their own ventilators?
Yeah, I mean, it was slightly nuanced from that, but yes, I was on that call when other governors were showing some apprehension in that regard. But I'll let Secretary Smith answer the question about the ventilators and bed space.
And Mike Smith, we currently have 273 available beds in the state as of this morning. That does not include possible surge beds. It does not include the capability to open up temporary facilities using the National Guard or other sort of temporary facilities. We have 245 ventilators that are available in this state. Again, if this was, as the governor had mentioned, we are trying to ramp up to add capability as we move forward here. And I think one of the things that the governor has always told us is think ahead. Think ahead the next 72 hours to know what we need and where we're going in terms of our needs. And I think that's an important message.
Well, how many ventilators do you think we need, Mike?
We're uncertain right now, and we're working on that modeling in case we have to use it. But right now, all I have for you is the number of available ventilators at 273.
When will the modeling be done?
What was that?
When will the modeling be done? We're working on it, and I'll let you know when I can.
Okay, next question, Mike.
Thank you.
Mike Woloski with North Report. If this goes on beyond a couple of weeks, the economic damage to people's lives and businesses is going to be overwhelming. What are you going to do then?
Yeah, well, obviously, this is going to affect our entire country, our entire world from an economic standpoint. And it's just not a question of if it's going to happen. It's just a question of the magnitude. I've been in constant contact with our federal delegation, Congressman Welch, Senator Leahy. I had a call from Senator Sanders yesterday afternoon, all talking about what is it you need? What do you need to get through this? And obviously, we don't know at this point, other than we're going to need federal assistance, flexibility, in all kinds of different ways. And I know they're working diligently on this effort right now. It looks like it's going to be over a $1 trillion package that will be coming to the states. So suffice it to say, we don't know what our needs are, but we know we're going to need some assistance in order to get through this.
Thank you.
Amy, Caledonian Record.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Levine, you said the state is monitoring hundreds of people connected to the 19 confirmed cases. Are there any counties in Vermont that do not have people being monitored? And can you speak specifically to the Northeast Kingdom?
It's like 5 or 6
Yeah.
counties at this point.
About half of our counties have documented cases and half don't. But I have to be careful when you're talking about who we're monitoring as a result of a case. They may live outside the county that we're concerned about if they were at a gathering with the person or what have you. So hard to say. But consider the fact that half the state has documented cases, and that half is geographically heterogeneous, so it's not like any corner of the state is exempt.
And we have asked those who have traveled to other countries to self-isolate. So there may be some self-isolating in Caledonia County as well. I would expect most counties have some who are self-isolating and we're monitoring.
Okay, so we have time for one
Thank you,
last,
Dr. Levine. Governor?
one last question. Tim, Vermont Business Magazine.
Hi, I talked to many educators, and it looks like they're going to start the learning programs this Monday, the 23rd, which would trigger the free and appropriate public education requirements of the federal law. As I read your document, Governor, these will be more complicated than just picking up a packet at school or doing an online course. What is the plan for kids on IEPs starting as early as Monday?
Hi, this is Dan French, Secretary of Education. We put out guidance last night on special education compliance, and we're certainly waiting for more guidance from the federal government on this. During this 2-week period, we're expecting districts to just maintain academic performance and progress of students. So at this point, during the 2-week period, it's not triggering necessarily a change in students' individual education programs under special ed law, but we do have to start planning for that eventuality if school closure is prolonged beyond the 2-week period.
Again, I want to thank everyone on the phone, as well as those who are here from the media for your great work in trying to keep your listeners informed and your readers informed. It's really important that we get this right, that we give all the facts we can to try and do whatever we can to help assist people as well as to calm their fears, because this is going to be a long haul. It's not going to be solved overnight, and we're all going to have to work together in order to get to the end of this. So I thank you for your efforts.
Okey-dokey. So this is the Brattleboro Planning Commission called to order at 6:06 PM on March 2nd. And are there any announcements?
I'll just make a couple of announcements. First of all, I want to let you all know, and the viewing public, that the US Census is right around the corner. They're going to begin mailing census information March 16th, I think. And you'll be able to take the census online by phone or paper copy. Please take it in some format when it comes out. And then, because otherwise they have to send enumerators out to get in touch with you. I think there's 7 questions. Your answers are confidential. You are taking the census as of April 1st, so on that date, it's asking how many people reside in your house. So if you've got roommates, if you've got children, if you've got parents, any kind of arrangement, whoever is in your house, even if, if you're renting your house, and I think you can include people like that. So please respond, it's important. A lot of federal funding gets directed to the state and then the county and the towns that way, so we really want an accurate count. So you'll be seeing and hearing more information about it, but just a heads up, it's right around the corner.
Thank you.
Cool. Anybody else got any announcements?
Do you have any other?
Oh, I had one more, yeah. Save the date, April 25th. The Conservation Commission is planning kind of an Earth Day festival. There'll be more information coming out about that, but kind of ways that you can connect to different advocacy organizations or changes, little things that you can do in your backyard to improve better. And there will be some outreach. We're planning on holding it at 250 Birch Street, and so there's going to be some outreach about that project at that event.
And then on March 24th, me and Sue are traveling to Montpelier to present in front of the downtown board for the neighborhood development area designation. We're hoping to find out that day or soon after if we will get that designation to continue our housing efforts. So we'll keep you updated on that.
Super. Anything else? Alrighty, public comments.
Too bad.
No public. And did everybody get a chance to review the minutes?
And just to note, Andrew sent out a revised copy that had more information about the public comment that was received at that meeting. So if you didn't see that at the end of the day, that's what you would be voting on.
Do you need a copy, Tom? Or just okay, great.
Got it.
Okay.
I had one question.
Sure.
That there is a comment where you say, or the recorder says, one commissioner, a commissioner said something. And everybody else has their names attached?
Oh, I see. I know what you mean. So you want the name of the commissioner?
Well, no. I was just curious. I actually am curious about whether or not it.
Is it something embarrassing?
No. It was just the sort of notion that some people are attributed to their comments and some people aren't, and I.
Yes, you want to be more consistent?
Well, no.
Okay.
I just, as a matter of principle, the last time I was in charge of taking minutes, it became clear that it was good to not say who said what.
Okay.
So that the information would then just be information as
Yeah.
opposed to
Okay.
sort of attributed to
Yeah.
some individual versus
Sure.
another. And I figured that maybe you two had to be cited because that was some kind of something having to do with the fact that you're officials
Staff
of
or,
the
yeah.
municipality. But anyway, I mean, it was
Okay.
more just a sort of question about whether or not it was useful for us to have our minutes attributed
Yeah.
or unattributed.
We had had that discussion probably a year or more ago, and I didn't relay that information, so so we can fix that.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want us to fix it in these minutes and we can bring them back in April?
No, I mean, unless
We're just
anybody
moving
feels
forward.
strong, just, yeah.
Or I could go through and I can also edit just to say commissioner, and then we could publish them. Okay, all right. For next time.
There was one other thing. I feel like when we were talking about the Congress of New Urbanism, what the Planning Commission had requested was recommendations for updating the zoning. Did I remember that wrong?
Yes, I thought that was, when we got that letter back from them?
Yeah. That we had that really great discussion, and the next step was that you guys are going to bring proposals and changes.
Yes.
So I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that.
What does it say in there?
I don't think it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not
Very
next,
clear,
it's,
yeah,
All right,
next,
well,
yeah.
But
Okay.
just so that it's recorded and we're accountable to it.
I'll just add a sentence at the end. I was guessing it's this paragraph for the
Yeah,
last one.
the second to
Yep,
the last
yep.
paragraph.
Anything else? Do I have a motion to accept the minutes as amended?
I'll make that motion to accept them as amended.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, minutes are passed as amended. And we are on to you, I believe. All of a sudden, my agenda went nowhere, but I'm pretty sure that that's the next thing, yes.
Handout for tonight, just to help us stay a little more organized.
Nice paper.
Yeah, I'm just too lazy to go down and put good paper in, take good paper out, I just leave it in there. So, you are benefiting from my recent printing of proposals. So, I am here tonight to update you on the progress of the downtown design plan. Present to you a little more detail, some of the pieces that were not put together yet the last time I was here, and get a bit of feedback and discussion around a few of the issues as we're moving into the recommendations phase. And Sue let me know that you guys are working with the Just City index and criteria, and would be interested in seeing how that fit with this plan. So I did take a look at that. You'll remember, I don't know, have you guys had a chance to wander through this at all? I think you sent the link, right?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so in the introduction, we do have a piece about what is good public space here. And there is this piece, the 12 criteria for public space. And these are based on criteria that the Gell Institute has put together. And so some of the survey work we did and stuff around the charrette, I used and looked at their framework for doing that kind of assessment of public space. But there are actually quite a few variations on this theme out there. So there are lots of different lists, you know, the 10, elements of good public space, top 3, qualities of good public space. It goes on like that. So, and it all kind of feeds back to the same sort of original research that was done in New York City in the 70s around what is good public space that William Holly White did, and then eventually led to Bratt Park. So that's actually, if you were to go back and look at the history of studying this
It all
field.
goes back to that one article.
It really is essentially, it's a field that he created. It didn't really exist before. So he went out and basically filmed and monitored how people acted and behaved and used public space. And then did a lot of publishing and talking about it, and influenced a whole generation designers after that. And so when you're looking at some of the Just City pieces, I think there's quite a bit of overlap, because it's really looking at a lot of the same issues, maybe through a different lens. And that's what you see when you look at the different types of, the different lists of criteria. It's really what lens are people coming at it from. You know, are you looking at it from an economic development perspective? Are you looking at it from an arts and culture perspective? The Just City stuff is really more of a, you know, a social psychology, sociology perspective, and probably these GEL criteria are a bit more on the actual physical design end of that perspective, and because they come from a more of an urban design, urban planning group. So, you know, I just looked through to sort of see what was there as an overlap, but you can certainly look at this and then look at the things that you're going to be looking at in the Just City and see, I think, more than just these overlaps. But I was committed to making this fit on my page, so I didn't continue the laundry list. But you know, the criteria around welfare and Just City line up with the criteria around protection in the GEL set of criteria. You know, mobility lines up with, you know, opportunities to walk, cycle, etc. And there's even some of those pieces around identity, like authenticity, beauty, character, come through in the set of criteria too. And there were others, but it really is, I think you'll see quite a bit of overlap. And I'm trying to, as I put together the recommendations, refer back to this idea of what is good public space, and so that there is a linkage between what's being recommended and this set of criteria up here at the front too. I'm going to, what I wanted to focus on was the actual strategies tonight. There's, obviously, if you've looked through this, you've seen that the front matter of this document have, you can call it a document, have been filled in largely. And so there's a lot of existing condition and background and information consolidated in here, sort of a repository. There will be, in the not too distant future, but it's still not available yet, a way to sort of put in a navigation bar that's not there yet. Right now you sort of got to look at it from top to bottom, which is a bit annoying. But what is happening is that Esri, the ArcGIS software people, are transitioning from one set of templates for this type of story map to another. And we're making this in the new one because they're going to not support the old one anymore. And they're sort of moving the tools over a few pieces at a time. So they very excitedly added my ability to turn text different colors a month ago. I got really excited about that. And they added a few features a month ago that we were able to take advantage of. And they're doing updates every 2 to 3 months. So the next one is supposed to include the navigation. So I suspect that before the project needs to be technically done, you're going to get the navigation piece, which will make this a lot more user-friendly. There also, just what I assume, so there's going to be a way to transfer it. That is not, I don't know when, but there will be. So even if it's, 6 months down the road or whatever, we can, when it's available, we can move it from my ArcGIS account to yours. Cool. Yeah. So
that was really lovely with this icon.
Yes, it's fun to zoom into that map, isn't it? And look and see what's there. So I'm gonna, yes, I have to move all the way through to get to where I need to be here. If you zoom too fast, it really gets upset, and then it starts to misbehave, and that's not something we want tonight. So here we are at the strategies piece. So at this point, the strategies are organized both geographically, and then there's some that are kind of theme-based. So the first set is the way around, which is the multimodal path going from the bridge to Brattleboro Common, and that's broken down into 15 segments along the way. So we're hitting a lot of the public spaces that way by going through. So we're hitting the parking lots and the transportation center as we go along. And then it's almost like the idea that you're on tour and you come back down Main Street, and it runs down along Main Street and talks about the municipal lands and buildings along there. We looked at some of those pieces the last time I was here. There's been a little bit more filling in around that, but the bones of that you saw before. And then there's discussion of the bike lanes and the sidewalks on Main Street. And then there's going to be shorter pieces for Elliott Street and Flat Street. And then the intersection has a section in here, and that's, going to talk about potential physical changes to the intersection and the optimization of the traffic lights. Those pieces are not sitting in there yet, but they were in the presentation, the final wrap-up presentation for the charrette. So it's essentially those set of recommendations around the intersection. And I think the drawing that you saw in here for Bridge Street includes the curb radius change at the Main Street, Bridge Street intersection, which is sort of one of the major physical changes that's being recommended. Then there's going to be a piece talking about the West River Trail, and this is one that I've got down here on my discussion questions to talk a little bit about. There's sort of two options that I think could be presented in here. One is the rail trail idea of trying to get from where the West River Trail ends at the marina and connect that down through downtown. There's interest in extending the trail along the railroad. And then the other option is to look at using your existing streets to get bicycle traffic from the marina into downtown and connect to the common, so that you can then use the way around piece to ferry the bicycle traffic through and down to the Hinsdale Bridge and continue that loop. So,
sorry, is there an option on the table for the use of the trail that goes around the retreat meadows?
I don't think so. I mean, my sense of those trails, and maybe I'm wrong about that, is that they are not probably particularly bike friendly in terms of terrain.
Unless you have a mountain bike.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would also say those are outside of the scope. I mean, I know she's talking right now about the marina, but that's because that was the idea of the West River Trail, is how do you get up there?
It's an important connection to think about. So I think what we heard from the public comments is that technically the common itself is not within our downtown study area, but it clearly needs to be sort of the terminal point of the path network. And it is feasible that could then provide that connection to make a further trail link to an existing planned trail. So we've got some looking at the railroad and the feasibility of that, which is in our study area, but I think presenting another way to get there as well and to make that connect in makes sense. And, so we can talk about that. I don't have those drawings in here yet, but those are coming. And then that sort of ends the geographic clusters of things that we're looking at. And then there's going to be a little bit on parking. There's obviously a lot about parking in here.
Yeah.
In some ways, the downtown design plan ends up being a lot about parking because of the existing dominance of parking downtown. And and the need to figure out, it's a sort of a trade-off question. So there have been sort of there's individual one-off ideas, right? Like convert Preston to a park, or convert Harmony or a portion of it to a park, or get rid of parking on Main Street, the on-street parking. But that also needs to be looked at holistically. There's a certain amount of parking that needs to be provided downtown. And so while you could eliminate one public parking lot, in terms of the number of spaces and the demand numbers, you can't do every single one of the full-fledged recommendations all the way along the way through the plan and still have enough parking. So it's a question of making some choices, and that needs to get discussed in terms of figuring out what the priorities are and sort of the next steps for making decisions about how to balance the parking, public space, green space needs.
Right here, are you suggesting that's for discussion with the planning commission?
I think it should be something that could be on the planning commission's discussion list. And I think it's it's a necessary component to kind of wrap up and tie up the plan. I've tried, as I've been writing along, to at least introduce the idea that, you know, there are a lot of ideas being presented here. You can't, and there's a need there is going to have to be decisions about which ones to do 100% of. So I think I talked about that around the Preston Park idea. And the same is sort of true of the ideas around Harmony, because there are, you know, have been ideas floated to, you know, make the entire thing green space and eliminate all the parking spaces, down to eliminate some portion of them, you know. So, and the way around piece, if you follow that through, you'll see that it requires fairly small reductions of parking all the way along, right, to make it happen. So, you know, taking 5 on-street spaces here to make room for a bike area, some reconfiguration in the parking lot to make room. It's not a wholesale elimination of parking, but it's a series of reductions. And so there needs to be, as you think about what the community's priorities are going to be for implementation, a recognition that you probably can't do every single idea until the, you know, demand for public parking changes substantially. There's some other parking option.
So can I, when would we have that discussion, and how would we get the public engaged in that conversation? Because we obviously, given people's anxiety around not enough parking, even though we know we have substantially more than enough parking, how do we make sure that if we started taking parking spaces away, people wouldn't go nuts?
I mean, it's definitely a next step after the plan, after this plan is done.
Yeah.
But I think it needs to be part of your envisioning how you might move pieces of it forward.
I think it can come in kind of pieces, and
so not to be discussed within the next 2 months.
I don't think so.
I don't think
necessarily.
no. I don't think we're going to be able to kind of rally consent around.
Yeah, and it could, you know, it's also probably true that each of the ideas could end up with sort of a group of core supporters. You know, there's people with different interests and level of support and different approaches. So
I feel like we'd have to look at, you know, the benefits, like, so if we're talking Preston Lot versus Harmony versus, I don't know, something else, and kind of figure out what are the pros and cons of each, and kind of work through it that way, and then bring it out to the public.
Okay.
As we try to move the project forward or something.
And then also sort of in the wrap-up end of the strategies would be recommendations related to programming, and then a set of recommendations related to public art. Really more focused on funding and managing those, rather than necessarily specific, you know, recommendations for, you know, put some murals here or sculpture there, or, you know, have live music here on, you know, there's been some of that. There's been a lot of discussion in the recommendations around doing those type of activities in various places downtown, but you know, it's not going to be that kind of a strategy where it's detailed to that level. It's really more about how the town can fund and manage that going ahead. So I threw out 5 questions, and I don't necessarily mean that we have to discuss and resolve them all tonight, and I only gave them to you here now. I actually just wanted to think that these are important ones to have on your radar and to be thinking about. I'm assuming I'm here tonight presenting this we sort of have, we have a May type deadline.
Yeah, we have a May.
So one of the questions I had is an administrative one, is whether you want to see me again next month, with hopefully the rest of the material filled in at that point. And then there was the idea of scheduling a public presentation. So just in terms of the pieces that are left to accomplish, it probably isn't absolutely necessary that the public presentation happen before the, whatever the May cutoff grant date is. But you know, we need to have the product essentially ready by then. So these are things that I think are kind of the more critical policy points that the design plan is encountering. In some ways, we can present more than one option for a couple of these things, but should we be making a recommendation? So the bike lane question on Main Street, as it's written now, the plan makes a recommendation against doing the bike lanes on Main Street and for doing the other option, the way around option, based on that, the fact that it would be probably not possible to get bike lanes the full length of Main Street, and if you did put them in, you wouldn't be able to widen the sidewalks. Where they are pressable, you couldn't widen the sidewalks. So it's sort of a question of, it's a trade-off question again, so it's the bike lane or the sidewalk question. The same one comes up with the rail trail pathway connection and whether you even want to go into that with this. The question is also, I think, ties to where do you want to put time and energy on the municipality's part, and try to also maybe guide community activity towards the projects that you think are going to move the overall vision forward more effectively or are more productive uses. The rail trail concept has some significant challenges and costs. There may be a way to get to a lot of the benefits of the rail trail without that, at least the connections, without having to encounter those challenges at first. And there could be, energy and resources put to other components of the project instead of to a bigger, more difficult piece. So I think that's some of the choices you have to make. It's like what the plan, by setting forth implementation and trying to help structure priorities, you're kind of hoping to direct community energy and resources. Municipal, yes, but also community, the public community as well. So in some ways, I was trying to give some sense of the feasibility. Here, I have both the feasibility and the challenges. So for some of these things, to lay those out in so that people have some better information about, or some more complete information for making these kind of decisions.
I remember that we talked about the Main Street bike lanes when you were here before, but I don't remember us talking about the rail trail.
No, we didn't, because that's sort of come up since I was here last.
Yeah, actually, Stephen Dotson, who is our sustainability coordinator, just walked in. He's been doing research on the rail trail. Stephen, this is Brandy Saxton.
Hi, Brandy, nice to meet you.
So it's actually great that he walked into the room and
the rail trail
discussion. I've shared your information with Stephen. Stephen's also had some conversations with the Friends of the West River Trail. I don't know if you want to back up and take these one by one. I'm kind of anxious to jump in on a couple of them, but also want to hear from you.
Yeah, I like the idea one by one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we start with number one?
Yeah.
Sure. That's always a good place to start.
I think that, just for me going through this, the piece of information that was the most telling for deciding one way or the other on that is just the you said there isn't room at all the intersections to accommodate this infrastructure all the way up and down Main Street.
Right, so let me get to that.
Yeah. And the pictures of the sidewalks were really like, oh, they hit me really hard. I was like, oh boy, those sidewalks
Yeah.
are so narrow.
They are narrow.
And having had to navigate them with a stroller.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the idea of focusing on pedestrian and expanding public space on the sidewalks on Main Street and moving this transportation line through multimodal stuff back.
I agree with you, Jess. I know when we were doing the charrette, I think trying to play around and figure out how to fit them on Main Street was really, really challenging, and I would rather see wider sidewalks so that you can walk more than two people, side by side and somebody coming the other way, or so that if a restaurant wanted to have outside seating or, some sort of parklet or something, I think the social interaction would be better. I think that certainly, there are some bicyclists that would use bike lanes maybe, but I think the greater benefit would be towards pedestrians.
It'd be easier to walk a bike on a wider sidewalk.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, I would like to make sure that we have a path into downtown on bicycles. We have the pop-up on Flat Street. I think that there is room on Flat Street to kind of get into downtown. We're going to be looking at it on High Street.
Yeah, that was one of the things in looking at doing the way around route, that you're obviously crossing the side street. So you're crossing over Flat, you're crossing over Elliott, and there are opportunities to improve the access down if you were on bicycle there. So the High Street intersection, if you think of coming out of the tunnel there, if you turn right and you're on your bicycle, there's actually quite a bit of room between there and the Main Street intersection. So while we were focused in that on providing the cycle track from the tunnel up to High Grove parking lot, there's actually no reason it couldn't go to Main Street too, or to Plenty, right? It's not, there's space, and there's not a physical obstruction there. So that's some of the things to look at as well. And the ideas around Flat Street were around exploring the idea of making it one way and really then being able to provide that widened sidewalk. I mean, that's already got fairly low traffic numbers, so that makes it a reasonable place to be with a bicycle as well, possibly. So I think the idea of being able to bike around the back and then pop down essentially where you need to be onto Main Street instead of having to traverse Main Street to get to where you want to be would work.
Yeah, I think Sue, you said a key term that I agree with. The wider benefit or the greater benefit here is to if it's one or the other, bike lanes on Main Street or enhancing the sidewalks. I think my vote is for the sidewalks too. Whether it's because they're more heavily used or it's a more diverse group of people, I think there's more benefit to be had by enhancing that. But regarding the way around, I feel like when this was first brought up, I liked it because, I still do, but I liked it because I often take that while I'm walking, because I live down south of the food co-op, and if I need to go to the municipal building or the library, I'll take that back road, and it's kind of for novelty and more quiet and for those reasons. But for bicycling, I don't think I'll ever bike that, personally, because I'm not so scared or wary of Main Street, and Main Street would probably be 1/3 of the time, because it's just a straight shot. And I bike without a helmet too, so I'm not everyone here, but so the only thing I can think for Main Street that that I would like to is maybe, does this happen every winter where the plows pretty much make the sidewalks and the crosswalks disappear? Like, you can't see across, and that's a pedestrian
Yeah,
thing. But
yeah.
I'm saying like
Down
marks
the
on the
pavement.
roads.
Yeah. Well,
You know
the
those,
way
you know
of-
those little things that are halfway in the road that say pedestrians crossing? You know, those sorts of things will slow traffic down, I think, and make them more conscious of bicyclists and pedestrians.
You're talking about the paint wearing off and
Yeah,
having
some
some other
sidewalks.
sort of signal.
Yeah, I don't know if they redo that every.
It does, it does.
Oh, they do? That's how
Yeah,
fast
yeah,
it wears away?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, no, they repainted, that's a
Mhm.
sort of spring
Yeah, it's kind of a
thing,
spring.
Mhm.
is they come out and repaint
Yeah.
the street.
But as far as enhancing it for bicyclists, I don't know, some signs or some sharrows on Main
Mhm.
Street, if we can do that, but.
The traffic levels are counts are too high to do it as a
Oh, okay.
share on Main Street. There are numbers where
Mhm.
you can do it that way. I mean, I think the
So
the
Main-
bicyclists that are comfortable using Main Street now will continue
Exactly.
to do that.
Mhm.
And, you know, so I think it just opens up the potential to bicycle to people who now
Mhm.
don't have a route.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, the person who's a, you know, serious bicyclist, transportation-oriented bicyclist will probably still choose
Mhm.
to move with traffic.
Yeah, if people aren't in a rush, or they're new to the area, or they're tourists, or if there's easy or fun, novel things to see along the way around, then I think it's an awesome thing
And-
to promote and enhance.
The reduction of on-street parking on Main Street, which is part of the sidewalk recommendations, might reduce some of the conflict for bicyclists too, because it's one less, one less avenue of moving vehicle to encounter, or door opening in front of you or something like that, so. It's still probably not gonna make Main Street a lovely place to bicycle, but.
So is everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the group for the reasons everyone articulated. I think that people who are comfortable using Main Street now for bicycling will probably continue to do so. And having one of the options for a way around that for people who are not comfortable on Main Street and a bicycle would be nice. If I had to prioritize use of Main Street for something, I would say foot traffic, because that's how people get in and out of stores. It's also going to be how people with disabilities access things. So making it so there's a clear path for people to be able to do that would be the priority for me.
You couldn't still weigh in on this. No, that's, she's on that committee, isn't she?
Well, she's on the Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation. No, I mean, they were the ones that did the bike lane pop-up, and I think, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that they would have an issue. But we had spent some time talking about the difficulty of biking on Main Street
Right,
and some
right.
restrictions or constrictions and stuff, so.
It's also not to get sidetracked, but it's also you discuss the number of trucks
Mhm.
on Main Street in here and the
Oh, yeah.
incentivizing of having larger trucks going through town, which I know is one of the things people
Yeah, that was a
have
great catch.
mentioned many times in
Invite
the
the legislators
surveys.
to one of these meetings.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
And
want
just
to
say,
bike
look
on
at
Main
this
Street
great
with those
recommendation
trucks.
to change the rules of the state highways.
That seems like a no-brainer, we
Yeah.
should.
It's just something-
It's federal, it's not state.
No,
Oh.
it is a state.
Oh, no, really?
It's the state limit is higher
That's a lot.
than the federal limit on the state highway. So it's,
Yeah, okay.
you could either get the feds to raise theirs on the interstate, which seems unlikely, or get the state to lower theirs on the state highway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've always
It's-
reviewed it, I've always.
Yeah,
seen
it's one or the other.
Oh,
Yeah.
so if the state lowers it on state highways,
If
then
they
that
match
would
the
mean like
feds,
certain
there would
heavy
not
trucks
be-
just kind of aren't even allowed then.
Well, no, it would just eliminate the incentive. I mean, there's certain kinds of, I mean, that's why you have certain types of loads, like log trucks, for instance. They're very heavy. And so you can load them more if you're gonna take them on the state highways than
Right.
if you're gonna load them and take them on the interstate.
Which is why 9 out of 10, I haven't done a scientific study, but it seems to me like 9 out of 10 of those trucks that go by are lugging trucks. When
Well,
you're
let's not
watching them.
forget that Sir Sosimo's down on
Right.
142, it's
Yeah.
hard to know what's local and what's not.
Yeah, it is, you'd have some, you obviously would still have some local traffic through as well, but there's, you know, there are certain types of loads that right now are more likely to be found on state highways throughout the state.
Well, maybe it's an interesting implementation step, though, to talk about lobbying the state legislators, because we've always talked about it in terms of the federal rules.
Yeah, and the differences amongst, it's actually interesting to look at across the states. There's, if you really want to geek out on this, you can go look this weight limit, truck weight limits across the states. You can go look at this on state highways, and you can see that they are all over the place. Some, you know, align with the federal ones. Some are significantly more. It depends. If you're in Texas, I guess it's a very different, you know, economic and infrastructure model
It
too.
would be interesting to know what other towns who share Route 5 as their main street, which is a fair number of towns in Vermont, thought about that. And I'm sorry, I know I just took us way off topic.
No.
But I'd be interested
It's
to.
something we hear all the time.
To
Yeah,
hear
and
if this comes up in other towns that also
yeah.
use Route 5 as their main
And
street.
Route 7 and Route 2.
Yeah, that's a good example
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. So I mean, it is definitely something that you see, and so you might notice, you can start noticing now that when you see a log truck on the state highway, it's usually filled up more than a log truck that you see on the interstate.
Okay.
Well, it's interesting, I mean, the total, you know, not to mention the kind of noise that it makes, but the wear and tear on the state highways and the
There
funding
is
that
that.
we're getting. I mean, look at Route 9. I think it's a mess. It's way overdue to be rebuilt, and yet we're allowing these heavier loads. There's a lot to balance that.
Yeah, it is an interesting one to think about, but.
So
there's
looks
that
like
one.
we did one.
We
What
did
about
one.
two?
So number 2, so I haven't obviously written this one yet, and there's no need to make any sort of recommendation on this if you don't want to. But then again, I thought if you did want to think about this and offer some perspective, what you might think would be.
So I'm wondering if, Stephen, would you be willing to talk a little bit about the research you've done and conversations you've had?
Sure. So where this segment stands between the bridge and the museum is that Friends of the West River Trail has presented the problem to safety officers, both for the federal level. The Northeast Federal Safety Officers come and walk the trails or the track and identified that there's a safety issue here. And now we've moved through the railroad safety person into their real estate branch, and they have a drawing that lays out on the map where the proposed trail would go, and we're trying to push them to grant an easement or some sort of right-of-way or some lease agreement that could enable that trail to go in. I and others in the planning department have skepticism about where this trail is running exactly and how Friends of the West River Trail plans on.
Can I ask, are they putting it on the water side? Is their vision is it's on the water side?
Indeed.
Do they think that are they ignoring the second track and hoping that they will not have to measure off the second track for their setback, but off the primary?
No, the second track, center of that track, 11-foot offset is what
They came back with 11.
yeah, or.
From the railroad?
That's what the
or-
ask is, 11.
The ask was 11, but the trail itself is farther away from that on 90%.
Taking that West River and attaching it here and going.
And I can share drawings too if people are
Wow.
curious of seeing. Are they looking at it right now?
No, she's looking at it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map that's here.
Oh, sure.
Not this
Yeah,
map.
no,
So it would come here,
Yeah.
across Putney Road.
I can probably pull it
No,
up.
it would come
Let's
up
get to
here,
us
kinda go
to a map
under-
situation.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm gonna pull up
can
Google
point and
Maps.
grab.
I just need to get to a page
Up
here.
onto the sidewalk
And then
down.
hit the West River.
So.
I was on the walk around, make around, whatever that thing was.
Yeah.
Sounds like a song.
Way around.
The way around, yes. There's a simple name for it. No, I can't get it back to where it was. Go back.
So then would
There is no, I'm
would it continue down along the Connecticut?
Until the Whetstone Station. And that would be a place for parking and,
Oh, nice.
yeah.
And how would it how would it interact with the summer residents that are in that area?
Down by the river.
Mhm.
I think they would have a much more direct route to downtown, and that they'd be able to get back and forth from where they live to downtown that much quicker, like any resident.
Hopefully more
And safer.
safely, yeah.
And there will be more people along that area, which means it's more better kept, and people, fewer nefarious things could happen there. I'll say this, that I think it's less of a challenge at this point to get the easement. I think the bigger challenge is going to be them designing where the trail runs and figuring out how to manage all the different pieces of the floodplain and the different.
Permitting.
Yeah, and the actually engineering of the trail and make it work for that location.
I was looking for the files I sent you.
Would it be a
Steven
dirt
has
track?
seen
It's
the
not gonna
files.
be.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be an impermeable surface, right? I think it could be, I don't know, maybe a gravel or some sort of rough, but that part hasn't been crossed yet. There's a need for a bridge to go over a stream at certain points.
There's a lot of grade issues.
Yes.
Because if you haven't walked along the railroad tracks, it falls off again to the water. So the railroad tracks, it sort of like comes down a cliff, there's the tracks that are flat, and then there's another dam along a lot of it.
Yeah.
Walnut Street or whatever.
Yeah.
Roughly how far would it be from the active track? What they've been working from is there's on the west side of there's an active line, then there's a fence, and then there's an inactive line on the riverside, right? And then we've been going 11-foot offset from the center of those two tracks.
Oh, okay.
And then even further is where the trail is based, but that 11-foot mark is the bare minimum that they think they could get away with ever. However, we did
Where
see.
did they come up with 11 feet?
Jason Cooper?
I think it's kind of federal, like, there's
As far
been
as I can
meetings with
find.
rails with trails.
Yeah, as far as I can find, it's 15, but okay. We'll give them their 4 feet.
Okay.
Well, you said it's 11 feet off of the center, so track 1, track 2, they're going 11 feet from the middle, or 11 feet
from
off
the center of the second.
Second.
So
Okay.
that may end up being 15 feet dead center from both, right?
No, they're not. They're 15 feet apart from each other. From center to center, they're
Okay.
15 feet apart.
Okay. So, yeah.
Okay.
Don't know where that number came from, but.
Yeah, the one I gave you the example of in the Massachusetts one, that the fence was at the 15-foot mark. And so that's the other thing, is that it would require a fence as well. So there's a lot of,
I know that there's a
Friends of the
lot
West River
of,
Trail.
They have money.
I don't know these things, but they continue to be gung-ho for this. I think they could raise money rather convincingly for this project, though.
I know that there's a lot of challenges to this. I am not in favor of taking it out, recommending against the trail, because I think that having a trail along the river is an entirely different experience of, rather than using the way around in One-Tastic. I mean, I love to walk on One-Tastic, but they're really kind of two different
it's
things.
achieving the connection. It's not giving you the waterfront amenity.
Yeah, no, and all the benefits
We're
that
never
come
gonna
with
get
trails.
the waterfront amenity, right? I mean, because the railroad's gonna always keep that property.
Right, but you might get a right of way or some sort of easement or something to have a trail there. I mean, I think that that's.
Right, but the trail,
we should
I'm saying
acknowledge
the
that.
trail is the best we can do
Right, right.
in order to get to.
Because
the
it's
river.
active, yeah.
Is this an either-or
It's
conversation?
not,
Oh, okay.
so the question I have, because we did on the question of the Main Street bike lanes make a recommendation, because it is kind of like there isn't room for both. The motor sidewalks and the bike lanes, we make a recommendation in here. Sue had asked that we incorporate, because of the work you guys are doing, the rail trail. My thought was, if we're going to incorporate the rail trail, we should point out that you could actually get the connection that you need over the existing street network without the rail trail still. But there isn't a need necessarily to recommend that the town focus on one over the other.
In any of the public outreach, did you, I mean, I just feel like anytime talked to people, they said, get us close to the river, we wanna have the river, we wanna have access to the river. I mean, it just seems like
Comes
that's
up a lot.
Yeah,
Mm.
this would answer that question.
I think it helps revitalize a part of the town that's kind of forgotten, and
Yeah.
people are pushed to the margins there. If you bring more people in, it's gonna revitalize that area, it's gonna make it feel safer, feel more alive.
I think when you think about it in context of the Hinsdale Bridge becoming a pedestrian
Right.
and
Yeah.
kind of creating this
Right.
trails hub down there, I know it's challenging, but I wouldn't want to recommend against it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like that there's already community energy and leadership around.
Mm.
So it's like, it can actually happen, maybe.
Right.
And why not get behind that?
And it seems like it would also play right into the museum development if that's gonna happen as well.
I do want to say, I don't dislike the way around path. I mean, people are using that on foot anyway. I use it. You mentioned you use
Yeah,
it.
this
I've
is-
seen people doing it, yeah.
Yeah, this would be an addition.
This is,
Yeah.
yeah.
This is,
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to keep both on the table.
but what was the, well, this is separate from that though. But what's the Wantastiquet Drive proposal, like what would
So
that
you could
entail?
come up from the marina.
Right.
You just have a short distance to make up on the main road.
Well, I know,
And then you get onto one
I know what the route is, but what would it entail the town doing?
You
Putting a
could,
sign up?
basically it's a sign and some, maybe some
Saying, hey,
sheriff.
this road
you could-
already exists, but it's a good one, so take it
So,
around
It's
there?
probably a
Yeah.
crosswalk improvement.
Crosswalk
Okay.
improvements.
Which
and-
is
Yeah.
not so easy because visibility is poor where
It
you
is,
want
it's
it.
not the bestest crossing point, but, I mean, there's all, I don't know how they're thinking they're going to get, across by the substation with the rail trail plan.
Right,
But
I
you,
wonder.
whatever that plan is, you could actually still do that and still come on into.
No, I think that's the idea. You would
Right.
come up and
Under.
then come under.
The
Under the
railroad.
bridges
Under the
from,
bridge.
Both
and then you
bridges.
come up on the other side.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so, I mean,
so,
there's,
so you stay on the west side of the driving bridge, on the shoulder?
that's what Jason Cooper's talking about. Just for the record, that's what Jason Cooper's talking about.
so there could be other ways to get onto the I can never say it, Wantastiquet? Wantastiquet. Drive. Let's just face it,
Not a QU.
I'm not from Brattleboro, I can't say it. There are ways to get, there could potentially be a way to get on there if you can get around the substation, around the backside of the substation or something like that, right? So you could put the crossing further down the hill or something than where it is. So that there is some possibilities there that could be looked at, but basically the traffic levels are so low, it's just a residential street, that it is actually appropriate to be a sharo. So you could sign it to be a sharo, and then it, comes up through, I think then you go on to Harris or North or something like that. You basically come out right at the common.
Yeah, you come in.
It's a pretty common neighborhood to walk through.
It is.
I know I enjoy it when I go downtown, so.
Yeah.
So I don't think the neighbors will have much of an issue with all the pedestrian traffic, because there shouldn't
People
be
walk
much of
there
a
all the
difference,
time.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
So, I mean,
Yep.
even if that's an interim improvement to make the connection, to help get people from one end to the other, it's well, they raise the millions of dollars it's gonna take to build the rail trail. So that's there.
Maybe when we have the Green Mountain Power people back again talking about the redesign of the substation, we can ask them about that.
Oh, well.
Okay.
So do you feel like you have direction on that?
Yeah, so we'll lay out the options, but we will not, we'll avoid making a recommendation.
We don't want to recommend against the rail trail.
Yeah. So, the next one talks about, how far, as I'm starting to work with Andrew on the implementation program, how far down the path of talking about the money do you want to go, I guess?
Yes.
As far as you can go.
So, there is obviously the improvement district taxes that, could be used to further the recommendations of the plan. So that's something that the implementation program could look at. is how those monies are allocated and, suggest some, perhaps not, some distribution of them amongst some of these goals.
And do we have some idea of what that distribution looks like now?
They have, I think it increased, I think it's around $80,000 that is collected from the downtown property owners in the district. And they are all DBA, Downtown Brattleboro Alliance is their funding. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have it with me, but they have a distribution of it for programs that they do.
So in some ways, it's this plan making a recommendation about how the DBA allocates its resources, which are technically the municipality's resources.
So, yeah.
Well, but the municipality made the decision that DBA is their downtown.
Right,
So
right.
it's-
So it's sort of a weird line, I guess
It
is
is
what
a
I'm
weird line.
trying to point out.
Wait a minute.
Does the DBA ever like justify their spending and stuff and like
Yeah,
have
every year.
some
Every year. It's approved by representative town meeting.
Right.
It's on the ballot.
as a separate
As a
separate ballot question? It's standalone or just part of the $15
I believe
million?
it's standalone. I think it's.
Yeah, it's been contentious.
So if, well, what if the DBA hasn't been much of a participant in this process? Have they?
We had early discussions with them.
Yeah.
So would you characterize them as enthusiastic participants who would say, oh, great, we have a plan, now we're gonna implement it using our money?
I don't have any evidence to support that.
I don't think that I would want to be an organization and be told how to spend my money. I mean, I think we'd have to have those conversations with them. I don't think it's fair to say, here's our plan, and you should take 50,000 of your operating funds and do it.
Is there a follow-up plan with them to share?
Not right now, but definitely there's a plan to share the information. I guess for me, I feel like those conversations need to be had, and I think that taking even DBA out of it, I don't know how I don't think the support would be there for the property owners that pay that tax, that they are responsible for infrastructure betterment projects, just them. I think they benefit the entire town. I mean, as it is, the whole flower program, which, is people enjoy the flowers in this, all 4 seasons or 3 seasons, and, visitors come to Brattleboro and recognize it. It's primarily paid by those downtown property owners, so I think there's a bigger discussion of what is the benefit and what does downtown bring to the entire community, and is it fair that there's just those property owners paying?
But they've also had a program the last year that activates public spaces.
They did?
And they've brought in musicians and artists and community game leaders and paid them a small amount of money to perform or do their thing.
So that's the sort of thing that could come out of the recommendations is, to provide support for that type of programming, to, how to, basically recommendations about how to allocate some of those resources amongst the competing priorities, so.
I should also, I just do want to say I am an ex officio member of the DBA board.
Okay, so I guess I need some clarification on this point 3 then. Is some portion of the improvement district taxes, is that money, basically, is that DBA money? Or is there other improvement district taxes that we might be able to play with? In other words, so this recommendation is essentially doing what you said, which is, this is gonna say, DBA, you should do X, Y, Z, here's our plan. And so we should tell you not to do that, based on what you just said. We won't tell them what to do.
The DBA gets 100% of the improvement.
That's how it's been allocated up till now, so us putting forward a recommendation would be, we're suggesting you not give DBA.
Yeah.
Right.
Full funding saying.
You see what I'm
We're
saying?
suggesting that you use.
Because it wouldn't be
something-
DBA spending the money to implement these things.
Okay,
We're not-
okay.
yeah.
So, all right, so rather us recommending to DBA, we're recommending to the town, give us some of that money and we're gonna
Right.
execute our plan.
I mean,
and I guess, to me, a piece of that would be like mission-based. Do we think that the improvement district taxes, the DBA is really focused on economic development and economic vibrancy and activity, focused on the small businesses downtown? And I think that if we were to think about making a recommendation of a different use of those funds, then it would need to come with a different motivation for activating a space, right?
Right.
Particularly, I think one of the things that you identified in here was this sense of safety and not feeling comfortable, not knowing the weird people that are downtown or the people that are panhandling. And I don't know if that might fall under an inclusivity sort of program or investment that might not directly relate to the economic development piece that the DBA really is focused on.
I wouldn't say the DBA is just focused on the economic development. I mean, it's property owners in the downtown, so there's residential as well. So it is a quality of life in the downtown. There is a large focus on economic development because we want our downtown to be successful and the stores successful, because that's good for everybody. But I would,
Okay.
just be careful. I wouldn't
Yeah.
just say that they're
I didn't know that it included
economic development.
residents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, residents can be members.
yeah, my understanding is that DBA does allocate some of those resources towards things like programming and
Yeah.
supporting community events and programming and arts and things like that. But probably right now there isn't money necessarily being directed to the actual physical improvements, perhaps, that could be used. So like, say, fixing sidewalks. Do you,
Right. No,
right
DBA
now,
doesn't. I mean, that's
none of that
tax.
business
That's
improvement
that
district
is
tax
exactly.
money goes to say fix sidewalks.
Mhm.
But that is under the umbrella of what you can do with business improvement tax or district money. That's one of the things that you could spend that money on legitimately. It's an improvement to the area, right? So it would qualify. So that's the kind of question to look at. So as we're looking at identifying potential funding sources for some of the recommendations in here, do those tax dollars, are they on the table to be something to be talked about as to how they're spent?
That seems like such a bigger conversation. I mean, that
It is a bigger, and I wouldn't want to have it without having DBA.
Right, I
in
mean, the
room.
DBA ought to be here and probably other stakeholders
Yeah.
as well. I'm curious about, I mean, it seems to me, I guess I'm curious why you only pick the improvement district taxes as opposed to all the other potential sources for income that.
Well, I feel that those are legitimately on the table to be discussed in the plan. This is the one where it's a question of whether you want to talk about how that money is being used now. I mean, I think we can legitimately say, yes, the town should be allocating more just property tax dollars to sidewalk repair, right? Without having a policy discussion around that to the same degree, I guess.
It seems to make sense to have these in there because people don't know necessarily where that money is coming from and where that money is going. And as long as the DBA isn't gonna get shirty about us talking about their money. Well, I mean, people do.
No, that's not what happens sometimes. It feels like that.
I don't disagree, I've just never heard that word.
Oh.
I'm gonna look it up later, so
Yeah,
take up
okay.
any time now for that.
Okay. No, I mean, because it does seem to me, I mean, any kind of public conversation is an opportunity for people to be informed about various different sorts of things. And $80,000 is not a small amount of money. I mean, it's nice to know that that money is there. And in the off chance that the DBA would like to collaborate with us on taking forward some of these recommendations, then that's worth having a conversation.
It's worth having a conversation. I mean, we can definitely invite the executive director here. I will tell you that 80,000 is not their entire budget. They fundraise, they seek grants to do their work as well. So as a downtown, having a designated downtown, you are required to have some sort of organization that's, providing these certain types of programs. That is a requirement of the designated downtown. I think that maybe some things that are on the table would be, what if the downtown district was expanded? There's been some discussion about that, we looked at it the last time we were, no, actually it was a while ago. Should the designated downtown be expanded? Maybe that brings in more tax dollars, maybe it gets allocated in a different way. But I just think I don't know.
So do you think
It's a big discussion that would be.
We should take it out of the plans? I'm getting a distinct impression.
I would rather have DBA here to kind of
Okay.
make the argument as to why I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I just think it's a tricky one.
And I don't necessarily think this is something you have to answer tonight. I think as we come around to look at the recommendations in the next round of looking at this, that I'm just highlighting this as a potential policy area where there could be some issues to be resolved.
Great, super. Shall we go on?
And I think, I would just add, it's, if the planning commission wanted to take that discussion up with the select board when DBA is submitting their, they submit the budget, it gets approved by the select board, there's a whole process for it. Okay, you just need to think about that.
Is there any wording anywhere that says what improvement district taxes have to be used for?
Not what, no.
I'll look that up.
Well, there is some statutory requirements around what they can be used for. Or regular, probably isn't statute.
It's the state, right?
It's the
Yeah.
state,
So
yeah.
the state has the rule about you have to have a designated downtown improvement group. I don't know what the term is, and there's some rules about that.
Yeah, if you look at the authorizing language for the taxes, I think there is some.
We might
list-
have it, we might have an ordinance as well that.
List of what
Layered on top
you
of
can
that.
use the money
I know we
for.
definitely have a downtown improvement district ordinance.
Yeah.
And there's
Oh, okay,
information.
that'd be good to see
Wow.
So,
Yeah.
in the statute.
But what's nice about you identifying like this particular money source is that it makes it really tangible. Instead of saying, the town should invest in doing better sidewalks. And then throw that on the town to figure out. I like the tangibility of some sort of sourcing money plan.
Yeah, we probably need more than just this one.
Yeah, it's clearly not to fund the.
No, no, no fun very much.
Yeah, so
that's municipal government, that's finding grants, that's using the downtown transportation program to, get funding for new sidewalks
So
and
I
stuff
think
like that.
is where we're landing on, it seems like where we're landing on three is not necessarily to make a recommendation, but that we do want to keep it open for discussion and to include DBA in that discussion. I think that's a good idea.
Great. So, are we ready to go on to 4?
Yeah, so I bring up 4 because one of the things that Andrew and I talked about when we talked about how the implementation the strategy piece, the next steps in here is going to get put together, is one way to put it, to think about it, would be to run through sort of and organize it by who's responsible, basically, to carry out some of these elements. So, what are you looking for from, in terms of how Public Works is, what they might prioritize downtown, recreation, might do with some of the public spaces downtown, how the policing strategy is set up for downtown. There's a lot of places where you could make more specific recommendations on municipal either work, investment, approach.
Given the nature of the conversations that have gone on in this town for the last year and a half, it seems to me it would be extraordinarily presumptuous of the planning commission, or maybe I'll just say personalizing this presumption from me, to start telling the police or the maintenance departments sort of how to carry out their work. I mean, it seems like this is sort of similar to the last question, and if we wanted to move forward, it might be worthwhile for us to say, well, we kind of like some of these ideas, let's talk to the people responsible in those areas about how feasible these things are, what their thoughts are on them, as opposed to telling, I mean, I wouldn't want to, you know.
I think I would push back a little bit on that, because with the full town plan that we have, there are definitely jobs assigned to committees, assigned to departments. And that was part of the whole planning and implementation. Like, it's not just a plan to get people interested and excited about the vision of our town. It's actually to accomplish these things. And I think that, I mean, as the structure exists with the town plan, it's not like we're treading into new territory necessarily by including some recommendations there.
So I think there's probably a fine line. So if we're talking about vegetation management, you know, I'm much more comfortable saying, okay, we have departments in town, or, you know, we've got a tree warden, or whatever, we've got this process that we can work through. I do not think we should be here telling the police department how they should be staffing and where they should be sending police officers. I think that is out of our purview and is not any, you know, I don't want to tell them how to police downtown.
Yeah.
I think there's been enough discussion about how they police in downtown that I just don't think that.
But just like you wouldn't tell somebody how or when to water plants and what sort of fertilizer to give.
Exactly.
You would say, we want some plants, can you take care of that? The best way that you know how. I think there are some safety and feelings that were identified in here that we can say, hey, community members feel like this is a problem.
But
here.
Those recommendations, I mean, we've heard those both in the plan and also in the daily newspapers about, you know, some people feel anxious about the underhoused population wandering the streets. Other people feel like it's not an issue. And I mean, I gather that, I mean, the police and the select board have been going around and around in circles in the respectful way to make sure that as many people can be made happy by what they're doing. And I guess that's what I'm concerned about, is this sort of notion that we get the feeling there are a lot of people had strong opinions and they responded to our survey about it's icky, it's grungy, I hate it, I'm not going there anymore. Why would I sit in those spaces? They're unpleasant. And how do we make a recommendation to sort of, I mean, we should make a recommendation to say that we should have more pleasant spaces, but how to accomplish that pleasantness, I think it would be nice to have a conversation.
Yeah, I just think, I agree with you, and I think there's ways we can address those things other than policing, like crime prevention through environmental design, more lighting on some of the side streets, brightening up the transportation center that Brandy has pointed out in this plan. And I think if we highlight those, we need to highlight the programmatic ways of making downtown safer than having to police it, when obviously there, like Sue said, there has been those discussions. There is a police officer, I believe, or one or two that are downtown a lot of the hours, and there is Project Care. And I think if we can highlight what this plan is trying to get at, really in this plan, and then the priority, if that's a high priority, maybe that's a way we could do it.
I mean, I agree, this is a public design plan, like it's a design for the public spaces.
Yeah,
so.
no, I'm responding to the language here that says town departments and/or policing.
It's maintenance and or, so I wanted to get the policing one in there because there is some language around the, patrol, approaches to patrol, basically.
Right.
So it is kind of the question of how far beyond physical design do you want to go with the recommendations?
And I guess that's where I think that there's so much work that's been going on. I mean, it's sort of similar to the parking study. There's plenty of parking, but there are still people who say that we don't have enough parking in this town. We have to decide that those people just are always going to feel like there's not enough parking, because we know there's enough parking and we're sort of moving ahead. There's people who think that the town is unsafe. Everybody's trying to work to make it safer. We're just going to have to move ahead without telling the police what to do, assuming that some people who are always going to feel unsafe, because we're always going to feel unsafe. Rather than, I agree with more lighting, all those sorts of things, the classical music and the album. But I wouldn't put recommendations for maintenance activities by town departments and or policing.
I wonder if there is a set of positive recommendations we could make on policing. For example, when there are rallies or parades or walks, or encouraging more support, or other, I'm not sure.
I think that they are professionals, and I don't feel like I'm in a position to tell them how to police. They're very prepared, they're very professional. They've got their protocol. I'm not sure the planning commission is the right place to be putting that out there. Well, actually, I'm sure that the planning commission is not the right place.
So I think that, if I'm understanding right, the question is really how to focus this effort, right? This report that we're coming up with, and I think, I'm not sure I'm totally closed. I'm still open to a persuasive argument, but I think where I'm landing is I think I would focus on programmatic things like you were describing earlier in this report, and not focus the energy as much on I don't know what to call it. What did you call it? The recommendations for activities by town departments. I would maybe not focus as much on that stuff, so not as much on maintenance or policing activities, and focus more on the programmatic things like the lighting or the increased visibility in areas for as ways of improving safety in terms of things that feel to me more closely aligned to what the Planning Commission's mission is.
In that, I hear work for Public Works, I hear work for the Rec Department, I hear work for the Town Arts Council. So we'd be making recommendations for those groups.
Yeah, I was thinking more about the safety, and maybe I misunderstood the question, but I was focusing my head on the safety question.
Oh, you said programmatic, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the plan obviously requires people to do work, there's no question about that.
And maintain.
And, yeah, I mean, but it's more, I think, sort of telling them where to go and how to do their jobs that we want to shy away from. There's also, I think the plan as written can go towards making sure those people who say the place is unsafe we've heard that, and we can talk about, eyes on the street and this sort of Jane Jacobs sort of thing. We make these public spaces, we have more people out here, they're gonna feel safer. It's not necessarily about having a cop there. It can also be, we do these programmatic things, and that way I think if people feel, they do need to know that we've heard that, so the plan has to reflect it in some way, but I guess it should reflect it not in a way that sort of says we need more.
I think The point I was trying to make before with the public gatherings and protests and things like that is that sometimes it can be a burden on activating space to have the police say, yes, but you need an officer there and you need to pay this fee to have that happen.
That's true.
So that can be a burden on activating space, and that would be something that a policy that they could change or a value system that they could amend to support more public activity.
That's interesting.
Well, I need to check that, because I'm not sure, not every use of public space in that manner requires a police officer, so I think it's, and the town has certainly waived fees. The climate change march last year, there was no fees on that. You know, there's a rally coming up, I don't know, in Plenty Park that, you know, was small, doesn't need, you know, so I guess I'd need to understand when it is that some safety protection is required.
Maybe I can just offer a question. From what I hear here, I think what you guys are really wrestling with is, does this plan change anything in public space and in this design that should be made aware to these departments and would change the way it's maintained or policed currently? Is there anything that should be brought out as, this is different, it may need new consideration from such and such and such and such to handle it differently? I don't know that there is that in this plan, but I think that's the question that this is trying to get at. Like, is there something new here that's being presented that changes the physical space enough that we need to say, we need to point at it and say, hey, think about this, because this just changed in how we maintain our physical space and police it. I don't know that there is. That would be where I plan. But I also think your question's valid, but I don't I don't know that, I don't see the design process so much playing into that question. Like, I think barriers to using public spaces is a really important concern to take forward, but maybe it belongs in different communication or a different effort. I don't know. I'm new to this as well, so I get to work with a new guy.
But it's I mean, the point is well taken. I mean, because I think, I don't know that we can anticipate that these spaces are gonna be dramatically transformed in such a way that it's gonna change the way the police and the maintenance department needs to do their work. I mean,
I think there's basic maintenance that maybe, you know, there's been some discussion of pruning back.
Yes, say like the riverfront area, so the community effort to clear the riverfront here, I think I have photos of it.
yeah, I got the
See?
poison ivy
People
cigars
clearing,
to prove it.
right, people clearing out the bank.
awful.
That hasn't been kept up.
Right.
So that's, you know, has grown back in substantially over to
So
growing
this is an
season.
example of you wondering, should we state that in the plan, or
Yeah,
not-
it's sort of,
not
I'm
push
trying to
buttons?
figure out the tone and
Well, I think
structure
when
and
it
how we're
comes
gonna
to
move forward.
vegetation and maintenance and public space, I think that is okay to mention that nobody is currently doing that right now.
Mhm.
Is it Public Works? Is it Rec and Parks? Is it some other group? I think that's perfectly, I think that is perfectly legitimate.
Sorry. Because I just remembered that when we did that, there was a big question about whether or not we were supposed to be doing that, and if we were hurting, you know, the
cap.
yeah, something.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that there's a chance that in fact we were, and that's why the maintenance department said, well, we're not gonna keep that up, because in fact we need all that growth in order to, well, anyway.
We don't need all those
Okay,
invasives.
all right.
No one needs the grapevine.
Yeah.
Nobody needs
knotweed.
grapevine. Yes. There's no knotweed there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Plenty of poison ivy.
Yeah, so I think that's good, and I do hear, you know, if it is the barriers to public space, I think then maybe that works its way into a recommendation. I mean, you've talked about your experience putting on arts events and, you know, that the cost can be a barrier. And so if we are trying to program these public spaces, then maybe there's a recommendation that the town should look at its policies or ordinances and the Like, I think that is
Just not take away the benches.
I'm okay with that being in a recommendation. There should be benches, you know, I think those are all the public space programmatic things that
Who's gonna take
I'm
away the
just,
benches?
People say that's happened.
It has- it has
Uses
been.
downtown over the years.
we need more benches.
It's a solution to loitering. You take away the benches.
I mean, I see this plan as like not directing one body, but directing the town as a whole, like the departments, elected officials, town officials. You know, that's how committees, that's how I see these plans and just the plan process and plan creation in the first place. It's, you know, it's not, some plans, maybe they tell direct groups what to do, but in this plan, it's more about downtown. How can we make these changes without directly saying that Public Works has to maintain them, or, you know, I feel like there's ways we can use that kind of language to say, look at what we did in the past, you know, we would love to, you know, how can we recreate these efforts to maintain invasives?
Or it's, you know, it's either recreating or it's saying, this is really important to us and we think that we should prioritize this kind of stuff in the downtown or elsewhere.
Sure, yeah.
So that gets
Government
us
needs
to
to
number
look at
5.
Yeah, so I thought just getting a sense, if you have walked through what's written so far, just what folks in the room see as priorities. I'm willing to share what I think are priorities, and then
Oh, gosh, why don't you kick us off? That would be good.
see where we go. You know, so if you're thinking about, as we're thinking about the implementation matrix, one of the things we're going to do is sort of sort them in terms of importance or priority or time frame. And
So we're doing matrix.
yeah, huh?
Okay, we are doing matrix.
I don't know if it's going to be a matrix. I just call it a we have a bit of a challenge, which we have to get through here in the design plan, is that the design plan, the story map thing doesn't accept a table very well. And so we normally do implementations in this table format. So we're hitting our heads here to
The
figure out.
town plan definitely has one.
Yes, this is a real planner problem. But anyway.
Well, another thing that I like kind of spinning off this question is, what do you guys think of like short-term and long-term priorities?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In
Like in terms of like things that might take a little longer in terms of getting funding, like redesigning Harmony Lot, or something quicker like adding lighting, better lighting to downtown, for example.
So basically synonymous with easy and easily achievable and more complex.
Exactly,
fruit,
kind of. What do you think of that idea? I'm curious, because I've been thinking about it lately, so.
Yeah, so I mean, having worked through.
Four sector grid of
I think it's helpful to
what's
see that.
easy and fast and what's
You know, it could be
slow and
helpful
hard.
for prioritization, just, you know, obviously some things are gonna take longer to implement.
Yeah, is anybody, any of the commissioners prepared to articulate a priorities? Yeah.
I don't know if something jumped out at you as you looked at that you were like, we should get on that right away, or that's like, I think that's sort of a critical first step, or anything of that nature.
I don't feel ready to.
Well, you can think about that until we meet again.
Can you throw some options out there?
So-
I mean, I have some floating around in my head, but maybe it's just because they're the ones that I remember.
Yeah, so it seems to me that, you know, the impetus for doing the plan was the change to the bridge. So the work around the intersection in Bridge Street, that seems to be, those are big projects and expensive projects and complex projects, but those seem to be kind of priority pieces, I would think, there. And then I come back to the transportation center. It seems to me that the transportation center and getting people to park there is critical to doing anything else that follows.
That's a good point.
And so some of that is, you know, some physical changes. It's trying to shift public opinion, and it's not going to be easy to do. You know, if you look at the parking numbers in that facility, it's horrible. And the only way you're going to get the cars off the surface parking and off the on-street parking and into the garage is if there is a very significant public perception shift in the use of the garage. So it seems to me like that. It probably actually, I think they're gonna fix the elevator, right?
Yes, the parks have been on order,
Yes, so that is like, there are some things there, and I think, you know, the conversation around lighting of the interior lighting has been bounced around.
DBA has had lots of discussions about placemaking, you know, not only the Ask the River art, but, you know, some art on the different levels of the floor, like that was seen at the pop-up, you know, active community alley and activating the transportation centers and more.
Yeah. So that seems to me to be a pretty critical step. And then, unfortunately, just circle back to just the basic maintenance. Just cleaning and trimming and tidying and maintaining what's there now. Because there's actually a lot of really good stuff there now that could be better utilized. And, you know, start to create a more it's as much a public perception problem at this point as anything, and so those aspects to me seem like they're pretty important piece of the puzzle, and they're not hard to do either. I mean, in terms of the short-term easy question, you've got the resources, the town has the resources to do it. It's a commitment of the resource question, I guess.
Yeah, tacked on to that, I'd love Harmony parking lot to be a park and the rail trail to go in.
I would love bigger sidewalks on Main Street.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Are we putting a hyperloop in there too? Like you just.
Oh, come on, now you're being,
I'm sorry.
what's a century plan?
I'm supposed to be long-term strategic.
I think the whetstone pathway too is, I mean, some sort of redesign of the space that is there that doesn't function very well.
Yeah, maybe that's something that we should actually talk about a little bit, because that's one that's got sort of two very different options ahead, and sort of two very different ways to think about the space. And I'd be curious to see what your response was to that. They both came out of the charrette, but we had feedback from people. In terms of what it would take to do this, to make this into a good public space. So there were really these two competing ideas. One is it's a path, and it should just be people moving on it, and you know, it shouldn't be a gathering space so much. And so there is the this design idea, which really takes a bunch of that plaza space away and puts green space there. There was also a lot of sentiment, if you remember, in the public survey responses and people who came through, that people would like to see more green. The hard surfaced places in downtown are not particularly popular. We can say whether we think this works or doesn't work, given how those spaces are supposed to function, but a lot of people expressed an interest in seeing more green. So this really just makes it more of, this is a pathway approach. You know, yes, there might be some seating to overlook the river and that type of thing, but it's not sort of envisioned as that public gathering space. And then, let's see here.
That serves as such a great public gathering space right now.
Yeah, I don't actually have the drawing in apparently for the other one. I did start on. So the other one.
Is that sarcastic?
No, it was
yeah.
totally
Yeah, there are some
like
good.
boom boxes and people making music and
Yeah.
like people selling stuff. It's just,
I'm gonna just check and see if it's actually down here, and I didn't drop it in yet,
Wait, do you
or
think this
if it
will
ate it
enhance
again.
it, or
Every now and then
muddy
this
it?
thing eats a drawing. You put something in and it goes away. So let's see.
Is this section, this is owned by
maybe
the
that's why
town,
you
not by
bring
the
that up.
village?
Yes, it is owned by the town.
Because you had thoughts about that.
I should probably go within minutes and looking at the times.
Okay.
Well, I don't see it sitting right here easily, so why don't I'll just, so anyway, the other plan takes a different approach where it takes, the parking that's here in front of the entrance to the store and shoves it down there. So taking out this walkway, so you shove, push the parking that way. You still end up with fewer parking spaces, but you could sort of figure out how many you could manage to do away with. I think I said 7 or so might go away. And that would allow this whole space in front of the store to not have any parking, so, and then really extend the whetstone pathway that way, so it interfaces with the front of the store a lot more. I mean, if you notice that that part is paved, as if it's meant to be a pedestrian zone, right? But it really, given the, parking and the, let's see, where's the, do I not have the area? Okay, I don't know how to do that. But anyway, to really sort of make that more of a pedestrian plaza space with the cars, yes, would still be coming by, but it wouldn't be the parking.
It wouldn't be the parking and all the movement.
All the movement going back and forth there. So, if you could think about the co-op could extend their outdoor seating for their cafe across. There could be, you could still leave it hard surfaced. You could have food truck or food cart type activity. That kind of thing could fill into that space instead of using it for parking. And in that way, really open up the whetstone to the pathway to the front of the store. There's something, the difference in the elevation and the cars is just enough to really make it kind of hidden. By the time you're in this corner, yes, you are visible from the parking lot, but you're not really highly visible, I guess I would say, if you're in that area because of the slight difference in the elevations and then the parked cars. So in some ways, that goes back to that whole surveillance and public visibility, and so all those kinds of changes and the opening up of the vegetation in there as well, that's also interesting, this vegetation along the back rows. If you go back and look at some of the earlier air photos, it's pretty obvious that this stuff in earlier actual photos, even when the store was just built, it's obvious that this stuff has grown up an awful lot in less than 10 years. Basically, probably since Irene, there was probably a change to the how much sediment there is down there and stuff got pulled in and stuff. There's a lot of that. Basically, everything that's on the riverside is young for the most part, and is bushing quite a bit at this point in terms of blocking it around.
That area, that parking area strikes me as accident prone too, but maybe it hasn't been. But I wonder if anyone's heard of car accidents being frequent there.
In the parking lot?
The first
row.
The first row.
Yeah, it's.
Well, I mean, there's times when I walk, cars come in, and I'm like, should I go or not? Yeah.
But I think I'm cognizant of the time. So I want to know how we want to go forward. Do you have some?
Yeah, I did. I had this really novel thought that I wanted to share, but related to this. Was there ever the thought of us, maybe it's kind of a sacred cow, but a taboo thing to bring up, but that we have public spaces that are so underutilized and that relinquishing them, selling them, would free up resources to apply to a better spot? In the same way that we are entertain the idea of relinquishing some parking spaces because they're excessive or unused.
That is not something that's necessarily, it didn't really come up in the discussions we've had, I guess, from the community, but it's certainly a valid idea. I think there was some thoughts around Harris, wasn't there, of trying to get some buildings back?
Nothing serious. I think it's plan or fantasy that Harris would be a great place to put some housing.
Oh, good.
Plan or fantasy.
Okay.
No,
It has a nice view.
It has a nice view, nice flat parking lot. Like, we always thought that would be a great place for, when Melrose was being closed, like, oh, that'd be a great place, you know, who wouldn't want to live downtown?
The other question, I mean, the question is, what would you be able to relinquish? You wouldn't be able to relinquish the riverfront area because of the pollution issues with that.
Maybe some really strange building could go in at Plaza Park.
That's got, I think, I haven't tracked it down or looked it up, but there is some historical.
It's on the National Register now.
Because of the fountain?
What?
Wow, really?
Or more
Yeah,
than that, the wall that
it
goes
is.
around and everything?
Yep, it's part of the
downtown district.
The downtown district, and yeah, so
that's amazing.
Let's see what
I would give some thought to your, you know, any
Yeah.
consideration
Yeah.
of selling public spaces.
Because if it's so hard to find funding and stuff for additions, and there's
There's always
things,
precedent. We can
and
have
there's
that as an
things-
option.
Things we have that don't satisfy, then we're saying,
Maybe there
cycle
could be
things in
an
and out.
adopt-a-park.
Right.
Museum, take that Malfunction Junction Park again. Do something cool with it.
So, outside of selling off some of our real estate, do you need anything else from us this evening?
I need a decision about whether you want to see me next time in April, or if I don't know what else you've got from an agenda perspective and things like that. So,
Well, we have the pressing issue of we need to work on our zoning, and before we work on our zoning, we were gonna have our values conversation and get that out of the way so that we could make more rapid decisions on our zoning, because we've had our values all set.
We are, I mean, the only thing I would say is that we are on a deadline. The municipal planning grant is up in May. I'm not exact, I think it's the end of May, and then I've got a month to kind of close it out. I don't have the exact deadline, but.
I don't know the exact.
So
date,
your
but I think it's
recommendation is
in
we do this again in April?
Well, my yeah, I mean,
if,
well, no, I mean, I think if you want more time with Brandy and we want to be checking in on our work, then
Yes.
maybe we can do more than one thing at a meeting, I don't know.
I mean, there's also the question, you know, if you wanted to do another time slot too, if you had other agenda items.
Or if we wanted to do a special meeting to do values or something like that. That's an option too.
Would another meeting with Brandy, we would still be looking at the draft.
Within another month, I should have the strategy stuff done.
So it'd be like a final draft.
It'd be a final draft
And
version.
meeting in April would be a final draft-ish version.
Yeah.
Would that be a chance to maybe gently invite some other people in to take a look?
Sure, absolutely.
So maybe not that we are having those conversations that we talked about potentially having, but at least including.
Yeah, the DBA and some
The DBA,
other, maybe.
rec department, I don't know.
Right,
They would
the
come.
maintenance, people who are in charge of maintenance, it seems like.
Rec department.
Rec department. Yeah.
Not as a presentation of a final anything,
But just as a discussion as we try to
this is
finalize
where we're
things.
at. What do you
I would
feel?
say if we take that approach, we should not have anything else on the agenda.
And the one issue might be to think about, if we invite people who haven't looked at it at all before, they're going to need some time in advance, probably, to have the option of familiarizing themselves. So that affects sort of how quickly I gotta turn this around.
Well, is there a chance that we can, we meaning the two of you, introduce those people to this?
Yes.
Before that?
Not just, it's on Brandy, like when is when is the deadline? Should we do this in April, should we do it in May?
Well, I don't know that we should push all the way into May, but if you thought you had too full of an agenda to take it on, and you wanted to push this into a little later into April, that could assist with the,
Well, it all
having
depends on
it
the
more
commission-
complete so
commissioners,
before we look
whether or
at it.
not you guys can do it 2 meetings in April.
So the only thing I will say is that I am on vacation the week of April 20th, and I would want to be here for the discussion.
And then I'm on vacation the week before that.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, okay.
But I don't,
think we
as
can
long
still
as one
have a
of us is
meeting the
here.
week before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't have to be here.
But we could, I mean, the DBA and the rec department could see this,
Yes.
and.
This is
and
live,
that would go a
so-
long way
yeah.
towards.
And
getting
it would
the
also
briefing.
give them a feeling of, okay, this is still in
It's still in-
progress.
Yeah, and then,
I don't have to
and
have
then
a
if they
full-
see the finalized, whatever you've got in April at the same time we do, then we're actually really collaborating with them instead of saying we're sort of just bringing you in when we've already chewed it.
So I can share
The
that
sixth?
with those that we want to bring into the discussion.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
is that okay?
Yeah,
I feel
no.
like you were trying to push for a later April.
Well,
meeting,
I was just
so
worried that if you want them to look, but if you're happy with just having them walk through what's here now, you know, I'm like.
Well, because I think it's going to be a discussion. I'm going to show it to them and
Mhm.
explain where the conversation went and, you know.
Yeah, so I do keep adding things, so.
Yeah.
I know, every time you look at it, there might be some new stuff.
And I think that it was really helpful for us to react to it with having some guiding questions to
Okay.
react to, so.
So you can keep those in the back of your mind, because as I've gone through it, those seem to be the more pressing policy questions.
Indeed.
So as we go forward.
Great.
Okay.
All right, so are there any other issues? Anything else? Anything else for tonight? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
You can make this.
I'll make it. Move the way adjourn.
I will second the motion.
Are all those in favor?
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Phil Baruth, Chair of Senate Education. I'll take the few minutes while we wait for the list you signed up on to come back to us to have my committee introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Senator Ruth Hardy from Addison County.
Senator Jim McNeil from Rutland County.
Debbie Ingram from Chittenden County.
Corey Parent from Franklin County and Albert.
Andrew Pertsick, Washington County.
And we're all here, obviously, to take testimony on pupil weighting in Vermont and potential changes to the weighting formula produced by this study, which is amazingly comprehensive, put out by Professor Colby and her team at UVM. So thank you to them. I know Professor Colby's in the room somewhere. Professor Colby? There she is. Unusual for the author of an academic study to be standing up. So the way we'll work tonight is we do want to hear from everybody. Sometimes these are divided up into people speaking for or against a certain issue. I don't like that approach myself. I think it emphasizes division. So we'll just have you come up in the order that you signed up. You'll have 2 minutes. My friend Jim will give you warning at 1.5 minutes, and then the gong at 2 minutes. I think with the number of people we have, everybody should get to speak, including those who may not have signed up but realize halfway through they would like to say something. So with that said, Daniel MacArthur.
My thanks to the members of the Senate Ed Committee for hearing us today. I appreciate that. I'm not going to express the grievances that everybody else here will be presenting. They'll stand on their own. I'm here to advocate for some immediate tax relief for the school districts which have borne a disproportionate tax burden over the past decades. I present as written testimony a petition that was drawn up by an individual taxpayer in Marlborough and signed by hundreds of residents. It's clear and to the point, and I ask that you read it in honor, and I'll submit it for testimony. I also want to relay a story that illustrates the situation my school finds itself in. My granddaughter's 5th and 6th grade classroom has a bucket on the floor. It's been there all winter, catching the leaks when it rains or snows. A symbol, to me, simple symbol of the impossibility of operating and maintaining a small rural school when students are underrated. So I conclude with a poem. I hope that's acceptable to you, and it's called Weighted Pupils. I am weighted a portion of a pupil. I am weighted about a 0.8. I don't know what part of me is missing or how they came up with that weight. There's a bucket to catch drips in my classroom, sits in the middle of the floor. It fills about 10 gallons a day, seems to be leaking a bit more. We each take bets on the timing. It becomes a math problem each day. But the cold and the mold are getting older, and there's rot in the ceiling now, they say. We try to be philosophical. We don't really mind much the fuss. But if we were 100% pupils, this would not be happening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Douglas Korb. Oh, I suppose I should say, everybody on the panel has been told not to shake hands in terms of public safety, so I just commend that to you as advice. I know many of you are here from districts. To the extent that you can avoid that kind of contact, we've been doing this a lot around the building. Recommend that to you.
Thank you very much for hearing this testimony. I'm from the Marlborough School District. I'm chair of the school board. The release of the Equalized Pupil Weighting Study in December 2019 has finally answered a nagging question that the Marlborough School Board has asked itself for quite some time. Why can we not adequately fund our school? Each year, the Marlborough School has been forced to kick the can further down the road on various capital improvements or bid farewell to student program opportunities. I'm not here to complain to the legislature that my taxes are too high. I'm here to demand equity and accountability. The Marlborough School Board, its community, and the 76 other districts impacted by this oversight and weighting insist upon immediate implementation of the weighting system recommended by the study. We're not a group of towns looking for a handout. We are your neighbors in southern and northern Vermont who have seen increases and penalties, only to find out that for years we haven't been provided the opportunities that so many other districts have. It is an outrage, and if I want a legislative committee such as yours overseeing the change, I would not be questioning when to implement it, but rather apologizing to us and stating it will be fixed. I assure you that the Marlboro School is not the only school to come before you with a roof that has been patched too many times or has been forced to turn away pre-K students due to lack of space, or hold a Spanish classroom in an equipment closet. Heartbreakingly, this year, we had to consider cutting all special programs from art, Spanish, music, all of them due to an excess spending penalty that has been based on an inequitable system. This is not simply a tough year. It is the culmination of years of compound overtaxation and inequity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter Barris. Did I pronounce that right?
Barris. Thank you. Peter Barris, Whitingham, Recording Secretary, WCSU School Bus Driver, Marlboro Elementary School from 2012 to 2019. Long-time voter, first-time testifier. Commons published my full text last week, so this will be shorter. Thank you for this profound opportunity. I know why you keep showing up in this building. See possibility in public service. You want nothing more than to make a difference. Since well before Act 46, I've taken the minutes from the boards of many schools. Leland, Gray, Townsend, Newfane, Jamaica, Wardsboro, Brookline, Dover, and Marlboro, and since consolidation, the combined Wyndham Central Supervisory Union school districts and their full board at the public meetings. When I first took the wheel of a school bus, the scheme had been going on for more than 12 years. Though I could not know the structural causes, I did see the rise of pervasive sleep deprivation, malnutrition, loneliness, and humiliation as the true face of childhood poverty. Since the study was made public, parents wept openly at recent school board meetings, choked with emotion as awful realization began to take hold. Years of struggle and worry, and all unnecessary, and the next town had no such problems. And what are the lessons learned? I mean by the children. The privilege and power. I'm sorry?
30 seconds left.
Privilege and power are the right of the privileged and powerful, and poverty just reward of the poor. And devil take the hindmost. Armed with this hard-earned knowledge, they will decide how to vote. The helpful encouragement of bots and hackers and troll farms, foreign and domestic. Everyone knew the disparities. That's what convinced us to endure Act 46. Wasn't to save money. Nobody believed it would do that. It was to find a way to bring equity to the system. Otherwise, they might never have thought of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Meg Staloff.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Wilmington, and I have students in two daughters at Twin Valley School, which is in the Women's Southwest Supervisory Union. So a few of us came up from southern Vermont today, which you might know is a far piece up the road. It's a little over 2 hours. And we came because this testimony needed to be delivered in person. This issue is so critical, and it's so critical that my community be heard on this matter. The current funding structure is hurting our schools, it's hurting our students, and it's hurting the fabric of our communities. So in Wilmington, our residents pay the highest education tax rate in the state. You can sort that spreadsheet for yourself. But despite our high property values, which are driven by wealthy second homeowners, much of our resident student population is living in poverty. In our elementary school, 62% of our students receive free and reduced lunch. Meanwhile, our school is struggling to cut budgets and stay below the excess spending threshold all the time. I mean, we've got buckets in our gym too. We sat there at town meeting listening to the dripping. The result is that our students are struggling. Our elementary school ranks 111th out of 142 schools in Vermont. Clearly, our students are not getting the education that my community is paying for. That's not all. If you know anything about Wilmington, you'll recognize it as a town that was devastated by Tropical Storm Irene. Despite multiple recommendations, 8.5 years later, we still have police and fire services located in the flood zone. I know that sounds crazy, but why? Our community cannot afford to add to our tax rate for a bond to fund critical emergency services, so our community loses again.
30 seconds.
This situation has eroded our trust in government, and it's badly dented civic engagement in our town. Public meetings people are mad, and we feel helpless. I know it's going to take our community a long time to fix what 20 years of inequity have brought on our school, but we are begging you to start that process now. Swift action on the findings in this report can begin to chart a more reasonable and just path forward for our entire state, including Wilmington. Thank you.
Thank you. Al Clausen.
Good afternoon. My name is Al Clausen. I'm the Vice Chair for the West River Education District in Windham County. I am the proud father of 4 boys who have and continue to go through our educational system, including one who is studying computer science at the University of Vermont. My wife, Tammy Clausen, is a physical education teacher and varsity softball coach and has been at Leland and Gray Union High School in Townsend for the last 30 years. Why am I giving you this lengthy bio? I want you to understand that my family is fully invested in the educational decision-making of this government on a personal and professional level. To gain a better perspective on where we are right now, let's look at some of the tragic events that have happened over the last 20 years. 9/11, the longest war in the history of the United States, the Great Recession, Hurricane Irene. On top of these macro events, we also have the current local crises of double-digit increases in healthcare costs annually, higher needs and costs in special education and mental health services, the opioid epidemic straining our social services to the brink, an aging population with a fixed income, and a declining student population. These compound crises serve as a backdrop for the school boards and administrators who, to the best of their abilities, craft budgets in the face of the erosion of our socioeconomic infrastructure. And despite our best efforts at West River with a 2.88% increase in the school budget this year, we have exceeded the spending threshold, sending hard-earned dollars back into the system to be distributed at the discretion of the state government. In the midst of our board's budget deliberations in early January 2020, we learned of the findings and recommendations of the study of pupil weights in Vermont's education funding formula. One word: hope. Hope that our state government will implement the findings of the study and restore equity for our students and incorporate new cost factors and weights. The time to do the right thing is now. The people of the West River Education District are suffering with a high tax burden. Schools have outlasted their expected lifetimes and have many overdue repairs, yet we continue to kick the can down the road. We need this legislation. This is an opportunity to hit the reset button. Now this cannot stop with the implementation of the weighting study recommendations. The issues are much deeper. Try explaining to your taxpayers how a 3% increase in the school budget translates to a 15% increase in their tax rate. The funding formula is broken. The findings in the weighting study need to be the catalyst for education funding reform. We need to be able to provide this generation of students with the resources, tools, and environment that helps them thrive while balancing the needs of our stretched taxpayers in the West River Valley. Our people work hard and expect a greater return on investment from the state of Vermont, and they want it now, not phased in. The state of Vermont has spent 20 years phasing out of rural areas.
We'll have to ask you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aimee Morath. It's a little unclear. Elme?
It's Aimee.
Aimee, okay.
Aimee Morath.
Pretty name.
Good afternoon. I'm Aimee Morath from the town of Windham. I'm also the town auditor. Windham is a community of 27 square miles with less than 450 residents. That amounts to about 13 people per square mile. We are one of 53 towns having fewer than 500 residents. These small communities represent 9% of Vermont's population. Many residents saw their taxes doubled, and many homeowners were unable to pay their taxes on time, ending up on the delinquent tax rolls, adding to their and the town's economic difficulty. The new weighting would correct this by providing weights for sparsely populated areas and small schools. We would ask that the committee move forward thoughtfully but quickly on this matter.
Thank you. Kathy Scott.
I'm the school treasurer and the town treasurer. I love the school. I love the nurturing environment. It's small, wonderful. Because the current weighting system, weighting formula has underestimated the cost of educating for impoverished families, as well as small and rural schools for 20 years, Wyndham students have had less access for education equity opportunities than students from larger, less rural school districts. Wyndham sends approximately 61% of its education taxes to the state and keeps a little less than 39% to fund its elementary and secondary education expenses. With passage of 661, which we testified in this morning, House 661, and with your swift action on this weighting study, we could see a reduction in our tax rate for the upcoming 21 to $1.98 from the $2.84 we are staring down at the moment. We ask you, please act on this as quickly as possible. The rural people in the state of Vermont really need this help. Thank you.
Russ Cummings.
Good afternoon. I'm a lister in Wyndham. I'm also on the school board. And what we're finding is that the equalized pupil count in our town is relatively low. And by adopting the equalization study, the equalized pupil count will go up significantly. As a result, right now, without the equalization study, our $535,000 budget is $6,098 over the excess spending amount, which means that that's $12,200 added to the excess spending amount. So our tax rate based upon $30,956 gives us a $2.83 homestead tax rate. That's driving people on fixed incomes to put their homes up for sale. It can't be continued at that level. The solution is the higher weighting study that's in your program. If we were able to get that, we would be able to reduce our tax rate significantly. Part of the problem is also with the early childhood special education costs, that when they exceed a certain level, they get added into our education cost. We have no control over that, none whatsoever. And if you were to consider removing some of that excess special education cost out of the weighting, out of the excess formula, it would also allow us to have a much lower tax rate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Bill Dunkel.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me testify. I'm from Wyndham also. You're getting a full Wyndham treatment here. So last week at town meeting, the voters in Wyndham did something very unusual. They turned down the school budget. That never happened in Wyndham because people are committed to providing a quality education for their students. But as you heard, had we passed that budget, the anticipated school district homestead tax rate would have been $2.84. I don't know if that would have been the highest in Vermont, but it would have been awfully close. Between 2019 and 2020, the homestead tax rate went up 32%. If this budget had been passed at town meeting, it would have had a 63% increase from 2019 to 2021. As you can imagine, homestead rate increases like that are placing an enormous burden on our taxpayers. As Russ said, some people are saying they may have to move out of town to Vermont. Some people have told us that their taxes have doubled in the last 5 years. Like a lot of towns in Vermont, we're an aging town, we're trying to attract young families, and we've got some affordable housing. But when people find out that's the tax rate they're going to pay, it's pretty tough to get young people to move into towns. If you've ever been to Wyndham, you know that we are not a rich town. If you drive around Wyndham, you're not going to see McMansions and big designer second homes. Thank you. You're going to see very modest dwellings. 62% of the people, residents in the town are retired or living on fixed incomes. 80% of the residents qualify for income sensitivity when they pay their income taxes. This is not a rich gold town. Like a lot of little towns of Vermont, we've cut our education budget to the bone. We've stretched our taxpayers to the limit, and we really need your help. Please pass the waiting fund as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Cord Scott.
I'll be quick. My name's Cord Scott. I'm a selectman in Wyndham, and I'm the bus driver. As you can see, my teammates have laid out a lot of facts for you, so like I said, I'll be quick. I see this as being videotaped, so I have to shout out to one of our residents, a 94-year-old fellow named Ernie Freely, who's been coming to town meeting ever since basically Act 60 was implemented, telling us that there was something wrong with this funding formula and that we should do something about it. Now I can say that we're up here trying to do something about it. You guys are too. The one takeaway, like I said, my teammates here have laid out lots of information for you, but the one takeaway I'd like to remind you about or point out is when we were talking about how much the percentage of money that we send out for education taxes, I just wanted to give you some dollars. If that budget had passed, Wyndham would send $877,000 into the education fund on top of the $608,000 that it would cost us to educate our kids locally. That's for a town of 400 plus residents. I mean, if you think about that, it defies common sense. How in the heck can 400 people possibly send that much money out of town and still be able to keep their heads above water? So I would ask this waiting study would help us and it would help that situation, so I would ask that you implement it as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Catherine Sims.
Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Sims from Craftsbury. And as a parent, I am shocked and saddened that our communities have been overtaxed and underfunded for so long. Over the years, I've seen our school boards work hard to do the very best they could with inequitable access to resources. We all know that different schools and different communities have different needs. We can't spend the same amount per pupil everywhere and expect the same outcomes. In the Northeast Kingdom, schools are faced with the increased costs associated with serving high-poverty rural communities. That means increased social, emotional, mental health, behavioral, and academic supports, all a part of larger systemic inequities in our society. Tending to these basic needs has stretched budgets to an extreme and left little for caring for our buildings or providing programming. Staff across the region deal every day with septic problems, failing boilers, and old roofs. Children are turned away from pre-K programs because of a lack of space. Students don't have access to the language courses, the advanced placement or travel opportunities available in other districts. As parents, we are tired of seeing vital school programs cut, enrollments decline, and property taxes go up. I want my children, and all Vermont children, to have an equal opportunity to thrive, no matter where they live. These are the long-standing problems that the Brigham decision called out, and Act 60 was meant to address, but it did not by a long shot. My children and my neighbors' children deserve to go to a school with a functioning boiler where they eat lunch in the cafeteria instead of their desk, where music doesn't happen in a closet and the roof doesn't leak. They deserve art classes and STEM programs and foreign travel. They deserve the resources they need to be successful today. We can't keep failing our kids. To overcome decades of inequity in school resources impacting the most vulnerable children, I urge the General Assembly to take action this session to implement the weighting recommendations contained in the pupil weighting factors report.
Thank you. Leanne Desjardins.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Director of Special Education for the North Country Supervisory Union. I've been the director for 26 years. I'm also a Newport Center resident, which is one of the 12 towns that North Country Supervisory Union serves. I wanted to paint a little picture for you of the northeast corner of Vermont, where NCSU is located. 26% of the students enrolled in NCSU are identified as eligible for special education services. Within the last 5 years, we've seen and observed an increase in eligibility in specific disability categories. Our eligibility category of autism has increased by 10%, intellectual disabilities by 33%, and emotional disturbance by 48%. In rural communities like ours, we struggle to meet the intensity of social, emotional, and mental health needs. These students require a continuum of extraordinary and costly supports. Currently, our local mental health agency has no counselors on staff to serve our students and families. This lack of access to quality mental health services places a significant burden on the school system to meet this need. Each school individually contracts with licensed counselors, and we have developed resources at the SU level to support students facing social and emotional challenges.
30 seconds.
20 years ago, we at NCSU hired one behavior specialist. We are now hiring 14 behavior specialists for the upcoming school year. The flexibility of services Act 173 provides is critical to student success. However, we will not be able to meet the growing needs of students without a funding system that provides for students with intensive needs, students who are economically disadvantaged and at risk. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Samantha Stevens.
Hello, I'm Samantha Stevens. I am the Equity and Community Outreach Coordinator for North Country Supervisory Union. I'm also the board chair for Voices for Vermont's Children. Our schools are fighting rural poverty every day on our own, and we need help. It takes much more to teach our students who have barriers to basic needs, because students who are cold, hungry, tired, and worried have a harder time accessing learning. These distractions don't just affect those individuals, they affect entire classrooms. And so we've had to become experts in many fields. We help families apply for economic benefits. We negotiate with utilities and landlords to help keep them housed. We provide meals at school and we send food home. We coordinate and transport families to essential medical appointments, and the list goes on. We have grown our capacity to meet these needs, and we have built up social and behavioral supports that help teachers teach and students learn. The pupil waiting study gave me hope that Vermonters, and particularly you all, might now have the information needed to make a fairer system for all. I am here to ask you to act on these recommendations and make systemic change to fix an unfair system. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy Ellis.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. I am the outgoing principal of a small rural school in Jay, Vermont. We are probably the last joint contract in the state of Vermont. It's the Jay Westfield Joint Elementary School. And I am here with my colleagues from North Country, and we did a wonderful job of describing some of the challenges that we are facing. And that is what I hope to do, is explain why this waiting study is so important. I think my job is analogous to trying to fit a twin-size sheet on a king-size bed. Anybody who has ever done that understands the frustration. You have two corners on and you put that there and it all falls apart. That's how it feels right now. This growing need that students are coming with emotional, social, cognitive, and linguistic has become very intense. The proposed changes that are driven by Act 173 have just the potential to have such a negative impact on our resources. And I worry that that with that negative impact, we will be forced to make even tougher decisions than we've already made. We've already made a lot of tough decisions. We've already lost a lot of programming. But we do our best to maintain that quality. If we cannot continue to fund programs and the story becomes that it's because of our students with disabilities or because of our students who experience poverty and trauma, then we blame them, and that's very scary.
30 seconds.
So I worry that we'll never move forward with an equitable system if we have a system that does blame the most fragile members of our communities. So thank you for your time. And if you ever have any other questions, please reach out. We're there, and I'll be happy to share our stories. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Karen Chittenbar. Did I say that?
Chittenbar, very close. Well, that's it.
So I'm Karen Chittenbar, and first, thank you for your service to our state. I'm an automotive technology teacher at the North Country Career Center. I am a foster parent, a farmer, a veteran, a select person, and union representative, and as you might guess, I don't do very many things well, but my superintendent did ask me to be here today, and I'm here to talk to you about some of the kids who are challenging our system because they're my kids. So first, yes, our special education qualification rate is 26%, and yes, we are seeing an increase in disrupted learning. And we know that trauma is a factor, but let me tell you what that looks like. That looks like a 2-year-old being dropped off at midnight at our home with the flu. That looks like DCF calling us on a regular basis to take in more kids, even though we're already, there's no more room at the inn. Let's just put it that way. And so what does that look like? 100% or more increase in the number of kids coming into care in our community. And as you might guess, those children oftentimes have higher needs. So the 2-year-old that I spoke of was not able to articulate mom or dad or the people that she knew she was wanting to have soothe her and couldn't say things like ow or no. And what does that look like? We know that years down the road when she goes to school, she's going to need some additional services to get her through and to make her the best possible citizen that we can have in our community.
30 seconds.
What does this have to do with the weighting study? We need to ensure equity for our current and future students. There's a great deal that I cannot do, but one thing I can do is ask that you factor the impact that implementing Act 173 block grants without the weighting study would have on schools that are working diligently to prepare what our most vulnerable students need. They've done a tremendous amount of work, but I think we're really just bracing for impact right now. And as we look at how the block grants are implemented, we really have to consider the coming storm. Thank you.
Sean McMahon. Thank you again for your hospitality yesterday.
Thanks for coming to visit us. So I want to express enthusiastic support for the recommendations of the Pupil Weighting Factors Report and urge immediate action from this committee and all other legislators. The study reports that under the current funding formula, quote, some communities may be either unable or unwilling to pay for the additional resources necessary to ensure an adequate education for its students, end quote. Indeed, low-wealth communities like Winooski, which support a high percentage of students with complex needs, have been losing in Vermont for decades. While we work hard to provide a more than adequate education that is fiscally responsible to our taxpayers, the current funding structure leaves the Winooski School Board, administration, staff, and community in a position of frozen inequity and unable to meet the needs of our students, families, and staff. I support these recommendations in the report for a student I'll call Kay, whose family came halfway across the world, having lived in a refugee camp so that he could get a high-quality education and the opportunities that go with it. When he entered Winooski School District as a first-year student in high school, he spoke no English. He credits the high-quality educational support he received in our district in helping him to get a full scholarship to UVM, where he's now working toward a medical degree. Or another student, S, who grew up living in a basement because her family couldn't afford housing. Her mother's unable to work because the youngest of her 8 children has autism and she's unable to afford full-time care. S says being able to participate in fun and educational after-school activities helps keep her away from a stressful situation at home and on the right path.
30 seconds.
While these 2 students are overcoming tremendous challenges and improving their lives, we do not have the adequate resources to ensure this for all of our students. To fully support our students, all of our students, we need more linguistic cultural liaisons, a fully staffed ELL department, more math and literacy coaches to adequately support all struggling students, and the time to allow our students who come from non-traditional educational backgrounds to catch up so they can graduate college and career ready. All Vermonters deserve a system that fully accounts for the financial needs of educating our low-wealth students and English language learners. These changes are necessary to create a truly equitable system. I fully recommend that you implement the recommendations of the Pupil Weighting Factors Report in a quick and thoughtful manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Kelly.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. My name is David Kelly. I'm an attorney from Greensboro, Vermont. For the better part of 30 years, I've practiced law in the Northeast Kingdom. I've done bankruptcies, divorces, relief from abuse petitions, emergency guardianships, Social Security claims, disability claims, worker comp claims, and I think I've had an opportunity to become intimately familiar with poverty in the Northeast Kingdom. I have become convinced that the longest, most fruitless war in American history was not the war in Vietnam or the war in Iraq, but the so-called war on poverty. If you look at the Northeast Kingdom and you look at our schools, at Hazen, 80% of the students are on free and reduced lunch. At Champlain Valley, only 10%. If you look at Champlain Valley or South Burlington, their teachers are being paid 25% more than the teachers at Hazen. But a classroom with 8 out of 10 students on free and reduced lunch is substantially more challenging than a classroom with only 1 student on free and reduced lunch. If we do not turn the tide of poverty around, the cost going forward for the next generation in terms of jail, Section 8 housing, behavioral supports, special education only goes up. We have an opportunity to take a big step forward in areas like Lowell, Hardwick, Glover, and other small rural communities that I'm familiar with. We have an opportunity to begin to turn the tide in a war that poverty has been winning for the last 30 years. I would urge you to accept the recommendations of this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Botzajour. How did I do?
Perfect.
Botzajour?
Botzajour, yes. I'm Jennifer Botzajour. I'm the superintendent of Kingdom East School District in the Northeast Kingdom. I'm here today to share some data points. 31 teachers in our sparsely populated district have emergency or provisional licenses. That means our content areas are taught by people who are not yet fully qualified. 177 days of our elementary school students' year, they sit next to sewage ejection pumps because we have not yet been able to fix our HVAC system. 177 days, our middle school students do not have access to a makerspace or a STEM lab because the space is full of lead, mold, and brackish water. Back to the first one. 20% on average of our teachers leave our high poverty schools each year. They exit the region because of low pay rates and the lack of available amenities in our rural areas. 37 days of teaching and learning were interrupted or completely halted due to unsafe buildings, school day closures due to air quality, septic, plays, sporting events, concerts, and talent shows canceled due to safety of our buildings, PE classes held in hallways. Can you imagine if your child's school had 20% of its teachers leave every year, or 37 days of learning interrupted? These data points tell a tale of 2 Vermonts. The Vermont Constitution guarantees education for all children. 365 days a year. This is how many days we should be committed to equitable education from Burke Hollow to Brattleboro, from Canaan to Colchester. Please take action on the Pupil Weighting Factors Report this legislative session. Thank you.
Elaine Collins.
you for the opportunity to speak today about the waiting study. I am the principal of Newport City Elementary School. This is my 4th year there. It's in the North Country Supervisory Union District, and the waiting study work is very relevant for our work at Newport City. In our school of 370 students, pre-K to 6, nearly 80% of them live in poverty, and over 30% of them qualify for an IEP or 504. This is my 30th year coming back to school as an adult, and the work has changed. Poverty, drug addiction, trauma are all creating pressures on our schools and making our work more complex. We have an alarming number of students who are experiencing mental health crises, trauma, challenges with emotional regulation, and behavioral challenges. If we don't meet their needs, nobody's able to learn. Nobody. Even the kids who are ready to learn aren't able to learn. 4 years ago, I came to a school that was in crisis. We've wrapped a lot of supports, social emotional supports around our students, and there are significant costs associated with this. Behavior specialists, behavior team assistants, intensive case managers, home to school coordinators, 7 special ed teachers, the list goes on and on. Because of the lack of community resources, we have to do this as a school. It is our moral imperative to make these changes for our students because no one else is going to do it.
30 seconds.
Last year, or in the height of our work, we had in one school year 890 escorts, restraints, and seclusions. Sit with that for a moment. 890 and 175 days. This year we are at 87. It's impactful and positive and important work, but we have to have money in order to do it. Please take action on the waiting study as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. John Castle.
Good afternoon. I greatly appreciate the Senate Education Committee taking testimony today. I currently serve as Superintendent of Schools for North Country Supervisory Union. I'm proud to serve our supervisory union where a board member summed it up in 5 words in reference to the increase in assessment for our supervisory union special services budget. They are all our children. It is my hope that your committee and our General Assembly cares deeply about all our children across the state. We address the needs that may exist in one school differently than another, as we address the needs of a classroom or a particular student differently. Likewise, our legislature must recognize the variation of need between districts and regions for that matter. We have disparity of opportunity given our economic circumstances and a variation in need due to the same. The high percentage of students with needs, especially in small rural schools, and our supervisory union require substantial supports to meet those collective needs. Issues of equity transcend districts or supervisory unions and must be addressed as a state. The needs being illustrated in testimony today are real. I believe this testimony, in concert with the waiting study, clearly shines a light on the need for more resources to support students living in poverty. I recognize the call for more resources is counter to the narrative of declining enrollment, having too many cars in the school parking lot, and property taxes being too high. The reality is schools need more capacity, a robust social service organization to partner with, and to shift the tide of families, we need those resources now.
30 seconds.
We've lived complacently while the forces of poverty have adversely impacted far more people than our current public health crisis. Where is the sense of urgency and call for action that is justified to support the financial, social, emotional, and mental health needs that for too long have disrupted, diminished, and devastated the lives of our children? Justice too long delayed is justice denied. I truly hope that our legislature believes they are all our children.
Thank you. Kathy Olwell.
Hello. Thank you for taking my testimony. I am a retired social worker who spent the past 24 years working with Burlington's middle school population, running a youth center, after-school program, and Burlington and Winooski combined middle school summer program. We know poverty creates high-risk environment that increases probability of learning problems. That can lead to learning socio-emotional disabilities. Burlington has one of Vermont's highest concentrations of poverty with 49%, which leads the district to have 19% of its children on IEPs or 504 plans. Burlington is also home to one of this state's largest English learner populations at 16%. All of the above risk factors lead to higher costs to educate our students. As a member of the Burlington Schools Commission, it is glaringly clear to me how the present formula works to the detriment of the students we serve in Burlington. The result of per pupil weighting study and the new weighting formula it proposes can only right the wrongs that have burdened Burlington's children for the past 20 years. I would ask this committee to please fully implement the new formula immediately and do not phase it in. The children who have lived with this underfunding need a swift remedy. Their education needs must be met now. Thank you.
Claire Wolf.
Thank you. I stand here in unity with all our communities present, sharing their testimony, and those unable to attend but who will share their support for immediate action via email correspondence. When I hear the word rural, I want to also include Burlington and Winooski, as we share concern for our most vulnerable learning population. Thank you for hearing our testimony today, and I also want to thank the AOE for commissioning this study and for the UVM educator Tammy Colby for her work, research, and time spent this summer speaking with myself and our Burlington leadership team. Relative to most of our neighboring school districts in Chittenden County, Burlington serves a high percentage of students in poverty, as Kathy all will share, 49%. Our student population is on the rise. Our two middle schools are at times over capacity. We are an anomaly in Vermont, and also with more housing being built in Burlington. This study proves unequivocally students with the greatest needs require substantially greater educational resources and services. Our Burlington School Board and City Council this month sent the Vermont State Legislature joint resolutions recognizing and supporting this AOE study, proposing action to change the Vermont State Ed Fund weighting pupil formula. In a sanctuary city and a school district fiercely proud to hear 45 native languages spoken throughout our school communities, our current Vermont antiquated educational funding formula developed 20 years ago is essentially artifacts, said researcher Tammy Colby, who's present here today, and could find no evidence that they were empirically derived. Thank you to all of you serving on the Education Committee and Senator Baruth. The citizens of Burlington and the Vermonters you serve admired your recent public statement. A top priority this session would be to pass something out of this committee changing the weighting formula based on the report recommendations. I think it's an extremely important thing, and I was sent here to do extremely important things that make the system work in a better, fairer way. All of us present here today couldn't agree with you more. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Pillsbury.
I'm Keith Pillsbury. I'm sorry I didn't dress. I just picked up because I've been on the school board in Burlington for 25 years. And this is a story I've had to talk to my constituents every year as we have to go through the tax increase about the Equal Life Formula. And they always, they're very aware that some of our students are in poverty and some of our students in EL cost far more than the state is giving us. And I think they have been very generous over the years. I went back and looked at it, but in a report in 2010-11, we asked for a 10.4% tax increase. I remember the governor was mad at us, the mayor didn't support us, the free press was just whatever. Anyway, the citizens of Burlington understood that we had a population that needed to be served. They were generous, and they've been generous for a long time. But I think it's time now that the state step up and look at our needs as a city that's not as wealthy as everybody thinks. We have a high level of poverty, and we have a high level of children who English is a second language, English is a language they're learning because we have been generous in bringing them into our community. Just some facts. We have the non-free and reduced lunch students on the CPAC math test, 60% were proficient. The free and reduced lunch people, students got 20% of that. That's the kind of problem, that's the kind of challenge we have for our teachers in the district, making sure that all of our children become proficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Colelzi.
I feel abstained. I thought that was just a sign-in sheet, not a speaker.
Oh, you'd prefer not to speak?
No, basically I'm from the Wyndham area, and the individuals that spoke earlier, they were pretty much, they said everything I would be saying, so thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Green. Deborah Green.
Questions?
Oh, there you go.
Sorry.
My name is Debbie Green. I'm 54 years old. I work full-time and own a home with my retired 80-year-old mother in Wyndham, Vermont. We own an average-sized modular home on 1 acre of land. Our taxes have increased substantially each year. In 2019, our municipal tax was $1,595.07, and our education tax was $3,979.42, for a total of $5,574.42. I was just financially able to pay the balance off this past February. I'm told that Wyndham, along with other small towns, are penalized because the number of students that attend our schools is below state regulations or something to that effect, and that Wyndham will see another increase in 2020. I work and I play in Vermont, and I'm pleading with the state for change for the better to take place so less populated towns with schools geographically necessary stop being taxed so unconstitutionally. The continued tax increases has placed me in a financial hardship, and I fear the time for me to sell my home and move out of Vermont is quickly approaching, simply because I can't afford the taxes. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. I appreciate it.
Margaret Keir.
I'm from Huntington, Vermont, part of the wealthy Chittenden County, but I am in support of helping those communities who most need additional help. First of all, Education Committee. Vermont's economic health depends on intelligent, well-adjusted workforce with diverse skills. Tell your fellow senators and citizens, we need well-educated, well-adjusted, well-skilled citizens to meet diverse requirements throughout the state's economy. We benefit most if we can find these workers within the state instead of importing them. I'm not going to read you everything I've written, but basically, we know that depressed economies, unfortunately, are still associated with poor education outcomes. I'd like to suggest there are at least 2 areas where we could dramatically improve the situation for those most at risk. The current weighting formula, which you are trying to improve, thank you, is based on research that indicates it costs more to educate high school students. Is this an assumption that is still valid in the 2020s? What considerations are not built into this assumption? The successful achievement of high school students depends, and high school graduates, depends not only what happens in high school. Students arrive in high school with deficiencies in reading, math, science, social studies, as well as other problems. Those students will continue to struggle to overcome these deficiencies. Low achievers in middle school are very likely those who are left.
30 seconds.
Okay.
So you need to look at the whole picture. And the second area where you need to consider is the taboo subject of paying teachers across the state a fairly equitable wage. This is a taboo subject. Nobody wants to talk about having a state organized teacher wages. But I think that as long as teachers in wealthy districts get more, that is where they're going to go. As long as the most experienced teachers get more in wages, in salaries, that's where they're going to go. And those who are getting their training in their first few years, many of them will seek to go to wealthier districts. Not all, obviously. So I think you need to look at those two things, and I would ask you to read the longer version of what I said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's the end of people who signed up to speak, but it often happens that people think of something midway through. Anybody who'd like to come up who wasn't on this? Please. Yes, please. And then we'll have the next. And if you could just, since I don't have your name, if you could just introduce it in the record and your town of residence.
Okay. I'm Martha Hafner. I'm from Randolph. I'm somebody with 40-plus years of experience in the educational systems. I've worn just about every hat there is, preschool to college and everything in between. And my father was involved in 34 years in the school board, so there's a wide assortment of educational experience that I've embedded. But I fully agree. There are a lot of students that we call them in the classroom as the 3-first, where they should count as 3 students instead of one where there are special needs that are engaged and so on. But a piece that I would like to inject into this conversation that is perhaps viewed as a tangent, but really I feel very much relates. Marijuana in Pueblo, Colorado is making it so that there are 38% chronic absenteeism in their schools, where they used to see one child in a classroom in a Head Start that had autism. Now, after legalized and commercialized marijuana, they're seeing 6 to 8. If you want to diminish the number of students that are coming into our world with some special needs, this is an area that you really should consider investigating. It's a lot worse than most people begin to realize. I've seen the student that was
30 seconds.
Almost dead on the gym floor in Bethel because of a little dab that will do you. Our students need to be protected in this arena too. And that vote is coming up soon.
Thank you, ma'am. And please, come on up. William Mathis.
Yes. Good afternoon. You'll have to bear with my scratchy voice, and I'll be brief. First off is we were plaintiffs in the Brigham case. I've taught educational finance for 20 years. I'm the managing director of the National Educational Policy Center and on the State Board of Education. I wish to say that I'm not speaking for the State Board. They're meeting next Wednesday. Our chair is here. And we'll love to talk with you later after the board meets. First thing I say is I really would commend you for what you've done in terms of commissioning this study. It was very well needed, and it really is going to have some hard decisions for you. But remember, and if you will, that this is for the common good. It is not an individual thing. It is for everybody. And that's what our Constitution says, and that's what we must hold on to. Something I'd mention is the report deals a great deal with poverty, and that is correct. I don't think we can solve the education problem unless we solve the poverty problem. It's just that simple, and I'd be glad to spend more time with you at a later time dealing with that. And I'm really pleased to see the emphasis that was given to that in the report. Also, rurality got a great deal of attention in the report. I'm very glad to see that because that is part and parcel of the problems that we face. And I just simply close these brief remarks by saying that this isn't something that's nice to do. It's our constitutional obligation to treat every child properly and with care and with love and affection.
Thank you, Bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Gross. I'm from Middlebury, Vermont. I'm a professor emeritus of educational leadership and policy studies at Temple University, and I've served as chief of curriculum and instruction to the state of Vermont many years ago. When I work with my students, when I talk to my neighbors, when people ask me what is the root fundamentals of education, it is in our country, how do we raise up the next generation of Americans to take our very imperfect democracy and improve it, at least handle it. And when I think of the impediments that keep us from being able to do that properly or even reasonably attempt, poverty comes up as the number one issue. I think for a long time, circles in education have gotten it exactly backwards, and that has said that if only the schools did their jobs properly, we wouldn't have poverty. The fact is, the research shows quite the opposite is the case, that when we deal with poverty, all of a sudden, magically, things happen for our students and their achievement improves. I want to commend not only yourselves, but the researchers from the University of Vermont who have made an important contribution towards our recognition of what the facts are and being able to respond to them effectively. We often say the devil is in the details. I believe the devil lives in two places, in the details, but also in our being able to conceptualize the problem. If we place the evolution of democracy and the betterment of democracy first and realize that it is poverty ourselves itself that is at the heart of our issues, I think we'll be a long way down the road to being able to respond effectively. Thank you so much for this time.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm Eric Lamontagne, Executive Director at Campaign for Vermont. Just a few quick things. First, general statement in support of implementing these changes. A few things that I haven't heard addressed, though, is a lot of folks here have been talking about this as a tax relief measure. There's nothing in the bill to guarantee that the extra money into the community is going to be used that way. Communities could still choose to keep the tax rates and just take this money as additional money. So it should be addressed in that mechanism. There's also needs to be accountability measures to make sure that the additional money that's being given to these communities that need it is being used to support the students who need it the most. Just generally throwing money at a problem isn't always the best solution unless there's a specific plan to ensure that that money is really going to go to the people who need it most. And the last point is to the JFO prediction numbers. Through their study, they said that there might be upwards of $10 million in additional revenue generated by this proposal. I haven't heard anything as to where that money is going to go. Is that money going to be used to hold harmless some of these communities that can expect significant tax increases? Will it be further given to the schools in support of some of these infrastructure changes that need to be made? There needs to be a plan for this extra money so it just doesn't get lost in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't had a chance to speak who would like to speak? All right, seeing none, as we say in the Senate, we will adjourn. Before we do that, I want to thank all of you for traveling to be here. It's important on something like this. We're talking about a system in which changes to one community's weighting affect other communities very directly. So it's good to get as much public input as we can. I know that all of you made the choice that we made after the thinking and thought process that we had, which was coronavirus, all of those concerns, should I go, should we meet, and you came up with the solution that it was important enough for you to be here. We appreciate that doubly in this day and age. So thank you. We will do our work as efficiently as we can. Friday is what we call crossover. It's the day by which any Senate committee has to have their work out to have the bill remain alive this session without all kinds of special operations being done by leadership. So Friday is the day we're shooting for. We will very much keep what you've said in mind. If we have any further questions, there are some of you whose contact information we have. If you have further information to share with us, Jeannie Lowell, our administrative assistant, is happy to get anything to us that you send her. So thanks very much, and we'll adjourn with that.
So
All right.
Good morning, committee. Thank you, everybody, for your attendance last night. I thought it, yeah, thank you. It went well. And so this morning, as it says on the schedule, we're going to have committee discussion on 610. We finished our testimony yesterday. And so what I'd like to do, and we don't have Eric in the Senate.
Started at 11:30.
Okay, all right, we'll take notes. Committee discussion, I'm gonna go section by section. We're not taking any votes. We might do, straw polls. We'll just sort of see how the committee goes, but just want to,
So we're on 7.1?
yes, yeah. And, right, so the Vermont Police Association, Beth went through her, she considered technical amendments yesterday. I'm going to put those to the side for now because I just think they're confusing to try to put every word in, and, especially considering that they are more technical. I think we can really look more at the substance of the bill, again, section by section. So, everybody have what they need in front of them in terms of a copy, and a clean copy, or okay. And if anybody needs the bill as introduced or not, but anyway, so okay, so the first section is section 1 and background checks, and this is what we've been referring to as the default proceeds. When the bill started, it didn't have any date, any time mentioned. I threw out 90 days because from testimony I heard that after 90 days the FBI doesn't really do anything. Continued to hear testimony that was still a very long time. Knew that other states had 30 days, and I threw that out. So here we are.
You looking for discussion on it?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, this section is one that I think is kind of the most. This one is the section that I get hung up with the most in the bill. So I'll start off by saying I'm kind of an agnostic on guns, which means that most people sitting around the room have disagreed with me on some point because I've voted for some gun restrictions and against others over time. And I think the key for me has always been that when making some of these decisions, we make a lot of choices around privileges, restricting privileges and things like that, and I think that's an important piece. I think there are very few things in life that are actual rights, and so I think that the bar gets higher when you want to touch rights. And I know that we've heard quite a bit of information from people saying that you don't touch rights, and I don't agree with that. I think that there are very clearly limitations of rights that can be put on different things in the Bill of Rights, and I think the courts have shown that. But I do think the reason for that has to be extremely compelling. And the problem that I have with this section, I think, is that I keep coming up very short of compelling reasons for it. I will say that in future sections of the bill, I think that there's some merit to, there's a good amount of merit to some of the discussions that are going on in other portions of the bill, but I do feel that section 1 almost poisons the ability to have that discussion. So I'll say that, I am not a Second Amendment person. I don't own a gun. I have in the past. One of my favorite facts about myself is that I lost my gun in my divorce. Fun fact. But I don't ever intend to take advantage of the Second Amendment. But that being said, believe very strongly in some of the other amendments that are there, and I do utilize them and want to defend them often. I think back to the abortion debate that we had last year, when we were essentially debating what many felt was a right and others thought was a privilege that could be a bridge. And overall, my hope is that we will be very careful when going after rights. One of the main things that I've heard against this bill is that, rights shall not be infringed, and I think that's a faulty argument. I also think that one of the things that we've heard in favor of the bill is if it saves just one life, it's worth it. And I also think that's problematic in a lot of ways. Saving a life is very important, but I think it starts down a dangerous precedent of what is the threshold for removing rights. I again think back to the abortion debate and think that many people in the room pushing against that right would have said if it saves one life, it's worth it. And I just worry that in the situation that we're in right now, it may work to say if it saves one life. But I worry about what future iterations of this body could think and what some of the dangers that we could be setting for protecting other rights that I think a lot of us care very deeply about, such as the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the First Amendment. These are all things that we hold very dear. So I just think that when we're looking at something that when you actually break it down by the numbers, even to have a default proceed occur is you are twice as likely to be struck by lightning as just the default proceed to happen when you break down the numbers. And that just is not compelling enough to get there. And I think that for me personally, and I know I won't be here for the final vote on this bill, but I can see a path to supporting some of the other stuff that's in this bill in the other sections. But with Section 1, I find that to be essentially a poison pill, and I would like it removed.
Others? Brooks, what?
I mean, I'm not going to repeat everything that Matt said. He's generally a better speaker than I am. But, no, it's not true.
Not true.
But I have felt with this very similarly that, especially during some of our earlier testimony, people would come in and say, well, I can't speak to the rest of the bill, but these are my many, many reasons for not liking this. And I felt 90 days was better than never. I feel 30 days is better than 90. But I still think it's just an extreme problem for some people that I would agree. I don't necessarily see this as a significant, something that is a significant change, but it is clearly a significant problem for some people.
I want to make sure I understand that. Can you explain your last?
I don't think that the expansion in days is something that is extremely, how do I want to put this? I don't think it's going to be helpful enough, that it's going to fix enough problems, that it's going to be worth the amount of scrutiny that has been given that one section.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah, no, I got it. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, and just looking specifically at the, the background check, the transfer time, because I do think that we're not a particularly large state, and I feel like the year sample we had, 9 instances of someone who should not have gotten a firearm being handed one. I feel like that's a big enough number to deal with, to try and have a solution. And we know that 7 of those guns were reacquired by the authorities, 2 were not. That's problematic for me. That's troubling. For me, I was okay with 90 days. If there's a higher comfort level with 30 because of the way the background check actually plays out, I have no concerns with changing it to 30. I will say I don't think it needs to go any lower than that. Quite frankly, the people who are going to hate it at 30 will hate it at 10 days. So at least, there's other things that were added to section 1 towards the end that I think could have additional discussion. But as far as trying to close the Charleston loophole, I think it is very worthwhile overall for public safety in Vermont to change that from 3 days to 30.
Are we just talking about the first section to start?
Yeah, we're
Okay,
just, so no votes, so just kind of getting a feel for where folks are at. Yeah.
I think it is important to have a time frame, whatever that is. I think the unknown is troubling for people, but I think there still has to be some kind of confirmation that happens, even if it's the state contacting the feds, so that, because I was trying to just look at some of the data. I know we've heard the Vermont data, but some of the FBI data said that more than 20% of the perceived default sales involved sales to prohibited individuals. So that's concerning. That definitely is concerning, and I'd love to just figure out a way that even after, no matter how many days it is, there's some kind of confirmation. It's almost like if you didn't hear from the doctor's office how your test went, and you just assume, we'll call you if it goes okay. But they don't call you or whatever. It seems too important to not end on some closure. And in the cases of the FBI saying we still are, it's not a duplication thing. It's there may be a valid reason why it's taking a long time, and it would be great to figure out.
Yeah, I don't know if we,
right,
if we can.
Yeah.
Anyway, that after 90 days, they just, I appreciate what you're saying. Yeah.
Martin.
So, start with the constitutional issue that Matt brings up. There are lots of rights in the Constitution, and often rights are sometimes in conflict. There's sometimes competing rights. And looking at the Vermont Constitution, one of the rights, in fact, it's in the first article, Article 1, is obtaining safety. And that's what this is seeking to do. It's helping to obtain safety. And in particular, it does relate to the domestic violence situation. From the GAO report, which is the best data I think we have on this, but it's, I think, from a period of time that goes to 2016, I believe. No, it was released in 2016. That 30% of the denials based on having a misdemeanor domestic violence offense are not resolved within 3 days.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
So 30% of denials based on misdemeanor domestic violence offenses are not resolved within the 3 days. I would be willing to go a little bit lower, frankly, than 30, based on the GAO data. Based on that data, in 20 days, 96% of those domestic violence misdemeanors are resolved. The data also says that, the last 4% are resolved after 20 days, but doesn't give any kind of time frame for that. So it could be 30, could be 90. It wouldn't be beyond 90 because the FBI stops at 90 days. So I would be willing to do that because we could anchor it to in fact, this data, and it's related to really what the bill is about. So it's also that it's not taking away a right, it is putting a reasonable restriction on a fairly small population would be affected by this. So it's, and again, you have this competing right that we have in our state constitution. So I'm still in favor of the default proceed, but again, I would be willing to go a little bit lower as far as related to the data that we have.
So, I mean, I support this section, and I just wanted to speak as somebody who owns and has purchased firearms, but also somebody who's very interested in maintaining public safety. I mean, if I have to go to an FFL and they say to me that, you know, there's another person with the name Nader Hashim, which is pretty uncommon, but there's another person named Nader Hashim, he's a prohibited person, and you have the same name, so we're gonna have to wait an extra day or two to sort this out. Yeah, I'm fine with that, as long as it means that this other person, who is a prohibited person, doesn't get mixed up, or, you know, isn't able to possess a firearm. So I'm fine with it.
As in terms of 30 days or
I think 30 days is fine. I think 30 days is fine. You know, like was mentioned earlier, the people who hate it at 30 days are also going to hate it at 10 days. So, I mean, if we want to bring it down to 10 days or whatever the alternative is.
I just want to understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay. So, morning, Coach.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Thank you. How are you?
Good.
So, Coach, we are having committee discussion.
No, I know.
Yeah.
No, we'll just keep on going.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, as you settle in, just we're on the first section, and yeah. So
Figured.
See your hand, yeah.
Yeah, I had a thought, I had an opinion when we first had this bill. I know I should have brought it up then.
Patrick, it's great to hear from you whenever you want to participate. So no should have.
But it is my feeling that this section of the bill, and maybe this would be a ridiculous thing to do, but I think both this section and the later section would have a better ability to be passable just in the general political sphere if they were separated. And I actually believe there are people who may, just because of this section, not support the rest of it, or maybe support the rest of whatever the opposite of what I just said is. So, and that was a thought I had early on of maybe it should just be presented as something separate. But I don't know if that's worth exploring as a possibility.
Procedurally on the floor, I wouldn't be surprised if someone divides the question when it gets to the floor, but it doesn't change the final vote. So you may have people with an opportunity to vote for some sections.
Just some quick additional data that, you know, that there are several other states that have similar laws. In Delaware, dealers have to wait 25 days to transfer a firearm if there's not a resolved background check. California is 40 days, New York is 30 days. Utah and Florida do not allow the transfer to occur until there's a background check that is complete, so it's open-ended.
I'm sorry, California.
California is 40 days, New York is 30 days, Utah, Florida. And there's other states that require a permit or a license for a firearm, and for issuance of those permits or licenses, there has to be a background check. It's a little more in depth. And for those checks, there's anywhere from 10 days to 6 months for an individual to pass a background check. So it's really kind of all over the place as far as what states are doing. And then there are a lot of states that don't have any, obviously, as well.
I also support this section, and I think really now that now that the version that we're looking at has time certain rather than as introduced, which just required completion of the background check. We're really just looking at an extension of the period before a default proceed takes place. So we're not even eliminating the default proceed, we're just, and I think, I would have supported the 90 days because I think that was tied really directly to testimony we heard about. After 90 days, it's clear, like, they'd stopped doing their work, but up until that point, results could still come in. But I'll support the 30 days if people feel like that's a necessary compromise to move things forward. I don't feel a need to go less than that. I understand the logic of 20 days, but I think 30 days is like actually clearer for people to wrap their head around. It's just a month. And as others have noted, I don't think people who have concerns about 30 days are going to be like, oh, now that it's 20 days, I can support it. So I think I'd advocate for just leaving it where it is, or even looking at the 90-day window again. And for me, I think it just, I feel like I need to repeat what others have said, but it does. We heard really clear testimony and evidence again and again that beyond the issue of common name mix-ups, that one of the contributing factors to this is just trying to understand how domestic violence and really from abuse orders kind of play out, and that can be a big factor for something taking more than 30 days. So to me, it's just consistent with the overall goals of this bill, and I strongly support it.
And one thing I don't think I mentioned earlier, I know there were concerns about federal law and supremacy clause, and that the 3 days is the law, but Eric has testified in the past that we are, as a state, able to go further than the 3 days, and so I just wanted to get that out there.
What's that mean? We're a state that's able. What
So
makes us able?
We're not prohibited by, in some areas, the federal law, that's it, and that's, we can't, states are not allowed to.
Oh, so it has to do with the federal law,
Exactly.
not something here.
Right,
Okay.
right, so I don't know if I'm explaining it properly, but it's,
We're not foreclosed from doing something because of the federal law.
Right.
Okay. And some states are?
No, in some
Or it
instances.
depends on the federal law.
Exactly, it depends.
Okay.
Exactly,
All
so
right.
in this particular issue, it is okay for states to come up with their own.
Okay.
Yeah.
Article 6.
Right, they're more restrictive under states' regs.
Thank you. Yeah.
Because fair and impartial policing, that's what we found, in those segments, of the law. Was you could be more restrictive, but less restrictive was problematic.
And there's some federal laws that you can't go more restrictive?
Right, so what?
One example, I'm just curious. Yeah.
It's a fairly complicated area of whether federal law preempts the states from doing something. It's federal preemption, and there's a lot of factors they look at, such as the federal government, has Congress completely taken over that particular area of law, for instance.
Isn't that
Probably energy,
like railroads?
Yeah, railroads.
Railroads are one of them?
Probably energy, I would think, right? Or
I defer to Eric to explain which those are, but.
Yeah.
So I just wanted, one other point I just wanted to make clear for folks, that under the regulations for the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, after that 3-day period, they continue to research the potentially prohibiting records of somebody who's been delayed regarding that individual. So, and if there's definitive information that comes in that either shows the person is denied or
that they should proceed. The regulations provide that the FBI gets back to the dealer. So either way, so the 20% of those cases that would be resolved within 10 days, as I mentioned earlier from the GAO, presumably under these regulations, they would be allowed to proceed before that 30-day period has ended. Was that clear? I can't say whether the FBI is following the regulations or not, but that's what the regulations provide.
I'm going to surprise everybody and say that I want to stay at the 3 days, right? But with reasoning, not just because that's what it is and that's where it should stay. If I can spit this out. The Charleston loophole, which I don't like that term because it's not a loophole. I look at a loophole as being something illegal, and there's nothing illegal about the default process. And I can appreciate people's concerns over, you know, the people purchasing firearms. So they end up getting them and then having to, you know, the FBI, ATF, having to go through their process to get the guns back. I can appreciate all that, the concerns, you know, that Will brought it up with the two that we don't, you know, we're not exactly sure what happened with them. But with that said, the way that I see it, and I'm going to say Charleston loophole, this has all come about because of the Charleston loophole, which is one case. And that's not one case in Vermont, that's one case nationally, and we're talking through the years, potentially billions of transactions. And even depending on who you talk to and the witnesses you listen to, some say that person got the gun illegally and some say they didn't get it illegally. So, and it kind of goes back to, I think, what Matt had said is for me, is changing a law because of one case. And to me, a case with some gray area. That's it.
Thank you. On the first one.
So just in response to that, my main motivation is, in fact, not the Charleston loophole, not what happened in Charleston, but the data that really from that GAO report was eye-opening, that 30% of the misdemeanor domestic violence offenders are missed within that 3-day period. So that's really my motivation for trying to give the FBI more time to sort those particular potential prohibitions out. So, Martin, is the date of the GAO report after FixNix or before it? It is before FixNix. Yeah, and unfortunately, there isn't data related to FixNix, and I've asked some questions about that. And it's not entirely clear that this is going to resolve the issue with respect to misdemeanor domestic violence assaults. Mm-hmm. It was focused on some other areas where there were deficiencies in getting data into the NICS system, is my understanding. Right, and making it consistent so that, you know, things trigger when they should. Right. I'll look a little closer, but it's not my understanding that it is addressing the 50 states' different ways of describing simple assault that could be domestic violence related. I don't believe it fixes that component.
Coach and then Barbara.
I would stand in support of the extended time. What I'd like to propose would be adding just a detail. Listening to Jeff Wallen, who is our director of information for DSP, and our repository, and then listening to the testimony over the last few weeks, there are folks, you know, who have a concern about our data reporting. So what my suggestion might be is that being that we have one point of reference here in the state, that we ask for annual updates, you know, from that entity, Jeff, or whoever's in that seat at that time, for how the data is moving from the court to the system. Because he's in charge of all of that data, you know, and how it moves between the federal system and our judiciary system. So in order to ensure that that information is accurate and up to date, because that's one of the questions that, you know, came up time and time again, well, fix the problem. I'm not gonna just say that it's automatic, but this way we'd have a way of cross-checking to make sure that things are changing. Because he was really good as far as answering the questions about NICS and getting us additional data from the FBI. You know, in like a 2-week period, he extended the information and the answers that we requested. You know, I think that that might be a helpful way to approach it.
Thank you. And when you say that you support the extended time?
You know, the 30 days.
So the 30 days, okay.
Oh, I'm just teasing Martin. It wasn't. I wasn't.
Your last day, I imagine that.
A lot of teasing to do.
Oh, in the beginning.
So, the Charleston loophole is not a one-time, I think that's a myth. It's a misnomer. There were a number of cases that it happened with. So, the Aurora, Illinois case, the church massacres in Sutherland Springs, Texas. It was a.
That was the movie theater, right?
I think so. I can get you the details. Virginia Tech was that situation. Westerly, Texas, this past summer was that situation. There was another one in Pease Park.
Those were all prohibited people?
Mm-hmm. And I'm happy to share what the circumstances were of how they...
yeah, that's what I was asking about Aurora.
But in these cases, nothing came back after 3 days for the Pease Park one. Aurora, I'll have to give you more details because that one is just referenced as people who slip through the cracks and there are deadly consequences. Oh, so Aurora was a workplace shooting.
Yeah, but why was the person restricted?
I will get you that answer, but it sounds like what it, okay, actually, you know what, it'll say it here. So basically, these are all ones where the default time went into effect and the person wasn't cleared. So I'll get you the exact issue. I'll get you that exact issue. This mentions everything but Aurora.
Do any of the cases you have in front of you, does it say why the person, were they restricted or it just went past the 3 days?
They were restricted and it was past the 3 days.
Right, but those articles don't say why they were restricted?
One does. And I'm certainly happy to put this around. The military had fallen short in one case of forwarding records.
That's the Texas one.
That's the Texas one.
Yeah.
But that's not.
That's not this, but it would.
Yeah, that's not
the
NICS.
loophole.
Yeah, so I'll give you the details on those.
Okay.
How is that not the loophole if they're supposed to forward the records to make it clear that he is a prohibited person?
Because you could have a time limit of however long you want. You would not catch a person by that. They didn't have the records. It wasn't the records in the system, so
in the NICS system?
Correct. That was the issue, and that's one of the, I believe that was one of the triggers for fixed NICS. Right.
And in this other case, the criminal charge was filed in Austin, not in Houston, and so they didn't check, or that information didn't come through till a few days later. Oh, right, yes. Did I say Colorado? Okay. It's Aurora, Illinois. Thank you.
Anybody else in this section?
Section 2, is that?
Yes.
So many sections.
Well, it says section 3, but it is section 2, which is the impeding. And so, I want to make sure, and I believe we still need the section 4, the definitions. I believe that's separate, because I believe we still need those for things beyond impeding.
Now I'm totally confused. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right, there's a mistake with the number.
Yeah.
So where it says, so you're at
It's 3, 4.
So on
page 3, line 20 is what we're talking about. Okay.
And through line 2 on page 5.
We're taking that out?
Well, this is up for discussion, and I can say for myself, I have very grave concerns after listening to,
Page 5 through 2.
yeah. Especially after listening to the Attorney General's office testimony, sure, attorneys will differ, and we can never say, absolutely, but for me, he raised enough concern that I would like to see it out. I wasn't sure if we really needed it, and maybe there's some language that can, reiterate that law enforcement has the authority to, and I'll defer to you as, But anyway, so that's where I'm starting from, but certainly others.
Yeah, there's one question the Attorney General was going to get back to us on. What was that around?
I'm sorry, what?
There was one question the Attorney General's office was going to get back to us on. I don't think they had cleared it the higher ups yet. Does anyone remember there was a question that on this section?
I asked him, I proposed some language, and
yes, that was it.
How would you feel like this is unconstitutional?
Okay, so it's not a piece of, gotcha. Okay, I didn't know if it was a bit of information that we needed for, okay, thank you.
There was another question that I think he was going to get back to us on that I brought up was, I found it interesting that somebody could be charged with a felony for impeding in a civil case, and I asked if there was any other laws that did that, and he wasn't sure. I don't know if he's going to get back to us or not, but
I think
so I found that real interesting myself. So
I think it's a misdemeanor, though.
Yeah, the new misdemeanor. But
right, but the impeding, but for impeding on a civil issue, you can be charged with a 2-year felony. Shall be imprisoned for 2 years or fined.
We have, yes. I don't think that is uncommon, but anyway, anybody want to advocate to keep this in?
So, I guess I have a question. So, a violation of a protective order. What's that offense? Is that a misdemeanor offense?
Violation of a protective order?
Yeah, like a violation of a release and abuse order.
Yeah, it was a misdemeanor.
The first time or something, right?
I think so.
And then the second time.
So there are 2 ways to get at it. The way I separate this out is the process of getting the firearms relinquished from the individual subject to the order, and then there's the separate situation of the law enforcement controlling the environment, other individuals, for instance, being at the location. Putting that one aside. The first one, I think we already have that handled by what we are asking or requiring the court to put into the order, which is on page 7. It's requiring the defendant to relinquish the firearms pursuant to the instructions of law enforcement officer, which we do have the definition of the instruction of law enforcement officer back on page 5, which is in part repeated in the order language that we're requiring on the bottom of page 7, requiring the defendant to provide the location of the firearms, the keys, etc. So if the individual does not follow the instructions of the law enforcement officer, which is giving the law enforcement officer the discretion to try to receive the firearms right when they go and serve, or we'll be back in the next day with the U-Haul, or we're going to wait until I get back, or whatever. There's it gives the discretion for the law enforcement officer to control the relinquishment situation, but also creates the requirement that, if not followed, could lead to a violation of the abuse of the relief from abuse order. So I think we are, without this impeding, we have that covered as far as giving law enforcement discretion and the authority to get the relinquishment done in a safe manner, taking into consideration logistics. The other part is this, what we're dealing with here in the impeding, which is the other individuals who may be around and such, and I think that's what you're working on language with.
Yeah, can I speak to that? So this, as far as I know, originally came in to address officer safety at a scene like this, and as it is currently, when cops are at a scene and they know that guns are involved, it's red alert. It's not like anybody's messing around. There's no leniency, and people are being controlled at a scene because you just don't mess around with that, and you don't get complacent in that sort of scenario. And we, heard the example of being able to control somebody when they're on the other side of the room versus when they're in your face. And the reality is that when that person is on the other side of the room, they're going to be controlled by that police officer. And there's really no other way around it. I'm not too concerned about having this in the bill as it is, because it's not really necessary, because cops are going to control that scene.
So you don't think we have to have the new impeding offense?
No, I don't think we need to have a new impeding offense. I think it would help, if the concern is having language in there that makes it clear that officers can control a scene, then we can include language that says, when police are executing this order, they have the ability to control people's freedom of movement, which they already do. But if we're putting that in there just to put their minds at ease, I guess, then okay. But it's.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what's the existing law on that? I mean,
impeding an officer, Part A was existing, Part B was what we added.
But
yeah,
does that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're
asking what control, what's the?
Yeah, I mean, if we already have it in existing law, it makes no sense to put it in again, but other than as a reminder.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to the precise law off the top of my head, but I can speak to what actually happens, which is
when what they teach you at the academy or whatever.
What they teach you and what actually happens is that if you're in a house, there's several people and there's guns around the house, you're going to be in control of those people. You're going to be able to see their hands, and if they're not listening to you, they're going to go in handcuffs or they're going to sit in the back of somebody's cruiser. That's what happens.
Right.
So.
You're saying if you go into that house, one person, or you're going to wait for a lot of backup? Because one person, I don't think is going to control that, and you're going to end up dead.
If it's one person, well,
one officer.
One scenario. I mean, yeah, each scenario is different, but if it's one trooper, one officer versus a house with 5 people in it, and there's guns all over the house, you're waiting for backup. Yeah.
So you're not gonna go in that house before you got plenty of backup, right?
No, even with the execution of these orders, you're supposed to go with 2 police officers. In the execution of RFAs, as it is currently, you're supposed to take somebody else with you. All domestics, you're supposed to take at least 1 other trooper or another police officer, sometimes more. And yeah.
So I wasn't, man?
Yeah, sure.
So I wasn't gonna weigh in a lot until after we're done, but this section here really, really gives me concerns. The lack of 24/7, 365 police coverage and all this stuff. The situation could get worse. I'm gravely concerned about police officers. I'm also concerned about innocent people that might be in that house, and also what more it would what possibly could happen to make the situation much worse. And I still have a lot of questions on this part here.
Yeah,
a lot of concerns, not questions, a lot of concerns.
Maybe it was better as a question for testimony, but at least as far as I'm with my experience in firefighting, when you show up on a scene, you control the scene because you're called to it. But this isn't going to be something that you're like dispatched to. You're not reporting to a scene necessarily. This would be more like an order to go do this. Is that still the same jurisdiction of controlling the scene in that sense? Or?
If you're going to a house and there are people and there are guns, you're going to control the movement of those people. That's what happens on the road.
So then I'm not sure we need extra clarifying language if there is existing law.
So, yeah, I will ask Nader this as well from your experience. Again, looking on page 5, where we're defining instructions of a law enforcement officer, including related to the time, place, manner, and conditions of relinquishment. At least I've interpreted that gives that law enforcement officer just a lot of discretion to determine how that's going to happen and when that's going to happen as far as relinquishment. So in other words, we're not saying you immediately have to do this in an unsafe manner. You know, I trust that the law enforcement officer is going to exercise discretion to do it in a safe manner, and this definition makes clear that the defendant should be complying with the law enforcement officer's instructions related to that exercise of discretion. I don't know if that makes sense.
Is there a question?
Well,
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Well, I'm wondering if my understanding of that is correct from your perspective.
I have to get back to you on. I have to
ponder that a little bit.
Think more about what you're asking.
Well, I want to make clear to law enforcement that when they're serving the order determining how to relinquish, it's completely in their discretion to figure out how best to do it with respect to safety and respect to logistics. That's kind of the one point. But also that the defendant understands, it says you have to relinquish your firearms. They're not going to stand at the door and say, yeah, come in and get my 50 firearms right now. The law enforcement officer thinks that, no, that's not safe. We're going to have more backup or whatever. But it ties the defendant to the fact that he or she has to follow the law enforcement instructions on how to relinquish. They get the order that says immediately relinquish. They say, well, yeah, here you go. Law enforcement's not ready to do that. They have to follow law enforcement instructions.
Anyway.
Yeah. So it's.
But I think, and I think we can talk about that when we look at section 4. I think
Well,
right now
it's within the definition section.
Right.
And I'm just wondering if that's given enough coverage.
If we take out impeding?
Yeah, if we take out the impeding.
Where are you seeing the immediate relinquishment?
Well, that's
I'm not seeing the word
that's in
immediate.
the order. That's in the order on page 7. No, the bottom of page 6, that absolute final order, similar language, and require the immediate relinquishment.
I'm concerned that we're confusing.
Yeah.
You know, I think that we need to just stick to the impeding.
Right.
And, Coach?
No, that's all I was gonna say is that, you know, it appears that we're talking about redundancy of process and procedure. Because in talking with our sheriff on Monday and our chief on Monday, like Nader shared with us, they determine process and procedure for their officers based on their training and experience at the scene. So, you know, what is our intent? You know, is it to be redundant, you know, or is it to just create more confusion in a way? And so that's
Right,
the concern.
Yeah, and I think not only, well, for me, this goes beyond redundancy. I mean, sometimes it's okay to be redundant, but this is, so.
I think that, you know, going back to the idea of introducing language that provides some clarity and I guess more confidence, because, you know, in the back of every cop's mind is, all right, these actions that I'm taking, am I going to get sued for this? And then the other section is, am I going to make it home tonight? That's the other part. And so there are often times or confusing gray areas where, you know, they may be wondering, can I do this without getting a complaint filed? Or, you know, how do I go about this without inadvertently violating somebody's rights? And having language that makes it clear and makes it certain that, you know, at a scene like this, you do, in fact, have the authority to control people's freedom of movement, I think would be helpful. Yeah.
Okay, great. And you're working on that with Eric?
Yes.
Okay.
I also have the concern that, you know, there's this fear that some cops may have of that causes them to be hesitant because they may be at risk of being sued or having a complaint filed, and the last thing that you want to see is a cop who's hesitant because they don't know the rules and it's not written anywhere, and so they hesitate and then they end up getting hurt. So I think having language that would clarify that would be good.
See, and I guess that's what, you know, Chief and the Sheriff were referring to, and that clarifying procedure is one thing, creating another law, you know, or another crime wasn't necessary. And I guess that was the difference.
Great. Tom and then Barbara.
So, from what I heard, I think somewhere this is written in law already, right? I mean, I would assume at this point, and I didn't know if just a reference back to what's already written, if we could, if what we have already is sufficient.
Beth was referring, I can't remember off the top of my head, but she was making some references as to how and why cops are able to control a scene. Right. You know, and I'm speaking more of just of what I was doing on the road versus the exact case law or the statutes, so I can
practice policy training versus what we might find in the green book.
Right.
What I'm hearing.
Right. So.
But we still could capture it, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking whatever is the easiest way to get it done, whether it's referring back or, you know, adding something or.
So I have a question for Nader. Does anything else rise to the level of guns when you said law enforcement takes it pretty seriously when they're going in somewhere? I'm assuming like explosives or something, but.
Knives. I mean, weapons in general. I mean, if there's a weapon, then can't think of a better analogy, or metaphor, but when there's a weapon, the gloves come off and the scene is going to be controlled. So if, like for example, if somebody's standing in a kitchen, you're gonna get that person out of the kitchen because that's actually the most dangerous place to have a witness or a suspect because it's filled with weapons. Yeah, does that?
It's helpful because I guess I was thinking that if it's that, which I get, if it's that intense for law enforcement to go in, it sort of speaks to sort of the need for doing something, whatever that is that we're trying to do in this bill, right? Like we know it's people who are like really volatile and have weapons. So, right, because there are other calls that you go on that you're not, law enforcement is not as concerned, right? As, I mean, the DV ones seem to rise to some.
Well, I mean, in theory, you're supposed to always be observant and aware of your surroundings, but in reality, you know, if you're responding to the school because two kids are pushing each other around, you're not going to be as on high alert as if you're responding to a stabbing. You know, that's the reality of it. But in theory, you're supposed to be constantly observant. Yeah.
I think, if I remember correctly, I heard at a certain time of day that there's only so many state troopers that are on duty at that time. And even though a lot of people think Vermont is not that big of a state, when you're trying to get from point A to point B, and I don't think troopers usually have the ride-along program together where their buddy system is working. On top of that, you put the extra load on the municipalities that aren't there. I don't see I have a concern that the dangers probably could have already happened, and I just really, really strongly believe that we're putting officers' lives more and more in danger. We don't have the capacity with law enforcement to enact a lot more of this right now. This section is, I have a lot of concerns with.
Just one question, Margaret. So what you said you're working with Eric on some language. So
Yes.
it's just what you're working on is more clarification for what can already be done, and not, but still
But not
get
creating
rid of
more
them. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that clarification is sometimes what's needed for some cops when if they're hesitant or if they don't have recent training or if they're newer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think what I'm hearing is, let's take it out and have some
Clarification
yeah.
language.
Different language, yeah.
I would support that as well.
I'm comfortable with that.
So the next section, labeled section 2 on page 5, line 20, is that where we're going next?
Well, we haven't spoken about much about the definitions. Martin referred to it a little bit, but I just want to make it clear that that is not coming out, that my understanding is that that is needed. So,
Section 4 on page 5.
It shows up for the other.
Section 4.
I'm not sure how to.
Well, I know that the judge was suggesting that what's on page 5, the definition, and what's then on page 7, which kind of reiterates part of the definition, that is redundant and is not necessary. I disagree with that because I think that we need the definition in here, and I think we need to alert the defendant of his or her obligations under that definition of what relinquishment is. So I would say we need both of those.
Right, and that's why I asked the the gentleman who was testifying kept on saying form over substance, and, you know,
He said what now?
form over substance, and I remember from law school, it's not substantive, it was more, but, and I do think that he was concerned about the forms getting too long, but one of the things about this bill is that if this bill does pass, we have heard that the state has the technical grant, and forms would be something that Vermont, that we would get assistance on, to look at the grants, to look at the forms, to make sure that they are, usable, get the right information. And so, and I think that's, one of the goals of this bill is to make sure that all those involved have the information that they need and that they're not getting now. So I do think that this should stay in. Yeah.
Just structurally in this section, I agree with everything you said about the definition of relinquishment of a firearm staying in. I think in subsection 8, the definition about instructions of a law enforcement officer, unless I'm missing something in the section on the orders, I believe that really does just point back to the proposal around the proposal to create a misdemeanor for impeding in the language that's reflected there. So I guess I would just want to note that we should true that up with whatever Natter is working on. I don't think there's other parts of the bill or the chapter, unless I'm missing something, where we point to instructions of a law enforcement officer and then we'll require.
Instructions on lines
13 to 19 on page 5.
Does it only relate to the impeding, or does
Yeah, are there other places? I mean, I guess we can.
Page 7 at line 16, 17.
Oh, okay,
reference.
yep, you're right. I
And
apologize.
There's another place for the emergency order that is also referenced.
Okay, yep, okay. Sorry about that.
Nope. Yeah, page 9, wait a second, no, not page 9. Page 10, line 3 and 4.
Okay. Got it, okay.
Anybody else on page 5?
So I guess I would ask about the 3 different places that it does talk about relinquishment. I guess I don't understand the difference between the 3 different places. It's all basically the same language that says the same thing.
Where are you talking about, Tom?
So you're on page 5?
5, 7, and 10, where it talks about relinquishment.
That may be a question better to ask when Eric's in the room.
Right.
For the necessity of it, rather than trying to.
Well, I think the definition on page 5 is a little broader than what we're asking for in the order. And we're asking for this language to be put in the order specifically to inform the defendant of their obligations under the order, rather than just leaving it to the defendant having to understand what the definition is in the statute.
Would the defendant be understanding it, or probably their counsel would? No, because there's no counsel at that point. That's right.
Maxine? Just thinking about Tom's question, in thinking about some of the testimony from just all of the different folks, at different points, and depending on the nature of the order, that's where some of that clarity, comes. Like if it's determined by the court, that when the question is asked, are there weapons involved, or it comes to the attention of the court that there are weapons involved, that's when that condition to vacate, like it on page 9, where it's the order includes a relinquishment or a requirement to vacate, is clearly stated in the order. So it is a case by case, and depending on the information the court gets. At least that's...
No court involved.
Right.
Also, again, because we're looking at the final before the emergency, the way the statute is, maybe that's what you're saying, so.
And it does speak directly to the defendant, understanding the order, because that's there as well.
Okay, let's take a break and then we'll continue with this.
Yep.
Eric, okay, so we are, so I think it's easier to start with the emergency first, in the final, even if it's not like that in the books, but if other people can agree.
Page 8.
Yep. Okay, so in terms of what was introduced and where we are now, a lot has changed. If you remember, we had civil warrants, we had when served, always served, in terms of needs relief for abuse sections. What we have here now is really an attempt to address the concerns of law enforcement and the judiciary, for the most part. So,
Old section 3.
okay, so on page 8, we have existing law, and page 9 starts to talk about what the order shall include. And thank you. And again, you'll see at one point we had the court making findings, and then we heard from the judge that didn't work. So a lot of the changes here are really, like I said, responsive to the judiciary and to law enforcement, and also, and at the same time making sure that the court gets the information that is needed to make the best order, and ensure safety. So,
Could you just repeat what page we're on?
Sure, 9.
So this is the emergency order?
Yeah, I thought we'd start with the emergency before the final, but if that doesn't make sense, somebody...
Now, sometimes I wonder if the statute should be reversed anyway, because the emergency order in time temporarily comes first.
Right.
Did we decide yesterday to strike on page 10, section 5 in blue? There were some statements by Judge Grierson that it was unnecessary because you're talking about an emergency order, and I just can't remember whether we had.
Where was that at?
I'm reading through this so I understand the sections that we're talking about, but page 10, line 8.
Yeah, I don't think we decided.
We didn't make a decision on that? Okay.
And again, I know he said they weren't necessary, but Bray kept saying form over substance. He was concerned about the forms getting too long, and I guess I don't share that concern, and I think the goal is to get information. I think we need to get new forms, see how they work. And I think we are trying to inform plaintiffs, defendants, the court of as much information as possible.
I think one thing my notes say from his testimony is if we're going to, or I think I heard him say, if we're going to inform the defendant about the provisions relating to third-party storage of firearms, that we should inform them of all their options regarding relinquishment, which I think maybe we do now in the language of the final order. I'm just trying to.
I think that was his point, that you're not going to do it on an emergency basis.
I recollect that same thing, yeah, that he thought maybe that language would be better in the final order.
Yeah.
Rather than the emergency, because, again, policy decision for you guys, but that's my recollection of what he said. That maybe in
these are emergencies, so therefore, it's going to be quick and fast by nature.
And that we would articulate all the options for relinquishment, not just the provisions around third-party storage.
Mm-hmm. That would make sense, because the person is not necessarily even there, so they're going to be giving options for how to properly handle this.
So there was language, I think it was Beth Novotny offered, that addresses one issue, which would be adding this, inform the defendant of the provisions of 20 VSA 2307B1 regarding where the defendant is authorized to relinquish firearms, and that third-party storage of firearms is not permitted unless the court has made the findings required by 20 VSA 2307B2.
Right, so if we do keep it in, have that clarifying language.
That covers both points, I think.
Does that make it any more cumbersome for the forms or anything? On top of what's already in here that the judge was concerned about? I just wouldn't want to add.
Yeah, I don't think
wouldn't want to add any more.
I don't think we'll know, and I don't think, I go back to the technical assistance grant. I think that's what the grant is for, and will help, and will help address those issues. So I actually think so. Listening to this, I think it would be helpful to put the BPA's language in there, address both points.
Do we have any, who creates the forms at this point?
Court.
Right.
The court?
Yeah. Court administrator's office.
So I think I understand the concept of getting as much information out there. What I'm leery of is making sure that it's in a form that someone can actually look at and get the information that they want. You know what I mean? So as we're adding more and more information, what I'm worried about is that you could actually be losing someone's focus on the information that they need to get. So just making sure that, and I know you can't really legislate this, but I think the intent is to have an easily usable form for people to get all the information they need to get that doesn't look like a terms and conditions to accept to go to a website thing. It's...
I think you're right. However, I also hear that the information, the forms are not capturing the right information, so
But yeah, I'm not arguing against, I understand the purpose of all this. I'm just saying that my hope is that it's understood, as I don't think you could put this in language. I think it would be ridiculous to try, but that my hope is that just our conversations around the table would have anyone tasked with putting the forms together to understand that the idea is not just to get the information onto a form somewhere, but to actually make it usable, readable, and accessible to people.
So at what point in the process are we when somebody's getting this information on relinquishment? I mean, are they at home getting served at that point? Or are they in a court? Or are they in front of, do they have potentially at a minimum a public defender at that point? The reason I'm going there is because if there is some kind of representation at that point, it seems that the representation would be telling them
civil
about this.
They haven't been charged with a crime, right? So
civil.
Right.
They don't have a public defender assigned to them. And they are, at least in the emergency order piece of this, they are at some location somewhere being served with the order.
So they could be at their front door with Nodder there, just giving them the information?
Absolutely.
Okay.
With the order, too.
Right.
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 You know, one of the things I think that the court administrator and Chief Judge was talking about was at the end of every session, they spend a very large amount of time analyzing every bill that we've done, and they try to clarify all of their forms, and then they shared that when they did their testimony, just in general, as far as the update, you know, goes. And with the new system that's going online, and a lot of the pro se types of work that can be done, it's even more imperative that the forms are clear and in their detail and understandable. Because if an uninformed individual is going to be looking at this document, it needs to be clear. So, you know, I would agree with Matt, you know, as far as, I know we can't legislate it per se, but, you know, we can share our concern that we want this to be as clear as possible, you know, because, you know, people from, you know, other countries are going to be looking at it. It's going to have to be interpreted by an interpreter, you know, for that person. So if the forms are not as digestible as they could be, you know, we're kind of creating more of a kerfuffle than we need to.
Do I remember at some point that we had one of these forms in here?
Yes.
Yeah, we did. I don't remember what it looked like.
On our website, and let's see what I have, but yeah.
We didn't have an order, we had the complaint form, didn't we?
I guess
We have the return of service. It's under Carolyn Hansen. It's posted on the committee.
It's on our website. All right, so.
And the reason I'm going there is I just wanted to see how long it was and just how much more confusing or whatever it would potentially be with this little bit of language.
And again, this language came from the consensus group.
Yep.
So I think it, for the most part, would work.
I think the only question from a technical perspective is, do you want to have it in the final order also? So it just occurred to me as I was thinking through it, that might not be a bad idea, whether or not you also want to repeat it in final order. Still a question, but where it is now is in the emergency order.
Mm-hmm.
And as I was thinking it through, though, having in mind what we were just talking about and Judge Gerson's comments on that, though, it does occur to me that because the statute in Title 20 permits relinquishment to a third person only if those specific findings by the court are made. And in the service of the emergency order, there's not been a court hearing yet that the person's been at, so there would have been no way for the court to make those findings. So it might not be a bad idea for it to actually be, just to remain in the emergency order, just because that way you're informing the person, oh, you can't relinquish it to a third person yet, because it has to be a court hearing where the court makes these findings. You know what I mean? It's just a notice issue, because otherwise the person might think, oh, doesn't the law say I can just hand them over to my uncle or something? But that's true, but the court has to make those findings first, and that hasn't had the opportunity to happen yet. It just occurred to me.
Yeah. So, and then again with BPA's language.
Right.
Yeah.
But do you want it both places, though? In the emergency and the final?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what you said makes sense.
Right.
Are you looking for comment on the section in general, or you want to take that I'm unsure of how you're doing
You can, go ahead.
it. Okay.
Yeah, no, I think, yes, Eric, let's move forward with language in both sections.
Yes, and there was the additional language, Representative Lalonde, you're referring to, which, the first part of that about the sort of referring to all the options under 2310.
Yeah.
I know that's in some email that I think BPA had sent.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I have that. But you have, is that in a hard copy you have?
I think it's something that's been emailed to you. I can email.
I
did email that.
Right, so that,
Yeah, it should
okay.
be posted, it's not.
Yeah, it's posted.
All right, thanks.
All right, so Matt.
Yeah, so I've gone back and forth on this section quite a bit, and I think that's because of the testimony. And I have found the testimony to be somewhat, or quite compelling, especially in regard to the importance of acting quickly. So I have a number of thoughts around this section that I think sort of works towards trying to get some help in this particular area and for this time for people looking to come forward. I think the number one concern that I have is making sure that there's some check somewhere. So I think there's two sections of this bill that for me, either one can happen, but both simultaneously can't happen. So I think it's either the emergency order piece requiring the relinquishment of firearms if the plaintiff's complaint or affidavit mentions them, or the family piece that's in a later section.
It's a fact. Oh, you mean the verbal date?
Yeah.
Keeping that in.
It's either, I think for me, it's either one or the other because one operates as a check on the other. In my head.
In your head.
In my head. The way that works in my head, which is always a terrifying place for anyone who's ever tried to get in there, is that in the instance where an emergency order is being granted, I think in that place and time, if firearms are of concern for that limited amount of time, there's a compelling reason. I talked about compelling reasons to abridge a right, and I think I can get there in this particular case for this thing. But I do think that at the same time, one of the checks on that, and I do think it also is to make sure that we're going through the process that currently exists of the state's attorney bringing the emergency relief or the request forward. And I know they're not easily connected, but I do see one as, that it's too broad to have both in there. The other piece I'd say is that if the decision was to go the other way, of having people being able to bring the complaint forward, I also see merit in that. But I do think that there's a problem then with not having to prove the case for removing firearms on the emergency basis prior to the final order being issued by the court. And I know to some that sounds a little bit hard to balance out, but that's how it works in my head. The couple of pieces that I do have concerns with in here that I almost wish we would change or remove is on page 10, line 3 and 4, I think is absolutely appropriate. We require the person to relinquish the firearms. But I am worried about what the ultimate ramifications of the other lines in green further down are, of requiring the person to state that. Not as much of a concern in the emergency case, because the person is not a prohibited person at that point by federal law. But I think when we start to get into the final relief from abuse order, I'm concerned about saying in here that we're requiring, based on an order, a defendant to admit to something that's a crime.
Can just on that issue real quick, under this bill though, the person would be a prohibited person for a temporary RFA. You know, that's one of the changes in this bill, one of the separate sections, so.
Right, but not for federal law, so.
Not federal law.
Right, not by federal law, but you'd be creating a state provision.
Well,
I'm trying to get more towards the text that's in here. I'm trying to bend where I think it should go to be as accommodating as possible, but I do, at a gut core principle, have a problem with it in both sections. Because with anything after line 4 that's in green.
Required that information.
Yeah. I'm fine with saying that the law enforcement officer may ask that or shall ask, but I think that there's a big difference between that and requiring a person to admit to something that is then a crime.
Well, okay. Because the affidavit presumably says that the individual possesses or owns or controls firearms.
And it is not necessarily written, but it's by the affidavit would be by the plaintiff.
Right.
Yeah. So I think the concern is, fine to say require the defendant to relinquish arms.
Can we ask Eric if there's that's essentially a Fifth Amendment self-incrimination question. Is that, can you comment on that with respect to what we're looking at, Eric, page 10, line 5 to 11?
I wonder if it depends on what moment the order becomes effective. So the criminal prohibition is on possessing a firearm while they're subject to an order, right?
Well, this would be when it's served.
It's served already, so they would have to be subject to the emergency order at that point.
Oh, I thought this was at the moment of service, like it's being served.
That's part of the order. This would be in the order, that language requiring the defendant to do these things.
Right. So the defendant has to say, here's where my firearms are, and here's how many I have, that sort of thing. I know, it's an interesting question because of the timing of it. Because before their order is served, they're not yet in violation, right?
But they also wouldn't be asked that question prior to the order being served.
Well, it's not even it's requiring the defendant. They're not being asked the question. So
yeah.
You have to.
Yeah, I want to think about that a little bit more, I think.
So flag that.
Yeah. Right.
So can I go back to the issue of the ERPO versus the relief from abuse order? Mm-hmm. Right, so the ERPO in some respects is broader, but it's also narrower. I mean, it's narrower in that it does not have to, the petitioner does not have to bring forth the evidence of abuse, whereas for the relief from abuse order, you do have to prove that, let's see, I got my notes here. Thought I had my notes here. And you have to, in fact, prove that there was abuse, which, if you just bear with me for 1 second. Yeah, so, that there's been abuse and that there's danger of further abuse if the relief from abuse order is not issued. The abuse could be defined as attempting to cause or causing physical harm, placing another person in fear of imminent serious physical harm, etc. So those things have to be proven there first, and it's the connection of the presence of firearms to that situation where there's a fear of this imminent serious physical harm and that there has been physical abuse.
I'm aware that there's a huge inconsistency in my thing, and I understand that. It's just how it shakes out in my head.
But I'm saying, I guess that what I'm saying is that because there's this abuse situation, Right. That is what needs to be proved for you to take the next step to say firearms should not be in that situation. Under the IRPO, which is broader in that you don't have to have that domestic abuse situation. It could be any other situation. It could be a family member worried about their brother who lives in a different house because may harm somebody, not an intimate partner. In that situation, you have to prove the imminence of that serious harm, the extreme risk of that serious harm. So it's a little bit different standard that we're talking about for relief from abuse.
Right.
Abuse
And
has
they're
occurred,
totally
it may occur, and we're making, we are making the understanding based on lots of data that when you have those two situations, the presence of firearms significantly increases the risk of lethality or injury.
I would like to treat them separately, and I think they are different, and I think they will be used differently. So I'd like to focus on this section and
So if we can go back to that, the Fifth Amendment concern and such, but I guess the question to make sure I understand from Eric that with this language in here and when this order is served, if the individual does not provide that information, the location of firearms, the keys, the combinations, other information, that would be a violation of the protective order, then, correct?
The order is requiring the defendant to provide that information. And if they refuse to provide it, then yeah, it would not be a violation of the categorical prohibition on the person being subject to firearms, although it could be if they have them. But if you're talking specifically about the denial of the refusal to provide the information, yeah, that could be a violation of the order, right? If the order is directing them to do that. But that's a civil violation, I believe. No, maybe that is a criminal violation.
It's a violation of the order.
That's right. Although I'm thinking through that a little bit more, though, that's true. But it's difficult, again, I still want to think about this a bit more. It's hard for me to imagine that if at the moment the order is being served, let's say the person does have firearms, and the person voluntarily relinquishes. So in order to do that, they would have to, and they say, okay, they'll provide the location, the number, locks to the to the safe that I have. I don't think that would be a violation of the prohibition because they're in the process of trying to comply with the order. You know what I mean? Even though, if you think about it, for a moment, technically they would be violating the order, I suppose. If they've been served and they still have them, but they haven't got to them yet to turn them over to the officer, I can't imagine that would be, it strikes me as that would have to be a due process violation for that person to then charge the person with a crime while they're attempting to comply with the order and get their firearms to turn them over to the officer who's serving them at the door. See what I mean?
Right.
That seems fundamentally unfair. Can't imagine someone would be charged with that. On the other hand, if they have firearms and they decline to provide the information, they then could be in violation of two different offenses. They'd be possessing a firearm when they're not supposed to because the order's been served, and they would have disobeyed the requirement of the order, which is another crime.
So in that scenario, the refusal, when does I don't mean to mix these issues, but in what situation would the law enforcement essentially back off and then seek a warrant? I mean, is that kind of, it's been my conception that if somebody refuses at the time of, well, one of two things. If they refuse at the time of the order being served to relinquish, or law enforcement just decides, because of concerns of safety and logistics, that they're not going to seek to enforce that component of it.
I think at that point at the door, if they still think there's still probable cause to believe that the person does have firearms and they've either refused to answer the question or turn them over, or they shut the door in the officer's face, then yeah, the officers can go back to the door and get the warrant. Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Right, but you're also,
you're required to give that information.
Correct.
So,
Proposal, yeah.
so I can say, let's say you're coming to me, one of these has been issued against me, and I say, fine, go get them. Like, but I'm not giving you the information. You go in and you get them. I'm giving consent, so you don't need to get your search warrant. But you go, and I'm still in violation of it because I'm not providing you. I'm not sitting down with an officer and going through serial numbers and, you know, makes and models or whatever it is at that point in time. I'm just saying, go do it. I'm in violation of that order. It's a criminal offense.
Right.
But I'm not hindering the order from...
Well, it's different. You know, the hindering is a different... Maybe you are also hindering. I don't know.
I may just not want to sit down and have a conversation with the officer at this point in time about this.
Yeah, most people probably wouldn't.
Yeah. No. But the intent was to remove the firearms, and that's being complied with.
Well, yes, if you're only asking for relinquishment. I mean, with this language here, there's a violation, you're right.
Yeah.
It could just be my interpretation, and this may be what some folks are getting at, but I see that section 2 on page 10 requiring the defendant to relinquish the firearms pursuant to the instructions of a law enforcement officer. If the law enforcement officer says, hey, I need to know where the firearms are in order for you to relinquish them, I would say that all of that would be included on the law enforcement officer's kind of extrapolation of what he's allowed to do. Maybe I'm wrong, but...
No, that's a fair point. That sort of 3 sort of goes into more specifics about that, but conceivably, the instructions could include those things. I think by laying it out there, the idea is that they will always include those two. You're right that it could in some situations.
Right, and I think again, in this bill throughout, we're trying to get some consistency. As opposed to sometimes instructions may include something and sometimes they may not. Predictability are.
So, like Matt was kind of alluding to, and I did too, that I'm sure some people aren't going to be willing to, maybe aren't going to want to have a conversation, I guess, at that point. So what if I said, you know, location of the firearms? I said they're in the house. There's the location. Keys are on the key rack, and the combinations are on a piece of paper somewhere. I've given you all the information you want, or asking for. But you still haven't given any more information.
I think the part B to that, any other information that will assist the officer in the would be the cover to that, because you would say, okay, it's in the house. Where is it in the house? You know, the follow-up being any other information.
Yeah. Sorry.
I guess I'm struggling a little bit to understand why compelling someone to actually functionally comply with the relinquishment is problematic. I'm hearing some people say, I think I'm hearing some people say, the degree of specificity here is problematic. And I guess I'm just fundamentally not quite understanding why.
I think it depends on what the goal of the order is. And I would argue that in this situation, the goal of the order would be to remove firearms from the person. That would be the intent of what's here. I think what's somewhat problematic about it, and I understand why you would have the further things, but the important thing to comply with, to stay in with the intent of this section, is lines 3 and 4. After that, you're creating a situation where a person faced with this, while complying with the order and allowing law enforcement to remove firearms from the premises, could still be in violation of this emergency relief from abuse order. Guns are now out of the situation, but they are in violation of it, and that's a crime because they, at that moment, did not want to sit down and have a conversation about all this stuff. So a reaction that could happen that, you know, at face value would be inappropriate and, you know, is, so police officer shows up, gives me this order, and I say, they're in the house, go get them. I need to go take a walk. Like, I'm surprised about this happening because I wasn't there, I didn't know the order was happening. But I don't want to sit down and have this conversation with this officer at this point because that may escalate the situation even more. So I have now walked away but told the officer they can go in, consented to saying you can go in and take the guns and they're in the house. But having done the rest of it, I am now guilty of a crime. And I think that's problematic. And I think you're trying to get at the idea of, you just stripping it down to the core principle, the idea of saying, what is the intent of this? It's not to catch someone in the technicality of did they have a conversation with a law enforcement officer. The intent of this section is to get the guns, get the firearms away from that person. And lines 3 and 4 are the only two that actually require that.
So I mean, it's trying to incentivize cooperation, essentially. So what can be the incentives for doing that? And the one here is that if you don't, you're in violation of the abuse protection order. I'm not terribly troubled by that. I mean, it's, if the person cooperates, they're fine. If they don't, they have to remove the firearms by bringing in a safe cracker or whatever and such, you know, so be it, that's fine, but the individual can potentially be charged. Potentially, doesn't mean it's going to be charged, but could be charged with not following these instructions and therefore not complying with the order. Yeah, well, I was going to throw out just an idea, which I don't know if I should or not, but I will anyway. I mean, if we're looking for an incentive, whether this helps you or helps this situation, if language like this is included and specifically it's made a civil infraction instead of a misdemeanor for not complying with that component of such an order. You know, the other stuff definitely criminal offenses. You violated the vacate order, you haven't provided the firearms, you haven't stayed away, etc. You know, those definitely. But if this one seems like a lower thing and we still want the incentive, do we and can we, and I guess a can we question for Eric, have that just as a civil infraction so at least it's there for that incentive?
So mine's just another little technical thing, but do we need to even have the location of firearms on line 7 if it's in section 1 of page 10, which says all available information regarding the type and location of the firearms?
I think that.
Or is that being reported to a different person?
Correct. Right.
So, and who is that being reported?
Well, that has to be, the order has to include all available information. In other words, what the plaintiff brought to the court in the affidavit and said, I think there's 2 firearms, you know, in the living room, cabinet, gun cabinet. That's what that first one refers to, what's got to be in the order. The second one on line 3 requires the defendant to provide law enforcement officer with, so that's a separate requirement, that the defendant has to provide the enforcement officer, I think that's kind of what you're getting at, with the location. You know, who knows, maybe there's firearms other than the ones that were in the plaintiff's affidavit. You know, maybe there's 2 others somewhere else. Or even if there weren't, still, this is an information production requirement on the defendant, whereas the first one, the number one that you referred to in location, that's on the, got to be in the order that the court issued that the police officer is serving when they get to the house. Presumably that information came from, in most circumstances, probably going to be the plaintiff's affidavit.
So, once those are finalized at the court level, is the process still the same that they go to the holding stations?
The order?
The orders, yeah.
Yeah, the orders go to the holding station.
Okay, so there is some of that communication, component as far as making sure that that information is disseminated expeditiously, and I think that was what they were talking about when they were looking at clarifying the data storage piece, because with the new system that's going in at the court level from judiciary, and some of the language was clarified in the form that goes to the Department of Public Safety and the holding stations, that law enforcement actually has to use as their information system. It really becomes important that that information gets there clearly. And they were talking about some problems with that, and then when the commissioner came in with his redesign, there's a lot of moving parts going on, right? And so we really need to make sure that the pieces connect right.
So Eric, are you, I have my notes that you wanted to think about in terms of lines 5 through 11, you still need to think about whether or not there are any information or any constitutional issues there. Are you still there, or do you need to think about that?
No, I think I indicated earlier what my thoughts were on it. I don't have anything really to add.
On line 10, the word expedited, with what Matt said earlier there and stuff like that, like all that stuff there isn't getting more and more murkier and possibly causing more of an issue. Who knows? I mean, is it that kind of a that word could be interpreted many different ways, and about how long it's going to take to do something. I mean, the guy can't, or the person involved can't, maybe he's not functioning where he knows where everything is, remembers combinations, blah, 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 and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden he's in more trouble because the law enforcement official is going to say, well, you didn't give me that information quick enough.
That is certainly a term that's open to some interpretation, expedited. And if you sort of play that sequence out that you just thought about, or that you just mentioned, if that happened and the enforcement officer took the position that the person wasn't complying fast enough, then the consequence would be that the officer would have to fill out an affidavit and file a criminal charge that the person had violated the terms of the relief from abuse order, even though they were trying to turn the firearms over, but they weren't doing it fast enough. And then, would a case like that go forward? Would a court, accept that as really grounds for that kind of a charge? I don't know, but that's the case I think that the officer would have to make, is that even though the person was trying to comply, they weren't doing it fast enough, and therefore there's this criminal violation. That seems like a tough case to make. But technically possible.
Let's move on to page 11.
Before we move on?
Sure.
So we're talking about confiscation right now, and which I think that pretty much covers what happens with confiscation. But so guns are confiscated.
Relinquishment.
And at this point, law enforcement has them. There's a list made. They're stored, whatever. So as we go through the process, somebody gets their firearms back, what happens to the list?
The order?
No, there's a list of, if somebody has 10 firearms, there's a list of make, model, serial numbers, and all that that the authorities have, and they get their firearms back, what happens to the list?
I don't know the answer. That's a good question for the court. What do they do with the returns? I know it's in the document, but I mean, what the court then? How long does the court keep those returns of service or the orders, or are they public documents that stay permanently? That's a good question. I'm not sure the answer.
Deleted upon return. Just my.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
I would think that would be in the BSA 2301. I don't know if it is or not, but that's the section dealing with storage and such.
It'll be with a picture of your face.
What's that?
I said it'll be in with a picture of your face.
That's a total, right?
Yeah, so,
Facial recognition?
all right, we'll find out. Okay, page 11. Any comments?
You want to strike the word owns on line 9?
Yeah, line 9. I can do that.
Technical. For consistency, it's being struck in other places when it's with respect to someone else having the firearm on behalf of the plaintiff.
What does B mean then?
That's just a provision about the form that says it has to include provisions that allow the enforcement officer to make, if you look back at, actually what you were just looking at.
Okay, so it's allowed.
Actually, I think
No, that's 1104.
Oh, sorry. So it's forward on page, when the language about what has to be in the return of service, and that is on bottom of page 13 through the middle of page 14. It has to be accompanied by the return of service, and then on that return of service, the officer has to indicate how many firearms are relinquished, time of service, and whether the officer has attempted to contact the plaintiff after service. So those are the only two things remaining, what has to be in the return, and the language you were just looking at, Representative Trieber, just says that the form has to provide a place for the officer to make those indications.
So I wrote this question down yesterday, and it's for one of the proposals of the amendment, I think, related to that section on page 14, because it's being referenced. I'm kind of curious about why put 8 through 10 in there if there's no requirement for that to happen.
Where are you looking at?
Like, who gets page 14, lines 8 through 10? Like, what is the information that we're trying to get to people? Because the law, if it's for the plaintiff, they would know when the law enforcement officer
contacted them, so it's not for them.
Or would they, how would they know?
Because the law enforcement officer would have contacted them.
Was attempted contact.
So what's gained by that? What are they learning? Like we could include the number of the license plate of the vehicle that was used to collect it, but it doesn't mean anything. I just don't. I see it as no value add.
That's enforcement.
I think it's essentially a checkoff box that law enforcement has attempted to contact the plaintiff. So if it's not there, then there's not really, it's essentially, it's not necessarily a requirement that law enforcement do this.
So
but certainly by having this in here, it is definitely a checkoff box for law enforcement as far as what they need to do in the return of service. A reminder, perhaps, that they need to contact the plaintiff.
Okay, I see your intent.
I see it more of a prompt and a checkoff than. Yeah, it's valuable to understand, for the victim to understand whether they tried to contact him or her or not, but I think it's more valuable that we're ensuring that that contact is doing, or that contact is being made without having this strict requirement that it is made.
And having something on a form to check off, I would hope, gets the goal of consistency.
Can I just speak to the value of informing the victim? I mean, informing the victim that an attempt has been made, it means a lot to that victim. Generally these victims are, right after the incident, are living in extreme fear. And to know that the cops are actually doing something, or at least trying to do something, it makes a world of difference in how things go about in those following days.
I totally understand and respect that. I'm saying that a yes or no checkbox doesn't provide that comfort. Attempt at this time or something would be a lot more comforting than seeing a thing and saying, check. Okay, what does that mean? I don't know. It just strikes. I'm just not seeing it as a checkbox value. I can see it as a value to say when the law enforcement officer attempted to contact, so that at least there's some information of what did you try to do to, how do I know you're out there doing something for me?
I think we also, wanted to strike the balance between telling law enforcement how to do their job. We heard about concerns about micromanaging, and at the same time, balancing that with getting the information and getting information back to the plaintiffs and the goal of consistency. So.
I understand the intent. I don't agree. But thank you.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah, it's more of an intent. Yeah, I just wanted an intent.
Okay, so you went ahead to page 13.
No, I was only reviewing
because of the reference.
Because of that reference. I wasn't jumping this way.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. That we simply go back to 11. Yeah. Okay.
Should we back up to the final? Which is the bottom of page 5 and 6, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Actually, I'm sorry. I'm going to go back to page 10, something that came up from Patrick's question. At the top, lines 1 and 2 include all available information regarding the type and location of firearms subject to the order. That may be a little ambiguous, and I would propose, let me just throw this out there, that we say include all information available to the court regarding the type and location of firearms subject to the order, just to make it clear what we're talking about. Who's this information available to? Does that help?
Thank you. All right.
Does that help?
I didn't have a problem with it before.
Oh, I thought you were, all right, well.
Once I understood the difference of where it was going.
Right, but that's the key. I'd rather have that clear in the language.
Does it sound like the defendant has to go to the court to give that information, or are you just trying to say?
David.
Okay.
Sorry, could you?
The information for the court.
Eric, you.
What do you think, Herb? Is that something that needs to be clarified, or is that clear enough?
I don't think I've heard any concern from the court or anybody that there was anything, but I agree that your phrasing makes it even clearer. And the way you phrased it the first time makes sense to me. It's going to be, the order is issued by the court. So it makes sense for it to say, if you were going to say include all information available to the court, and they're the one issuing the order itself, so that makes some sense.
Like clarity.
Right?
So is that type and location of firearms after they've been taken from the house?
No, that's before. That's when the court is in the process of issuing the order.
Yeah.
I think this stuff is only going to be in there if it includes relinquishment, right? Yes. So if you go to the bottom of page 9, if the court's issuing a relief from abuse order, that may or may not include an order for relinquishment. But if it does, then it's got to include all information available to the court regarding the type and location.
Okay. So by the time that information goes back to the court, they probably aren't going to be at the location anymore.
I don't know. In practice, I think you have people in this room who work in this area more than I do, but my understanding of it is sometimes when they go to serve them, they're right where they think they're going to be, and that's where they serve them with the order. Probably not always, but certainly sometimes. But it is true that they might know it's coming and might want to get out of there.
Oh, okay. This information is just
somebody is saying that they're here.
That's right.
There.
Right.
And they may not even be here or there.
When they go to serve it, who knows whether they'll be there or not.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's back to the final order. I think it's some of the same language.
Bottom page. Which page?
Bottom of page 6 is where it starts. I mean, I assume that there's the same issue that Matt had at the bottom of page 7, at lines 18 to 21, carried over to the next. So it'll be kind of the same. And I would suggest the same language change that I just recommended at lines 14 to 15 on page 7, the information available to the court, just to make that clear.
That's different, though. That's...
No?
Oh, you mean line 14?
14.
Oh, okay, gotcha. You don't mean...
Yeah, line 14. Line 14.
Yeah. Actually, though,
there is
that is not what you did it in the final order for. Was I thought it was for the affidavit. No, I mean for the emergency. No, I guess it isn't. So
well, that's in reality where the information is that the court is going to have.
Gotcha.
Where it's from, but certainly in the front may be testimony.
Yeah.
Other evidence.
That makes sense.
That's here.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
Were you just pointing that out or moving us there?
What's that?
Were you just pointing us out or moving us to that section?
To which we were jumping back to the final section, bottom of page 6, 7, page. Okay. And I just flagged the fact that it would be presumably the same concern that you have at lines 18 to 21 on page 7. Yep. And at page 8, lines 1 and 2.
So on line 14 on page 7, says includes all available information regarding the type, number, and location of firearms subject to the order, but on that same part under the other one, on page 10, it doesn't include number. Is that something that you wanted consistent?
Yeah, it should be consistent. Eric, on page 10, to add number on line.
Yes. Nice catch.
I think that was the intent.
Yep.
Or
good catch.
Or remove it on
Right.
page 7.
And also just one more thing on page 8, line 11, strike holds.
Yep, I have that one. Thank you.
Matt again.
Where's Matt again? Since we're doing opinions on these sections, I actually, I believe in this section, I think more than any other in the bill. I think this is a very compelling case has been made in this section, that this clarifies a lot of stuff that's out there, goes to walk that line between, I think, showing a need of safety, but yet understanding that we're getting right, and that this actually really gets at trying to make people safer in really difficult times. So I actually really like this section of the bill. I will say again that I mean, I don't get to vote on it either way, so it doesn't really matter, but I just continue to be troubled that it's joined with Section 1, which I consider to be a poison pill.
Let's go to on page 11. Any comments?
I have a question, and I know it's been answered before, but I want to know anyways. We're on page 11, right? On line 17, a person shall not possess. What is our definition of possess?
Eric?
Eric.
I think that's, having your physical control, or sometimes it could be constructive possession, which means that it's within your ambit of your, sometimes say wingspan. Could also, I think, generally speaking.
Okay, let's move on.
Sorry, where were we going next?
Next page.
Okay.
Follow up on that though, just to be clear on the question about possession. If you constructive possession can also doesn't have to be on your person or within your immediate arm's reach. If you own the firearm or possess it, say in the home that you live in, it would still be possession, even if it isn't necessarily within your arm's reach.
Yep.
Right, so in the next section on service, this is where we had the once served, always served in there. We got rid of that. And this is on page 13. Judge Grierson's language, talking about the temporary order shall remain in effect until personal service of the final order. This is where we've gone back and forth between first-class mail, and so this is the resolution, but it's a good one.
That's clean.
Yeah. Okay, so 14. So 14 is talking about.
I think we did that already.
Yeah, we talked about this before.
Page around 914.
Yep. We did talk about this before. That's concerns.
There was a typo on this page that Representative Seymour caught. Line 9. Field should be filed.
Yes, right. That's right. That's also for the BPA memo. Okay. And then on page 15, this is not making it mandatory, the court may, and then again, this is where we went back to Rule 41, just capturing current law practice. That was important to law enforcement. On page 16,
I'm concerned about the word chapter versus section in line 12. I came up with a solution on that.
I think one proposal was subchapter.
Right.
So it would apply to go broader than the.
so Eric, from a drafting, maybe you can help us this through. Chapter versus section is crossed out. There's chapter versus subsection versus.
Yep. So chapter would include all the sections of law in the chapter, but some chapters, including this one, are divided up further into subchapters. So if you say that the immunity applies only to acts made in reliance on provisions of this chapter, subchapter, section, you're getting sort of more narrow as you go down the progressions. If you just want to have it apply to the relief from abuse order provisions, I don't have it right in front of me, but I think that's in a subchapter that starts with section 1101.
Yeah, subchapter 1.
It's subchapter 1.
Right.
So it's all the general provisions are there.
So subchapter 1, where we landed yesterday.
Yeah, for this subchapter, it gets at the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, let's see, on line 19, after accessing the firearms, have the phrase "and removing" was proposed by.
Sorry.
Is clarifying.
On 19 of page 16?
Yes. So after the word accessing and before the word firearms, add the words "and removing." So while accessing and removing firearms. So to
probably want or, the only suggestion I would put. So
Okay.
one or the other.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
okay.
But it's under.
Yeah, but you don't have to,
Yeah, it's a draft.
you don't have to trigger both. So-
Right.
Yeah, and maybe I'm just reading it wrong, which is entirely possible, but, so this is, law enforcement agencies, officers shall be immune from civil or criminal liability. And then part 2 is returning a seized or relinquished weapon to its owner if the owner is not prohibited from owning or possessing firearms. Can you explain that to me? I don't know why I'm misunderstanding.
I will. I also just glad you had me reread that because there's another typo on line 16. They're owing, right? Thanks. But what that means is that if the enforcement officer returns the weapon to someone who's not a prohibited person.
So they took it away from someone who wasn't prohibited and they're returning it to someone who is not prohibited?
Correct. Then they would be immune. They couldn't be sued for any sort of damage or something that, or even for the fact of the returning it to the person. Someone couldn't later on say this person did something with a weapon, right? Say a victim couldn't later sue the officer and say, hey, you should never return that weapon to that person and you're liable for that. You're negligent for doing that. And couldn't bring that suit because this is providing them immunity. As long as the person they return it to is not a prohibited person. As long as if that person were prohibited by state law or federal law from possessing firearms, in other words, you're a convicted felon, you've been involuntarily committed for mental illness, something like that, that makes you a prohibited person. If they return it to a prohibited person, then they're not immune. Then they can still be sued.
Right, because you shouldn't be giving weapons.
I think that's the idea.
Shouldn't have them, but
Right.
this is, were these firearms seized from someone who shouldn't have been prohibited?
I think they've been seized because pursuant to the subchapter, they've been seized pursuant to one of these relief from abuse.
And then after those have expired, they're no longer prohibited.
That's right, unless they're prohibited for some other reason. You know, maybe they got some other felony conviction in their background or something like that. In which case they shouldn't have it in the first place, actually. It's possible, I guess. Right.
Okay, so let's stop here. Thank you, everybody. And we'll pick back up the floor.
Anybody else going over to retail grocers?
Is the floor starting at the same time? Sometimes those push a little bit. They're starting at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, one.
Yeah.
Okay, so Michelle is here, and we are scheduled from 12 to 1 o'clock to finish up the loose ends on S54. There have been a lot of emails going around over the weekend to try to make sure that we've adequately, completely covered the deficit issue of the initial spending on the regulatory board. And then there was some work regarding the prevention activities, both in the ed fund with the 6% sales tax and within the general fund with the 14% excise tax. So Michelle, whom we owe a lot of thanks to, worked probably much over the weekend and dreaded our emails. So we really thank you. And maybe you can have Friday off, I don't know. I got it.
Probably not.
Oh my God. I'll go ask Luke. But thank you, Michelle. And sure. So we're going to go over the committee amendment, and then I have one other little section that if the committee accepts it, we would put it into one amendment that we would bring to the floor. Is that all right with everybody if we bring one instead of doing them in sections?